Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, we're stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah. That is the mission and goal, staying on cold. Some of y'all doing too much, straight up be looking like hoes. Never gonna grow, can't count on you and cuz most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for clout, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers with words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in a black bank, me black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go a lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your said he reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. Where you so they don't take, coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in a fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. Should be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door means
caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, it's fool. We paper chasing it like we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block with the knees, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shoes. Building weapons and goals, you know the aim is. Living lavish, just walk on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, takes time. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat, ooh. Black as a motherfucker, I let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies, watching slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play out to the graves, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it taking true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat, ooh. Black as a motherfucker, I let them know. Cops ain't frame, niggas is fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. Yeah.
All right, and we are back once again. 1 second. Take care of that. Bam, get that going. All right. All right. What it do? What it do? What's up with it? What's up with it? Hot lead. Rio in the house. Coming at you in early morning hours. Just crossing 7 o'clock on the East Coast. Looks like Psycho cut it off a little bit early. Yeah, very interesting stream last night. And we'll give the morning crew time to get in. I know we got a couple people in transition trying to get ready for that morning rush. So it's all good. I'm going to be in motion a little bit later, but I did at least want to try to get it started. I'm not sure if yesterday's stream kind of ended abruptly. I know I didn't hit the button, but I thought that Taz and Diddy was going to come back and discuss reparations. But apparently that didn't happen either. So maybe they'll finish that discussion later today. So I know I'm going to be repeating myself. There's a lot of people that was on the stream yesterday are not here and sleep. And they're going to be wondering what happened and, you know, who am I talking to? When it comes to defending and discussing reparations for Black folks, primarily in America. So with most topics, when people say pro this and pro that, that is obviously in support. But in some cases, there is an element of distrust and disdain for other groups that are not necessarily aligned with what you think that other people should be aligned with. So if you're pro-Black, you support the endeavors and the progression of black people, plain and simple. It should be, but it's not. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that goes along with it. So this is rolling over into the reparations topic as well. If you support and you defend reparations now for black people in America, then you should be able to put together a plan on how to formulate and present your argument compelling either corporate, private, government, political, whoever you are presenting it to make a case for reparations, primarily. But that's not all that's what's happening, is it? And I know some people are like, what do you mean? Oh, do you mean the people that say black people that don't, black people should not get reparations? Well, you always gonna have that element out there. You're not gonna know what to do with the money. The government doesn't have enough to give them. Uh, whatever. All right, so you're gonna have those as well. Then you have this argument about who should not be included in getting reparations. This would be mainly geared towards certain individuals that you have something else that you have in contention with them. It has nothing to do with getting reparations, though. You have this thing about who is entitled to specific benefits based on not who they are as a person, but what they believe in. That's it. Don't have nothing to do with where they was born, who their family is, are they or are they not a descendant of slavery or not. Your main ideology is, I don't think you deserve these benefits because you don't believe in what I believe in. So let me just sum it up. When I'm hearing these reparations discussions, rarely do I hear a case for building or compelling an argument for reparations other than my descendants was in slavery. Telling a government body, private, corporate executives, people that had direct involvement, whether it's by blood, by business, economics, political, whatever, telling them that you are a descendant of slavery is not going to be enough for them to, quote unquote, cut a check. Everyone wants to cut the check cut. Cut the check. Obviously, that's not going to be enough. You're going to have to put together some sort of formal argument. But what are we seeing? What's been mostly the rhetoric and the the efforts when we're talking about reparations. Who shouldn't get reparations? So instead of talking about how line by line why you should deserve reparations as a Black American, you spend a lot of time on trying to point out which individuals should not get reparations. They shouldn't get reparations because they came over to America after the year 2000. People from Haiti, people from Jamaica, people from Nigeria, people from Ghana, people from Ethiopia, people from South Africa, people from the Congo coming over here. You spend most of your energy yelling. You don't, and you're not really yelling at the people. You're yelling at people that don't really have a say so on whether you get reparations or not. You're not talking to government bodies. You're not talking to corporate individuals. You're not talking to descendants of former slave plantation owners or people that was directly involved in the slave trade, such as the Dutch Empire, the Spanish Empire, the British Empire. You're not really having any discussions with them at all. You're not having no dialogue with them. You're only yelling at people that mainly support reparations for Black Americans, hoping that they would have some sort of an idea on agreeing with you on who should not get reparations. That's not making your argument. How are you spending more time on trying to figure out who don't get reparations when you haven't even made an argument on why you should get reparations? You obviously going to have to be a little bit more convincing rather than just saying, oh, my descendants was in slavery. Well, you haven't really proved that either, have you? You just assumed that, oh, boom, since my descendants are from Africa, then all Black Americans should get reparations. Well, breaking news. Descendants from Africa that reside in America or have lived in America at some point or another may or may not reside in America today. There's a lot of people that have got involved with certain opportunities. They may have signed up for the military. They may have had some personal issues which caused them to move to other places. They may be in Canada, they may be in the Caribbean, they may be in South America, they may even be back over in Europe or Asia. By blood, they're still a descendant of slaves. But because you haven't really put an effort into putting together a compelling argument on why you should get reparations, you want to spend more time on trying to figure out who don't get reparations. Now, obviously, if you come up with an amount, a dollar amount, you're always going to have those that say, oh, that's not enough. We had, what is it, the mayor of Tulsa, Oklahoma, home of Black Wall Street. One second. Make sure I get his name right. Because I heard this argument yesterday also. And forgive me if I don't have everything lined up already. And I think I'm in the middle of a air quality alert. but give me a minute. Okay, Mr. Monroe Nichols, the mayor of Tulsa, Oklahoma, the first black mayor of Tulsa in history, unveils a reparations plan worth $105 million for the 1921 Tulsa massacre. And I was observing comments yesterday saying that wasn't enough. Well, obviously that's not enough. There's only two people that are alive that was actually involved in the massacre to witness it, actually on the planet today. One lady, I think she's 104, and I think another lady, she's like 108. I think the guy, the old man, I think he passed away either during the pandemic or shortly thereafter. So yeah, I get it. You have been raised and conditioned and brought up in a capitalistic society, where no matter how much you are awarded, no matter how much you gain, it is never going to be satisfying and never enough. You always gonna want more. The more you get, the more you make, and the more you want. The more you eat, the more you want. I know I'm gonna get some heat for that last comment, but that's what it's been. You're never satisfied. How many mainstream articles were discussing uh, people in political leadership actually discussing reparations, whether they were black or white? Go back prior to pandemic, 2016, 2018, 2012, 2009, before 2000. Can you find me some news articles dated before 2020 where you see mayors, governors, congressmen, activists, city councilmen, entrepreneurs even discussing reparations that have been finalized or at least agreed upon for black Americans or black people, period, before 2020? If so, post them up in the chat. So I heard that $105 million reparations package for the Tulsa race massacre was not enough. Well, where are your plans at? Why is that not enough? Of course it's long overdue. Of course it's not going to be enough. There is never going to be a dollar figure that's going to be enough for complete reparations acknowledgement for all the atrocities that have been done to black people, not just in America but all over. I don't know what the assessment is. Even if the figure was, $700 gazillion, there's always going to be somebody that say, "Whoa, that's not going to be enough. We need 800. We're going to need 900." There has to be some sort of structure and a plan and a movement to work towards repairing what has been done, and an acknowledgement other than a public apology, a post on social media, or some sort of monument. The plan is called Road to Repair. The $105 million package in Tulsa, Oklahoma will be managed by Greenwood Trust. It will have $105 million in assets secured by, it says June 1st, so it is secured, which would also go into the legacy fund for the trust to acquire and develop land. Where has that been done prior to 2020? The Tulsa package is also the first large-scale plan that commits funds to addressing the impact of a specifically racially motivated attack. A lot of people talking about where I used to live, Evanston, Illinois, just north of Chicago, was the first to make reparations back in 2021, which qualified households money for expenses that were allotted to them based on discrimination. So yeah, let me just acknowledge the last two known survivors of the Tulsa race massacre, Miss Leslie Benningfield Randall and Viola Ford Fletcher. Those are the only two people alive on planet Earth that were around during the Tulsa massacre. And I'm sure those two ladies are greatly appreciated that at least some acknowledgement, whether it is 100 years later or not. So you tell me how you going to get out here and yell who should not get reparations. How is that helping people that are pushing for reparations? If you're out here pushing who should not get reparations, is that going to help the people that are trying to defend and put together a case for reparations more? If you say, oh, this group don't deserve reparations, does that automatically help the case for the people that are pushing reparations? Show me how. Show me how you yelling that this particular person who is not even looking for reparations. For one, that's another aspect of it that I don't understand. The people that you are saying that don't deserve reparations are not even talking about fucking reparations. What is compelling you to focus so much on a group of people that are not even concerned about getting reparations for Black Americans at all? I don't see Jamaicans. I don't see Haitians. I don't see people from the Dominican Republic. I don't see Nigerians. I don't see people from the Congo. I don't see people from Brazil. I don't see people from Ghana, South Africa, white or black. I don't see nobody outside of America that's black that's talking about, yeah, I need reparations. Show me the people and give me the names of them people who are not residing in America, descendants of slaves that are pushing for reparations. Can you give me the names of these individuals and where they from? Or are you just out here just fucking yelling? Because what you're doing is hurting and holding back the actual case for reparations for black Americans. If you haven't really figured it out, imagine a board member sitting at a table and this black person comes in with their case for reparations. And they say, yeah, uh, our people deserve reparations because of this and that. But let me tell you who don't deserve reparations. These people that come over here that was not born in America, that's getting food stamps, that's getting Section 8, that's getting let me see what type of jobs they getting, because y'all keep saying they getting jobs also, right? They still in our jobs, right? Ain't that one top part of the plans? Let me see what jobs they taking. They are taking jobs. I don't think they should get reparations. What you think that board member gonna say? You gonna think that board member gonna say, right? Oh, you're right. They don't deserve reparations. But what they also gonna say, you don't deserve reparations either. If that's all you got. We haven't really considered or acted upon giving you reparations all this time. Why should we change now? And all they hear is, I don't think these other groups of people should get reparations. I don't really hear why you should get reparations. What's up with it, King Kapala? Miss Demi? Oh, y'all got somebody spamming in the chat? Yeah, y'all gonna have to deal with the chat, man. Yeah, y'all got mod status, so y'all can deal with that. My bad, y'all. I wasn't really paying attention to the screen. What's up, OS? Yeah, the reparations in the title it's gonna draw out various groups, white people. What's up with it, Joe? All right, trying to make sure I didn't miss nobody. Will of the Most High, what's up with it? Appreciate it, yo. Peace. So What type of realistic discussion do you plan to have other than trying to defend uh, other groups of people that you feel that don't deserve reparations, but they also are not really looking for reparations or fighting for reparations? Where is the evidence that people from Jamaica, people from Haiti, people from Nigeria, people from Mali, Congo, people from Uganda, people from South Africa? Where are these people that you claim that are such a threat for reparations over here in America? Show me where they are over here pushing and trying to make a case to receive reparations based on their status. Can you show me that? It should be relatively easy to point out, right? Since that's where a lot of your energy is going. Over the course of time, based on various social and political dynamics, uh, whether it be war, recession, natural disaster, uh, there are obvious various cases where records were destroyed. So I find it quite difficult for anyone to have a fairly readily available access or a pathway to show, yeah, my descendants were here, they lived there, they came from here, they were shipped there. There was a lot of different processes and events that took place. 1492, 1521, 1619, 1776, 1821, 1865, 1908, 1919, 1968. You know anyone that has all them records going back that far? Certainly, the people that are in the Caribbean, people on the motherland, they wouldn't necessarily have access to those records. What's up with it, CMO? And I hear that argument as well. They give everybody else reparations. We deserve it too. That's not going to be enough. Obviously, if it was that simple, I mean, we would we would be talking about where do we put our reparations at? Now we've had a few discussions regarding various approaches to reparations, whether it be from a quote unquote U.S. government liability standpoint, whether it be a British Empire liability standpoint, whether it be a Spanish Empire standpoint, whether it be a Dutch Empire standpoint, a French Empire standpoint. It wasn't like there was just one particular entity that was involved in the slave trade, right? He said, stop begging. It's embarrassing to the rest of us black people. Begging who? Aren't you begging me to stop? No, what's embarrassing is that you want to pretend that you support reparations and restitution based on black American descendants of slaves when you post and when you speak, but you really don't have any type of motivation or desire to support reparations when it comes to actually doing the work. So when you say stop begging, that means you don't really care about reparations. So stop begging me to stop talking and discussing reparations. Just get out the way. You don't really have no case for reparations. You ain't really interested in it. Why are you in the way? Is it bothering you that much that more people are discussing and have gained lots of traction and increased awareness about reparations within the last 45 years about reparations for black people in America? Is that bothering you that much? You don't really have any desire in it? Stay out the way. We cool. We ain't really asking you to support us. You don't have nothing to do with it. Cool. That's one less name and one less family, one less check that has to be cut. Trust me, it's to our advantage that you stay out the way, be not involved, and keep the focus on the people that are in support of it. I can't tell if he black or white. He said embarrassing for us. He used the word bed. I wish I would try to get caught up in that. What's up with the P-Funk? You're almost as bad as let me not get too deep in the bag. So don't sit up here and pretend like you got it all mapped out. Like me discussing reparations is taken away from whatever you feel that's owed to you. If somebody is in a group or involved or is a benefactor of reparations, how is that taken away from you? 1 second. Trying to get an update on this air quality alert. 1 second. A little bit of a multitask. Trying to get to the statement. June 5th. Today is the 5th, right? Hold on, give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Air quality. Unhealthy. I was trying to find a scale. Okay, here we go. So right now I'm in a unhealthy air quality zone. Health effects can be immediate, felt by sensitive groups, may experience difficulty breathing and throat irritation and prolonged exposure. Limited outdoor activity is recommended. So that's going to be the case for northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin, most of Indiana, parts of Missouri, including St. Louis area, and Kentucky as well. But let me get back on this reparations topic. when we're trying to compel and formulate an argument for reparations, one of the latter stages towards the end, after we've already compelled the argument, that's going to be the part where the amount is going to come into play. A lot of the reparations discussions try to start at an amount, how much. They usually involve some sort of lottery type of situation where one check is going to be cut, or one piece of land is going to be allotted, or one piece of property. I don't really hear anything about economic business development. Nothing allocated to ensuring and enhancing education options and opportunities for young people, basic living conditions and needs and resources for the disabled and elderly individuals in the Black community. I don't hear none of those discussions. Most of the reparations discussions I hear is how much and who don't deserve it. And I don't want them to get, because it's going to take away from my cut. That's mostly what I hear. And they're never speaking, and then I don't never hear them trying to address who they're presenting their argument to. We can't really assume that you are going to be uh, have an opportunity to present it to the U.S. government if that's what you want. You know why? Because you're not involved in politics at all on any level. You're not involved in politics on a local level. How are you going to present an argument to the federal government when you don't even get involved in your local government, in your own town? You don't even know what district you're in. You don't even know who runs your county treasurers. You don't even know who represents your senatorial district, your congressional district, your city councilman, your alderman. You can't even get past your doorstep in terms of who would be the person that you would network with and interact with to make your case for reparations. It's not really a concern at you. Fake outrage, pretending, getting in the way, making us look bad. And then some of the comments I just seen in the chat. Evanston, Illinois, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Amherst, Massachusetts, Asheville, North Carolina, Stockton, California. Did I say Wilmington, North Carolina? Yeah. Various places are at least addressing the issue on a local level. Are we able to get Black people from other areas to get involved and at least get the discussion on the table. Even if there's an initial pushback and a contention, we can at least get the conversation rolling enough to where we have massive discussions to whether it will come down to be they won't have no choice but to discuss reparations on some sort of massive or relatively large scale. Now, I started the stream off about how some people want to put most of their energy and most of their contention against other groups of black people. But that's not limited to people that was not born in America or in the United States. There's contention and division amongst black people within the United States. Let's talk about it. When you hear when you hear black people talking about them folks over there, those black folks down there or up there, who are they talking about? What separate you as a black person from those black folks right over there? What's separating it? How are they different from you when you're talking about reparation? Most of the time, when you're talking about different types of black folks, you're not really talking about reparations. You just want to be separate from them. You don't want to be associated with them. And that's cool too. But the fact of the matter is, they're black Americans just like you. And I don't see how are you going to interact and be involved politically to any effective compact when trying to get involved or get government involved, get corporations involved, various communities that span across various landscapes without involving people from different backgrounds. I don't get this. Okay, so what am I tiptoeing around? Because I'm damn sure tiptoeing around it. Let's see. When you hear black people talking about them black folks down there, they're mainly talking about black people that what? They either have something or don't have something. And what is that? Black people that are associated with what? Or don't have what? Come on, let's go with it. Black groups for reparations. Yeah, there are plenty of black groups. So with Afro, there are plenty of black groups that have been involved in reparations. We talked about Elizabeth Freeman, right? Who literally sued uh, slave owners back in 1781 in Massachusetts and was awarded financial compensation. So how is going back to the 1700s holding up the push for reparations when we already got case law on file, on record? Those records are not destroyed. If we can show a black woman who also had another black man as a former slave as well join in her class lawsuit against slave owners and was awarded judgment in their favor in 1781. But I'm looking at, if we go back to the 1700s, that's going to hold things up. What are you talking about? Or do you know what you're talking about? Or are you just yelling on emotions? What was my original question? I was talking about them black folks down there. What you mean by them black folks down there when you see black people trying to separate themselves from other black people? They're talking about economic status, right? In most of the cases, separating them by their ability to spend money, or in other cases, based on their educational background. The college graduates, the advanced education degree black people versus the people that are in trade schools. There's a big wall in that division as well, right? The blue collar versus the white collar. Yeah, I know a lot of people like to try to jump to solutions without assessing or acknowledging what the different issues are, but it's not really possible. So, what are some of the advantages, or what can uh, be used to help support the case for reparations for black people that have access to uh, either mass economic or financial resources, uh, black people that have access or directly tied to uh, educational or instructional or training resources, black people that have access or directly tied to political and social resources. So if you have a group of black people that decide to have a meeting at a community center or a town hall, does this does this uh, does this black man uh, is he allowed to bring his white wife to the meeting? Can they just pop up at the meeting and show up? All right, come on, let me just get to it. And I know it's gonna come up later in the stream. Uh, Holy crap! I gotta switch devices. I've been talking for a whole hour. Man, I ain't even tired yet. Mainly because I got some rest last night. It's been a long week for me. Hold on, I'm gonna get going in a second. I don't need no inadvertent interruptions. 1 second. Okay, well, I switch devices because I was scrolling back through the chat uh, so I could try to find out why people were or which black folks that weren't necessarily born in the United States are coming over here in America and trying to fight for reparations. I didn't particularly see it. That means it's still early, and that doesn't mean that there's none. That just means that no one has found evidence uh, as of yet. But it's Thursday morning. Hold on 1 second. Okay. So, uh, the uh, the interracial division between black folks when it comes to economic status, when it comes to educational and academic background status, when it comes to geographical status, when it comes to light skin, dark skin status. Yeah, I hate that, but that's what I see. Once again, fake outrage. You pretending that since this person did or did not have the same path as you, their reparation status
should be different than yours. I don't know how you expect to try to carry the legacies of Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Stokely Carmichael, Khalid Muhammad. It's a very short list of people that I hear when they're talking about black leaders that align with them. None of them really have any major prominent influence after Martin Luther King, though. And they're mainly tied to civil rights. A lot of the other ones that I mentioned have other things that are attached to them, so they don't really get mentioned as much based on their education status, their direct ancestry lineage. I mean, let me just clear it up, just in case it sounds like I'm fumbling. The Barack Obama factor. So Barack Obama is not really considered a leader for the black community, mainly because what? His mother is white. But Malcolm X gets a pass despite his mother being what? Biracial, right? No question whatsoever about Malcolm X, even though his direct mother does not have two or did not have two black parents. So then we try to, since our political list is very short, the next thing I see people trying to do is trying to drag in the entertainment industry. They try to drag in the entertainment industry into a political discussion. Then it really gets watered down. They don't have any interest, for the most part, in fighting for reparations or maintaining a progressive environment for the well-being of black people in their community or in America. Did you know that Barack Obama declared the month of June as, I know this is random, but Juneteenth is right around the corner, right? But instead of hearing celebrations for Juneteenth, we're going to hear celebrations for another group of individuals for the month of June. And I'm going to just wait till somebody come up or somebody post it in the chat. There you go. But did you know that Barack Obama, since Barack Obama is mostly tied for that particular railroad group, he also declared the month of June for, and just like I thought, someone was going to put that particular word in the chat, but they did not know that Barack Obama declared the month of June as African American Music Awareness Month. And I'm going to wait for somebody to look it up to see if I'm lying or not. Since you likes to focus on things that don't really have any impact for the progression of black people. I know you got all the information on that particular group, don't you? But you don't want to discuss black music, do you? You don't want to talk about Black Music Month unless you're trying to talk shit about drill rappers and how they destroying the community, or how much you don't like hip hop. When it comes to, oh, white people had taken over hip hop, but you don't want to talk about Barack Obama declaring the month of June as African American Music Awareness Month. All I hear is crickets now, because I know you done already looked it up to see if I was lying or not. I know what you're saying. Oh, what does that got to do with reparations? I just threw a little side note out there to let everybody know that you're not really concerned about reparations. Just like you're not really concerned about the rainbow community. You just want to talk about the rainbow community. Yeah, drill music may be garbage to you, but that's not the only thing that black people are producing or have been involved in. You don't like drill music, don't listen to it. Don't support it. Don't buy it. Leave the drill rap music up to the people that like it and support it. You say white people support hip hop and listen to hip hop, let the white people continue to spend their money on it. Oh, I ain't get no response on the month of June in the African American Music Awareness Month declared. What was it? During his first term? I think it was 2010, 2009, something like that, real early, even before the other thing that's mentioned in the chat so prominently in big bold letters. Didn't have to really look that up, do you? Did you? But when it comes to Black Music Month, when it comes to African American Music Awareness Month, you go to scratching your head. God, I didn't even know that was a month. Of course you didn't know it was a month. You was focused on other shit. Look, I know we like to try to divide Black people up into different segments and different groups based on what we like, where we live, how much we're able to slide our debit card through the cash register. But is it really beneficial to you to try to separate yourself based on things that don't really impact other people around you? Like if you drive a certain type of car, does that really hold back anybody else? If you're paying a high rent or a high mortgage, is that really holding back other Black people? If you're wearing designer clothes, and mostly clothes and cologne and other things that have a bunch of European origins to it, made in China and all that, does that really hold back other Black people? Are you going to be, as a Black person, as a Black man, as a Black woman that's in the United States, are you going to be able to move about? Are you going to be able to uh, operate without interacting and involving people that may not have your particular background or 100% ideologies and interests, whether it be political, whether it be emotional, or whatever, philosophical, however you want to categorize. I'm not sure. I'm not so sure. So balance it out. If you do not agree with me about abortion, if you don't agree with me about immigration, if you do not agree with me about uh, tax liability, is that going to hold me up? Is that going to hold you up for supporting and building a case for reparations? Does that get in the way for forming a solidified argument and making sure that uh, Black families and Black communities are in the best, most efficient positions from fighting against gentrification and redlining? Or am I hearing more fake outrage again, once again, pretending that you support Black causes, but you really don't? Oh, America was great in 1821? I'm pretty sure it was for some. And I apologize. I know Q tried to keep this week positive, but kind of built up a little bit of frustration, trying not to go off on a deep tangent about certain particular topics. But, getting close to the weekend. So, it is what it is. Now, I hear black people talking about we're not going to be in position of prominence until we come together. And I want to know, what is it, or what are the things, if there may be multiple, more than one, what is the come together on? What are you talking about? Come together on what? What are black people supposed to come together on? It's okay. You can give me a general answer. You don't have to be real specific. Everybody else is, all the other black people across the country, across the diaspora they're gonna automatically know exactly and specifically what you're talking about. Black people have to come together on, and then when I leave that blank, you're gonna fill it in, right? You're gonna tell me exactly what they need to come together on, right? You're gonna tell me how they're gonna come together. You're gonna tell me when they got come together. You're gonna tell me who is actually going to come together and what they're going to bring to the table. Your answers are going to be so general that you're going to be surprised when you get a general response from whoever you're trying to present your reparations argument to. So if you give general arguments in terms of what you mean by black people coming together, how are you expecting a specific and isolated responses when it comes to reparations? You're giving a general answer for your argument, but you want a specific response when it comes to trying to get reparations. So when you're talking about reparations, you don't want no general, vague ass answer on that, do you? You don't want a vague response when it comes to disbursement of reparations. You want specific, detailed, line by line timeline and outline of reparations and what it involves, right? You want detailed information, right? But when you present your argument, all you get is one word or general phrases that involve 3 to 4 words, and that's it. Nothing else. How does that work? You're supposed to say, "Oh, give us reparations for slavery," and then somebody is supposed to cut you a specific check for a specific amount based on. Whew, well, this is living in cartoon world. Hold on, let me see what we supposed to come together on. You said all we need is love. Okay, y'all trying to get in there. You said it's a trick question? Nah, it ain't no trick question. Let's see. Okay, so I see black farmers, Australian economy, black contractors, black media. I'm assuming that's black owned private educational schools or institutions. Let's see. What's up with advisor? I know it's kind of tough in the chat format. Nah, make a coffee run in a second. So I'm gonna give y'all time to try to re re reformulate those responses when it comes to black people getting together. Aren't black folks together now? Aren't we already together? If we're not together, what's separating us? I'm not talking about the people that don't live in black communities, man. We're not together. So all we got to do is just move by each other, and that'll be considered black people coming together. That ain't what you mean when you say black people coming together. You don't necessarily mean physically move in the neighborhood where there's a black neighbor on your right and a black neighbor on your left. That ain't what you're talking about. You're not even talking about black people coming together when you saying building wealth, do you? Because you are aware that the majority of black people in the United States are not wealthy. Most of the black people in the United States do not own or have their own businesses. Most people in the United States do not own or have their own property or land. So there's got to be some clarifications there. Oh, I seen some ideologies in the responses. Hold on. We are not wise enough yet to act on common interests. Okay. Is that CNG Aba and Bama? What's up with it? If you don't see what you want to see, do it. You waiting on, yeah. All right. Only says we are together enough to accomplish things. What can we accomplish that we are together enough right now? Uh, let's see. Did the Japanese, the Jewish folks, did they come together before they were awarded their reparations package? Did they all say, okay, stop what we're doing and let's get together? Wh- uh, where is that not happening? All the stuff that y'all was talking about, buying from black farmers, uh, and then what was another one I saw? Uh, I saw the wealthy argument. So the right there, I'm still not. I'm kind of confused on if you were talking about black people that are wealthy already. Because that definitely is going to narrow it down to less than single digits. Let's see. Oh, the black contractors, black realtors, etc. Okay. Are people not doing business with black contractors, black realtors, black farmers now? I was under the impression that y'all were going to give me some responses that black people are not doing now. So most of the responses that I see, black people are already doing that. I see plenty of black people doing business with black realtors, black contractors. I don't know about the wealthy part. I don't know if we can use social media as black media because I see various platforms on social media that are ran by black people. Is that considered black media, or are you concerned? Are you talking about mainstream media, something on TV? Because didn't Byron Allen purchase a certain portion of various media groups? Would that be considered black media? I'm not sure what your definition of black media is. There are a few examples of black people that run black media, but the reason why their names are not posted in the chat is because y'all do not support those people just based on who they are. But yeah, there are more than one, several different black media programs, at least available on the internet. Are y'all saying that there needs to be something in the mainstream on cable TV and that doesn't include the internet? What are we saying here? It's going to be one or the other. Either you're saying black media needs to build a media company that doesn't involve the internet. Cable TV, a network with transmitter towers, so that black people can have access to media without accessing the internet. Is that what you're saying? I just want to be clear. I mean, you would think out of modern technology with AI, Chat GPT, that being able to articulate specifics when it comes to trying to dialogue and get a consensus, that you would be able to receive a specific answer. Because if you're talking about the internet, oh man, you ain't even got to go outside YouTube to find black media. Y'all don't support those black media companies, do you? Tyler Perry, he been in business since what, the 2000s? 20 years. Black people don't support him. Why don't black people support Tyler Perry? Yeah, there you go. Hebrew TV. At least that's one example that you support. Nah, they support other weirdos. Being a weirdo is not a deterrent from being supported by the black community. Based on the numbers and the support, black people have been supporting weirdo behavior in media. I don't want to get off into that though. Okay, I'll let y'all come up with that. The reparations discussion, although we have seen obvious advancements and progression in spurts, but there still seems to be a level of diluted ideologies and emotional deflections, whether it be intentional or unintentional. When you're talking about supporting a movement for large groups of people, I don't know what the motivation is if other groups of people that are not necessarily concerned with your movement, they haven't really expressed any interest in it other than a few posts on Twitter. Because when you get reparations, you don't want it to be online, do you? Don't you actually want to get a physical check in your hand? You want something signed into law. You want a declaration. You want some sort of binding document, right? That you can put your hands on, right? Don't you want to take out your phone and say, "Look at this document about reparations," right? Just like we went down in Tulsa over the weekend. That wasn't no online post, was it? You actually saw people meeting in a venue with a formal announcement. Yeah, you can use the internet for communications and networking, but when it comes to the actual work, you're gonna have to get out and get out there and get in front of folks who actually can have some sort of impact and direction on whatever your objectives are, if you have legitimate objectives, if you will. People are going to have to find out what is important, what are the top agendas, what are the priorities from various Black families from different backgrounds. People fighting for reparations in New Jersey, people fighting for reparations in Georgia, people fighting for reparations in Texas, California, the Carolinas, Kentucky, all over. Who is supposed to know that those people are fighting for reparations? Are those people going to be on the internet, or are they going to be in physical places where they do business and conduct and process, paperwork? But before you go to those places, when you find out where they are and who they are you going to yell, "We deserve reparations because our descendants went through slavery"? Is that going to be enough to give them any type of priority and agenda and move you to the front of the line, give you a place and a voice to speak? When you present your case, it should be able to be read, comprehended, and articulated by several different people other than yourself. Like, take me, for instance. I should be able to view it. If it's a digital document, I should be able to open it up, click on it. I should be able to see a heading, an outline, detailed bullet points, paragraphs, whether it be in chronological order, whether it be in a graph format, There should be illustrations. There should be some sort of reference that I could cross-check to see if the information that you're putting in that presentation is factual or not. Why does it get slow when we're trying to have a dialogue about things that can benefit the Black community? Would there be one particular source in the disbursement or liability or accountability when it talking about reparations? Um, Slavery. That pretty much involved uh, a few different entities, corporations, slave plantation owners, uh, political empires, whether it be monarchs or governments. Reconstruction, Jim Crow era. There should be a list of several different corporations, political organizations, law enforcement agencies, governments. What's the period after World War II? What is that? Is that what we call that pre-civil rights era? Post-civil rights era? Are we going to cut it off in June of 2025? Or are we going to cut it off in 2020? What's the cutoff date? 2000, 2012, 2008? Nah, Joe. Everybody ain't at work, man. Boy, some people are up here snoring their asses off, snoozing like a big dog. They've been up all night, tricking off online. Nah, I think the industrial age started in 1870s. We've got plenty of factories and machines and engineering in operation prior to World War II. But I acknowledge at least you're responding to that. Um, who's the next black political leader, black activist? Where is the next black community that's going to acknowledge reparations as being owed to descendants of slavery in the United States. Is that going to be Dallas, Texas? Is that going to be Atlanta, Georgia? Is that going to be Jackson, Mississippi? Is that going to be Memphis, Tennessee, Nashville, Louisville, Kentucky, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Washington, D.C., Charleston, South Carolina, Omaha, Nebraska? How many more states, cities, communities are we going to need before there's a significant shift in the culture and the talk and the wave on a scale which cannot be avoided, like we saw with the Japanese, like we see with the Jewish community when we're talking about anti-Semitic and all the stuff that's happening to people that are yelling, "Free Palestine." And let me tread lightly with that statement. What's up with it, Jared? The idea and progress of what goal only? And competing, states competing on what? You working hard for the white man? No, the white man is benefiting, but you are working for you and your family, Joe. But I get what you're talking about. Um, the discussions that concern black folks in America. I see a lot of economic response. I see the term black economics. I see the term black spending power. I see the term black wealth. We certainly are going to have a difficult time in having a discussion about reparations without including some form of economic restitution, right? Oh, I left out Memphis, Tennessee in those cities that I was naming. Or did I? Thought I mentioned Tennessee. But those are some of the larger towns, some of the larger areas, urban and metro areas. But what's wrong with having even some of the rural areas, which there are just as much, if not even more, black families that may not be aware. I would like to find out if people that are living in DeKalb County, Mecklenburg County, Shelby County, Wyandotte County, Cook County, Prince George County, Pottawatomie County, San Bernardino County, Aurora County, Chattahoochee County. But I need to keep going because I ain't have to Google those counties. I've been in all those counties. I know exactly where they at. And they represent way more counties, way more black population than some of the main cities that have been thrown across this discussion about black people and their progress. Because black people don't make up the majority of these big cities. Black people don't make up the most of New York City. They don't make the most of Chicago, Illinois. They don't make the most of even Baltimore, I don't think. Maybe Washington, D.C. They don't make the most of Philadelphia either. They don't make the most of Atlanta, Georgia either. I think they do make the most of Jackson, Mississippi, and Memphis, Tennessee, though. But black people are not going to get together and move away from where they're at now and decide to build in an area that only involves or includes other black people. They're not going to pull a Toonsboro, Georgia situation. Where 19 different families pooled together about $88,000 each and put their $1.7 million trust fund to purchase a town that focused on the progress on black counties. It didn't get a lot of traction because it happened during George Floyd. So black people have gotten together. Certain black folks have gotten together already. They put their money together already. They put their ideas together already, and they developed a black only community already in the state of Georgia. About 2 hours east of Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, I've been talking for 2 hours. Yeah, y'all been letting me ramble. $1.7 million brought 97 acres of land in Georgia. To believe, what's up with it? You just looked up the black families in Georgia? It's the last one. So we have a track record, we have cases, we have examples. Black families coming together for a black cause to black people forward. What happened? Damn, well, I thought I was gonna get some pushback off that Malcolm X comment I made about his mother being biracial. But he gets a pass. I don't really think he's concerned about who the parents are of people that do activism in black communities for different causes. But I know plenty of people that don't have two black parents, and they do more. They do more activism in the black community than people that do have black parents, but they don't give the same. They don't get the same pass though. What have I been hearing for the last decade or so about Barack Obama with his white mom? Right, he spoke against reparations. That's a strike in my book. It ain't really got nothing to do with him having a white mama though. It's like somebody posted in the chat earlier. He supports a particular rainbow community. But he also signed into law to make sure that black families received adequate health care, didn't he? He also declared the month of June as African American Music Awareness Month, didn't he? So I'm not trying to support or talk down on Barack Obama, but I don't need to keep discussing the things that I don't like about him. When I can pull up just about anybody's previous history and resume and find things that don't necessarily line up with not only my ideologies, but would be considered a negative if you compare it to others. What's up, Jihad? All right, just checking something else real quick. Gotta put that somewhere else. So, are we just gonna keep going back and forth and around in circles? Uh, when we see something go viral on the internet about things that don't really have nothing to do with the black community, and we start claiming that we really concerned about reparations now. So let me just yell a few talking points, and that's supposed to be enough to have the discussion going in the street. So I may be talking to the wrong people. That might be one issue. Yeah, I might be talking to the wrong people. Hold on 1 second. Let me see. Where did I go yesterday morning? Anybody remember where I was yesterday morning? Yeah, all right. Anybody read that? Fixing out there what this is. Ah. Can anybody tell me what this is? What used to be in that box? I ain't gonna lie. The pizza was a good incentive, but I definitely didn't expect to get a whole entire pizza, and I could have got more than one. I actually had so many pieces. Cause why? People are not really interested in helping out in the community. It's like there's a lot of people that claim they support reparations, but they really don't have any motivation or really concerns about not only receiving reparations, but supporting reparations for other Black people. They don't even really want to be heard. Yeah, Pizza Hut was the main sponsor of that community resource event yesterday. They had snacks. They had all types of stuff. It was kind of a drizzly weather day, so, and plus I didn't have enough charge on my phone, so I wasn't able to live stream, but I was kind of moving kind of quickly. I didn't really have time to start up a stream. Plus, I wasn't going to be available for the rest of the afternoon anyway. But maybe I'll live stream the one next month. Because if nothing else, at least I know on the first Wednesday of every month, at least for the rest of this year, that I will have a free pizza waiting on me specifically. No matter what. Yeah, free, Jackson. That's what I said. I said, free? Remember, Truth, when you typed in the group chat yesterday? When I was typing the word free, I was actually headed to that event to get something free. I tried to tell somebody else about it, boy. They looked at me like I was crazy. I was like, man, ain't nobody giving out no damn free pizza. I had the pizza in my hand. And Pizza Hut is nowhere close to this location here. And I was walking. I wasn't even driving. But I want to see if we can get the reparations discussion going as often and as hard as the Diddy trial discussion. I want to see if we can get the reparations discussion going just as hard as the drill rap discussion. I want to see if we can get the reparations discussion going just as hard as the Fat Joe hip hop discussion. I want to see if we can get the reparations discussion going just as hard as we talk about the light skin, dark skin discussion. We should be able to get some response from various local groups about reparations, especially if it's negative. Negative reparations discussions from actual organizations that are not specifically tied to the internet. I'm talking about governments or corporations is traction media. The black governor, Wes Moore, discussing his views about not supporting, vetoing reparations. That's actually working in the favor of at least getting the discussion going. What if Target? What if Walmart? What if Amazon? What if Tesla? What if JP Morgan Chase start making negative comments about reparation? What traction, what fallout from that do you think would happen if those corporations saying are come out publicly and go on the record and saying we do not support reparation? Not just some random YouTuber or somebody on Instagram or Facebook. You could have had free pizza last weekend, yeah. You gotta wait till the Diddy trial over. It's hundreds of screens dedicated to rationalists, yes. We don't need all the black people in the United States to be in agreement or support of reparation. All black people did not come together, even in these specific regions, which I'm about to name. All the black people did not come together in Evanston, Illinois. All the black people did not come together in Tulsa, Oklahoma. All the black people did not come together in Amherst, Massachusetts. All the black people did not come together in Rosewood, Florida. All the black people did not come together in Asheville, North Carolina. All the black people did not come together in Stockton, California. What's up with it, Evan? But those local communities somehow had enough influence for their governments to acknowledge and at least go on the record for some sort of restitution or reparations, specifically aimed towards black people in that particular area. Was it enough? Probably not. But I'm pretty sure that the black people that are benefiting from that would be more appreciative of that than having absolutely zero response from their governments in their community. some of the other races seem to have enough of what? Oh, y'all back on the entertainment? Okay. All right. Okay. So we're getting in the mid-morning here. Are my reparation arguments in the Midwest, are they going to be exactly the same for the reparation arguments for the people down there in Columbia, South Carolina? Are the people's reparation arguments in Mobile, Alabama going to be the same for Richmond, Virginia? Are the people in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, are they going to have the same reparation arguments for the people in Nashville, Tennessee? Are the people in Dayton, Ohio, are they going to have the same reparation arguments as the black people in Omaha, Nebraska? Should the people in Compton, California be awarded the same as the people in Charlotte, North Carolina? So if y'all had people in different areas with different dynamics, how are y'all going to expect similar or identical results? Before you can tell somebody who you feel that should not deserve reparations, you should have clear breakdowns on not only why you should receive reparations, but what are you actually expecting to receive as reparations? Whether it is financial, whether it is asset land based, whether it is community resource based when it comes to commodities access in the form of agriculture, food, access to education and information and technical training, advanced education, healthcare and medical resources. Okay, I see some of the questions in the chat. I don't know. Y'all had access to the different resources available to find out. if your specific dynamic line up with somebody else's. If you're not involved politically on a local level, how are you expected to be involved politically on a national or a federal level, or even an international level? This is where we start talking or discussing top down or bottom up. You say you see construction projects. You don't see no black folk. Do you live in an area where the population is mostly black folks? Speaking of construction, well, I can tell it's gonna be hot as hell today. Reparations should include Jim Crow. Yeah, Barnhart is a large operation. Very huge. I'm waiting on something to come through. So, all right, my bad, y'all. Trying to multitask. But with the chat at the same time. All right, let me see. Back to the live action. All right, who can tell me what this is right here? Somebody can tell me what that is right there? Y'all brought up structure. What was that? Worker? Didn't your man say when he see construction projects, it don't be no black folks on construction projects? I thought black folks wouldn't own construction projects. I'm certified by a federal agency to be involved on construction projects. I got my own number. Most people have to pay for that. But because I hooked up with a black woman and the name on that, the name that you saw at the bottom left of that was an African dude, hooked it up to where they actually gave me a little bit of compensation for it. So what are you talking about? Everybody in my class was black. You never you never met a person that worked for OSHA? Yeah, I'm waiting on my letter size search so I can put it in a frame it up like you do the doctor's degrees and your other education and training certification. They come once a year. Let's see. Let's go back to the video one more time. So what's that other card at the bottom? Got another OSHA card. Specifically said I can do what? Operate a what? That card said I can operate a what? That means I'm qualified to do what? Too small on your phone? No. That was just forklift certification. Some jobs don't require it, but some jobs actually check and see if you are certified to work pieces of equipment, not just forklifts, but other machinery before you even get to the job interview. So we're not going to go through some of my certifications today. I'm going to try to keep this somewhat geared towards this reparations talk and discussions about building your case for you and other people around you to be the beneficiaries of various reparations, um, I guess, reparations in the form of economics, in the form of assets, commodities, legislation, contracts, agreements, discussions? Or are we going to have more energy and more time to yell about who should not receive reparations? Construction sites were raided by ICE. Oh, yeah. That's been going around. Yeah, I don't see anybody who don't have ancestors that were involved in slavery talking about getting reparations. I don't see white folks talking about they should receive reparations, even though slave owners uh, receive reparations. I don't hear white folks saying, "Hey, my ancestors were slave owners who received reparations, and I think we should get some too." I don't see that. Just like I don't see people from Jamaica, people from Haiti, people from Nigeria, people from the Congo, Uganda, Ethiopia, Burkina Faso, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Tanzania. I don't see them people coming over in America talking about, oh, I think we should deserve reparations. Yeah, where those people at? So if they ain't talking about reparations, how are black people that pretend that they are in support of reparations focusing so much attention on them? Let's keep the discussion on why black people in America should receive reparations. If you are in support of black people throughout the diaspora who are seeking reparations from different organizations because they are and they do have ancestral lineage to slavery. Mixed folks can't get reparations. Mixed. So how does somebody in Trinidad not have ancestral lineage to ancestral in slavery? How does somebody in Rio de Janeiro, Guatemala, Costa Rica, All the Caribbean islands that have the word saint in front of it. Are y'all saying that they don't have nothing to do with any slave trade? That's what y'all saying? What am I seeing here? I might be misreading that. Mixed. Mixed with what? Right. Who should receive reparations? People that have ancestral lineage to slavery. Mixed? Damn, ain't you Yvette Carnell, ain't she mixed with something? Mixed. Mixed. Mixed with what? Who in the chat not mixed? Is anybody in the chat full something? Mixed. And mixed. They mixed. Who in the chat not mixed with something? I gotta see this right now. You not mixed? Woo. Well, y'all are trip. If you mix, you don't get no reparations, or you get a percentage. Mix. I don't know. Mixed. They ain't never told me what they mix with. I guess they gotta look it up. I just asked you what you mix with. Three separate claims: slavery, Jim Crow, and modern inequality. You separate Jim Crow from modern inequality? Modern. Is it a ancestral secret? Since I don't see no response in terms of what y'all mix with. Mm-hmm. Okay. While I wait on the details of the mix component and makeup, what do you think or how would you present a valid reparations argument to Black people that should receive or be the beneficiaries of some form of reparations or restitution? So it's gonna have to be hashed out. There are people that have and are receiving reparations on a more localized level, waiting on the federal government. Obviously, was not the ultimate desire. So, if somebody received reparations in Evanston, Illinois, if somebody received reparations in Rosewood, Florida, if somebody received reparations in Asheville, North Carolina, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Stockton, California, Amherst, Massachusetts, should they receive additional reparations if this should come down from the federal government? Have y'all just split up y'all divisions and departments for those who are waiting on federal government reparations versus those who are willing to work with more localized reparations from local governments? Because y'all clearly not on the same page. What's up with it, Dr. Lamb? Yeah, I was, man, boy, that stream yesterday was wow, boy. But I did see your article regarding the Forbes article on the new collar jobs. Man, have I been talking for 3 hours straight? Don't worry, I'm gonna put the link out in a second. So when you receive reparations and you are looking to obtain something other than financial or economic benefits, would you be able to do that without including uh, your local government or local businesses around your local community area? Like if all you was looking to do is receive a check, you could receive that from the National Treasury Department and just do what you want, right? But if you're looking to get land, if you're looking to get access to resources such as healthcare, specified training and education, access to agriculture, food, building materials, a place where people can gather together for meetings. You're gonna have to involve your local government, right? or your local businesses, right? So how can you leave them out? If you're talking about getting land, at some point in that process of receiving land, you're going to have to negotiate with a local government. You want free chicken? Mhm. If you don't want to share your reparation benefits with any other group, don't share it. Several forms of credit is better than cash. Black folks will dispose of and spend all the cash up faster than various forms of credit or commodities. You might have an argument there. If somebody has access to a printing press and puts free chicken or let me see. Uh, let's see. Oh, free chicken only for it has to be related to reparations. So how would I put free chicken in support of reparations on a T-shirt? Something like I receive free chicken because I support reparations for Black folks. Reparations now. Here's free chicken while you wait. Something like that. Yeah, I wear that T-shirt. Print it up. I just showed you my empty pizza box from my community resource event yesterday in my area. What are you doing in your area? Have you ever done anything in your area to help anybody, not just Black folks? If you help yourself, I guess that would count. You put plastic and cardboard in the recycled trash can. You help your community. I guess that would count, wouldn't it? I don't know. Do Kentucky Fried Chicken use real chickens? I'm not sure. They just literally closed not only Kentucky Fried Chickens, but they closed Hooters in my local town. I wear that shirt if it had Chicken George on the back of it. Reparations now. Everybody know what that was. Not everybody, but yeah. Print that up. Picture of Ben Vereen, reparations now, and the word free on the front. Yeah, I'll wear that. So, what's the best way to compel and keep the sustainment of the conversation about reparations for Black folks going? Whether it be on a local level, whether it be on a local level, transcending to a more regional and national level. Some of us, only a small handful of us, are really striving for it to be an international discussion. Was everybody in the United States talking about reparations for Japanese folks? Was everybody in the United States talking about reparations for the Jewish community? Was everybody in the United States discussing reparations for Native Americans? What's up with it, Corey? Man, they shut Hooters down, yo. Nah, I didn't go to the restaurant. So yeah, that would be a good idea to start T-shirts going. Some people are embarrassed to talk about reparations in the streets. So maybe we should pass out flyers. Maybe we should create some billboards. Maybe we should pay for digital billboards. Maybe we should wrap some Teslas or electric vehicles. Maybe we should tie a wagon behind an electric scooter. Maybe we can pay a driver of a van or a small truck with reparations around it and have him just drive around town on Sundays or something like that. I don't know. You can come up with something. You can come up a reason to spend hours on end talking about Diddy on trial or who the GOAT of basketball is or who took over hip hop. or who is snitching in some RICO case with the guy named Young in front of it, or Lil. You can spend hours on that topic. Can I at least get 5 or 10 minutes on reparations and how we can keep that discussion and operation going? Can you please direct me to the organization or the person that would know how to articulate this in front of a political or government body? Thank you. I appreciate it. See how easy that works? You off the hook now. Just point me in that direction, and then you can hop back in your space, and then you can talk about Diddy, Meg the Stallion, Drake, Lil this, and Young that, and who was the best professional athlete back in 1970, and who just got a multi-million-dollar contract. You can talk about all that shit you want to after you've done that. And we'll have those discussions. And we won't cut you out of the deal. You just now turned anti-entertainment. That's crazy. You would nominate Dr. Who? Oh my gosh. I don't want Dr. Umar articulating nothing in front of Congress. Especially reparations. Nah, he can spend his time resolving his own personal issues, yo. Trust me. The National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America advocates for financial compensation for the descendants of former slaves in the U.S. All right, I'm gonna let y'all handle that. Umar discussion in the chat. Man, let me put out the link. Y'all let me sit up here and ramble for 3 hours? So when y'all say reparations in the form of land, what y'all talking about? What is the best method for advocating reparations to be paid by specific organizations, whether it be a corporation, um, private organizations, or a governmental body. How would you convince those particular entities to do that? What would be your main talking point? What would you try to drive home? What would you do, show, illustrate, express for them to say, you know what? I really cannot really push back on that, and I am compelled to at least acknowledge, said disbursement. I'm trying to see. No, I never wore a white beater at any type of job, actually. They don't have any idea of how to articulate and create a reparations argument in front of a political body. That's why I saw that name, Umar, in front of U.S. Congress. Do those two words even go together? Dr. Umar in U.S. Congress committee hearing regarding reparations. Do that even sound together? No, I don't want him talking about nothing. Well, sound like y'all got a little bit of work to do. If we're having difficulty even discussing a reparations argument in terms of what we need versus talking about who should not get reparations. Should be more than 40 acres. Did the Tulsa mayor discuss his reparations package with the masses? So who was talking about reparations first? Uh, the mayor, Monroe Nichols, or the people in the community? Because he just became mayor. free chicken. Man, let me get this link out so I can get going here. Now you put in reverse, just redlining for housing, gentrification. King of Kampala. What's up, Pigeon Feathers? What's up with it? Sustainability, land use, biodiversity, 2,000 gallons of diesel spills in Baltimore waterfront. You have an environmental news article. We're definitely going to touch on that. Yeah, we're definitely going to try to keep the reparations discussion going. And current events that actually affect Black communities. We're not going to be covering the Diddy trial or any trial that has a defendant with the name Lil or Young in front of it. And if you are not going or you're not at the game, I shouldn't really have any long drawn out discussions about that either. Everybody got a TV, I think. Is there anybody here that don't have a TV? Because I ain't getting no response on when I asked the question about who wasn't mixed. I think that's the right link. All right, that's the link. Is any money going directly to the survivor or their families? I haven't actually read the actual text. but I'm quite confident that the families of the only two living remaining survivors of the Tulsa massacre are going to benefit from this particular legislation. You couldn't find what section? 150 bands to 9 members. Yeah, I heard some of the funds were from private sponsors. Nambia honors victims colonial genocide reparations. No, I was saying that there are only two ladies that are still alive today that were alive during the 1921 Tulsa massacre. The man just recently passed. I think it was 2021 or during the pandemic. It used to be three, but now there's only two. I read the names earlier. But yes, obviously there are more than two families. Just want to get that clear. Yeah, and it's more than 9 families also. There are thousands of individuals at least. But no need to get caught up on exact numbers. Yeah, it will be quite interesting to see. We can actually plan a trip to discuss how they were able to get together and form this particular argument and have this black mayor come out on record in public and announce reparations for black people. Did anybody find out if he was a Democrat or not? Is that a concern to people, whether he's a Republican or a Democrat? I didn't really see anything. Private funding is funding from either individuals or local companies, corporations, organizations, activist groups, donations, people that are looking for tax write-offs and so forth. All right, moderators, make sure you pass the link around. You said, what about the state? And what about the federal government? Yeah, that's what I asked earlier. If some of the few communities across the land have received some form of restitution and reparations, should they qualify or be allowed reparations from the federal government at least? And I haven't really seen anything from Washington, D.C. saying, hey, yes, Washington, D.C. Congress has authorized reparations, restitution for Tulsa, Oklahoma. At least on record. What Arkansas mayor? All right, let me put the link in the chat one more time before I go on another rant and forget about it. What form of reparations whether it be more than one, a combination of two, would be sufficient for specific communities? Uh, the top two that I see is currency, cash, and physical land allotments. That's what I see. I don't see anything about healthcare, agriculture, food, education, schools. I don't see anything about a museum. I don't see anything about advocating for any type of media production in terms of a documentary on Netflix or Hulu. showing the people that were responsible for the slave trade, Jim Crow, or anything like that. The 60-40 method, think tanks, think. And this would be think tanks. That's been coming up. It ain't as big as the cash in the land part, but what would be some of the primary agendas in terms of the black think tanks that y'all talking about? Do we need reparations for a black think tank? Is this a black think tank? What are we doing here? Are we not thinking? What do we have to be in order to be considered a think tank? What are we thinking about? Stock investments. That's quite interesting that you would say invest in stocks. Are there any stocks that would include black-owned companies that you're talking about? But that's quite interesting that you would say stocks. When you're talking about stocks, I would assume that you were talking about some companies that have some sort of affiliation with Wall Street. And most of the business, from what I've seen and heard, that are listed on the stock market, whether it be the NASDAQ or the New York Stock Exchange, those are white companies. So would it be beneficial for black people to invest in white companies? You missed what guy on the panel? Working in a shop. You don't know. Uh, the guy that used to have his camera on, working in a shop. Working in a shop. Doing what? What did he? What was he? And shout out to Only for the $12 super chat. I used to have my camera on while I was driving. Yeah. I told you I'm gonna have it hooked back up when I start getting back out there. I'm moving around. I just showed you my OSHA certification. I can't get an OSHA certification while I'm driving on the road. I gotta sit still for a few weeks, months even. No, she talking about somebody. Only talking about somebody else. I thought. Are you talking about Q? He still has his camera on. There's a and we keep the reparations discussion going, but we can get into some current events, news events. Y'all have been dropping them. I heard my
It is interesting that we're talking about bypassing Congress. It seems like that's all that has happened actually this Congress. In fact, it's why we've had to spend so much time in courts. And thank God that we at least have one branch of government that has decided not to abdicate their duties and has decided that there are things such as, impoundment. And so when
1 second. Shout out to Simo for Cash App. Appreciate it, yo. My screen is not stuck. Trying to do more than one thing at the same time. But we getting it done. We moving. We're keeping the discussion about reparations alive and active and very lively. We're putting just as much energies in the reparations topic, just like we do entertainment and gossip. So tell me what portion, for those who feel that the local Tulsa reparations situation should be added to by state and federal governments. Do you think it should be more money? Do you think it should be allowed a specific legislation? And I'm not sure, but I'm very interested in seeing those particular outcomes. Yes, what you heard was Jasmine Crockett. I have subscribed to her YouTube channel, and she is dropping videos on a regular basis. She is running for a ranking subcommittee chairman, I believe. You're going to be opening up a food truck with chitterlings in State County. I'm pretty sure that was spelled. I actually support that, actually. I told him to pass the link around a minute ago when I first dropped it. I'm gonna drop it one more time. Oversight Committee, yeah. Thank you, Dr. Lamb. And we're also going to be getting into those 10 new collar, not white collar, not blue collar, but new collar jobs that are yielding six figures through, not through, not THROUGH, but through, THU, through the door, six figures off the bat. One of those was construction project manager at 130 bands. I posted some cybersecurity link information yesterday in the chat. So one of those are also on the list. You want some action going? Yeah, we're going to have plenty of action today. If I personally have to drop what I'm doing, come back to the chat and light fire under some rocks and get this reparations discussion on full blast. Was that good enough? Or is it still too low and too slow for the people in the back? Oh shit, I ain't CQ in the chat. My bad, yo. See, it's different when you grow up in a household as an only child. You don't really wait till somebody else come around to start moving, right? But I know I can't do it by myself, right? But I don't let that hold me back, right? Sometimes I jump the gun. I take accountability for that. But I definitely don't need nobody to say go for me to say go. But yes, pin the link up because I'm definitely gonna need some co-pilots in a bit here. Okay, we got that link in the chat. Moderators, make sure you pass the link around till we get it posted up. What's up with it, Gold Mine? Man, y'all told them to hit the link. Now y'all done timed them out. What happened? Man, I can't keep up with the chat, boy. Y'all be running that. So, Yeah, I don't know how y'all would split that up. If somebody received reparations from their local government and then you feel that they should receive additional reparations or add to the reparations that they already received from the federal government. So if they only got land and maybe specified amounts of cash from the local government, maybe an additional amount of cash to supplement, uh, maybe some avenue or process for training and education. Because for me, as I just showed you, my OSHA certification card that finally came and was available to me. Uh, you can't really have any industry without some form of training and education. Like nothing is done or completed. There is no government. There is no medical department. There is no engineering. There is no development of farming. There is no processing of anything without being trained and taught how to do it. Everything must go through the school. Let me see. What's his name? Akil Imin. Can you make yourself available? All y'all hit the link at the same time. I appreciate it. When he had the top of his head and the, oh, okay. Let me see how this gonna work out. Okay, there you go. Y'all say y'all wanted them on the link on the panel, so there you go.
Yeah, y'all going about this thing all wrong, man. We're under civil law when this is a common law state. So you got to go to the law, and you're
Yeah.
dead. And this whole thing is about law.
Mm-hmm. My body might be down. Is my mic low?
No, he going eat choppy.
That's him? Oh, okay.
You kind of disappoint me, bro. I thought you was running a black school
You thought I was running
and
a black
teaching.
school? No, the owner of the black school is in the chat. He just typed 90 seconds before you hit the link. He's actually in the process of expanding his school as we speak. He moved from a smaller location to a larger location. So what's your complaint now?
Man, y'all dead, bro.
Huh? What are you saying?
He's on mute.
Oh.
He said we're dead
Oh, okay.
because we
Well,
use the
what
word
the hell is
black.
he doing over here? We're dead. Does he normally go to dead
That's
channels?
that Moorish sovereign citizen logic, that Black Law Dictionary logic.
Shit, he had that goddamn construction vest on. Shit. He got his name and registered to some goddamn government body. And I ain't about to trying to hear that
The
sovereign
hell?
shit. The fuck you
What the
wearing?
hell? He
You gotta
work?
show ID, motherfucker.
What the fuck is
You gotta
wrong with
show
these
somebody
dudes?
that's not black that you belong in a goddamn zone that's registered for people that are tied to some sort of governmental database. I bet you don't be talking that sovereign shit when it's time to get paid, do it.
Man, man, what is wrong with these people?
Sit up here in a goddamn construction outfit talking about some damn sovereign shit. Get the fuck out of here with that.
He's sovereign until that check, until it's payday, huh?
Yeah, boy. All that sovereign shit go up right out the goddamn window.
Vanity of these people, yo. Man just straight said he been typing it in the chat that we're going about this all wrong. It's not about reparations. It's
Oh,
about the
oh, that's why
inheritance.
y'all timed him out. I was
It's
wondering what
about the
happened.
inheritance. I'm like, that's what I wanted him to teach us about. What it the inheritance? What inheritance are you talking about that we're
Motherfucker
supposed to
ain't
inherit?
he ain't inherited shit but a bunch of bills. Shit. That motherfucker spending more money than a goddamn Amazon shopper. Hold on, let me switch devices so I can hear it. I've been rambling. I forgot I was solo for 3 hours.
Yeah, you work. Yeah, man. Yes, we dead, even though we're alive.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how alive people are dead though. You trying to make that? I'm still trying to figure that one out.
Man, ain't
Like
nobody trying to figure that
how
out.
are we dead by law?
Nobody trying to hear that, man. It's gonna get in the way. There's another Hebrew sovereign person not able to provide or show any evidence that he or anybody that he know is not affiliated or tied to some document.
Man,
He definitely is not on no sovereign shit.
that man at work.
That's why he had to get off the phones because he was gonna get fired or sent home. Shit.
His boss came around. Hey, bro. Hey,
No, he did that
we
shit
need you to
before his
dig this
boss seen
hole.
him. Yeah, if his boss seen him, shit, he'll be back. He'll be still on the damn panel. If he was seen by his fucking boss or supervisor,
Yeah,
shit.
stupid. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. The
Nah, he ain't
boss.
get no damn benefit of the damn doubt.
Yeah,
Shit.
shit.
Cut that shit
He
off
said
before
he
he
said
get to the
he ain't got no union. He ain't got no union back
man.
up.
That motherfucker ain't got no damn backup. You better back his ass up back on that damn job site.
Oh, shit. It ain't break time, nigga. What you doing on the phone?
He just got there. Shit. Break what? Break your ass off on this goddamn toolbox. Shit.
Comedy. Idiot side.
You ain't gonna do nothing to interrupt that.
He'll holler back at lunchtime for 30 minutes. Then when he get off, he'll try to join. But
Nah, he ain't gonna mess that up either. Shit.
no,
He
he
only
ain't
got a
going.
certain amount of time for lunch, and he ain't gonna waste it trying to log in. Y'all done blocked him in the chat. He can't come back anyway to what's 1800 seconds or eight is that
600 seconds. I think
30,
that's like yeah, like 30 minutes.
30 minutes? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's OSHA violation, Jackson.
Right, we dead. How can we work?
Yep.
Dead people can't work. It's crazy.
Dev, you been lighting them up?
Nah, I was trying to get the fire under the Ross. Pause. Before the weekend hit. Shit, y'all had me rolling yesterday on Garfield channel, boy. That
Hey,
dude from California, boy, that mug, boy,
hey,
he's
Savio, he talk
piece of
about
work.
Sonny and Chris and Price Brandon.
Y'all had Price even worked up. Price said, hold on, I'm ready for the shits. I want some action now. Who next? Boy, I
What
was
happened?
rolling.
What
We
happened?
they
Man,
well Chris Savio mute so I can say it. I can't hear.
is that yeah,
That's
that's Sabia.
Savio.
Yeah.
Yeah. What happened was they started off by saying, well, Chris started off by saying women, the women that lost their 160,000 jobs in government, are also that same group of women with student loans. And so why would you go to college and rack up college or universities and rack up all that student loan debt and you don't make as much as men anyway. You're the lowest on the totem pole as far as the income gap. And then now and y'all all flock to government jobs and then now all y'all done lost y'all jobs. Now y'all got debt and you broke and you don't have a job.
Chris Hill said that. Chris the Republican said that,
Republican.
or the Trump.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't. I try to stick to his informational. I don't know about his political background. He might be moving around. Come on back, Seville.
Yeah, is that better? Do
Yeah,
I
you
still have
good?
that background noise?
No, you cleared it up. It's clear.
So, wait a minute. How did
So
he?
yeah,
How did he
go ahead,
fathom that
Cynthia.
though? How did he come to
Well,
that conclusion?
that what they say that's the sentiment on TikTok. The fact that they don't understand why black females, why we keep sending our girls to school, and we already know all these factors. Like, and why you gonna go and get debt, or why you gonna go and purchase? You're single. Why you purchasing a home? All you doing is putting yourself in debt, and then when it's time to estate plan or get a trust or retirement plan, you can't because all your money is tied up into debt. So why collect debt if you're single? That was their sentiment. That people with well, in particularly black women with college degrees, um, and single women with buying houses, because I purchased my house in '07. I was like, why would I? My mortgage is 680, 3 bedroom, 2 bath. Why the hell would I go and rent for $1,800 and I could pay my rent 3 times, my mortgage 3 times? Y'all crazy. My house is almost paid for or whatnot. I'm not doing that just because I'm not married with no kids. You crazy as all get
So,
out.
so,
And I wouldn't
so is
encourage
that
nobody.
basically what he was saying, that women need to get a man and let the man do that?
No,
Like I'm I'm
he
trying to
wouldn't say he
understand.
wouldn't
Like,
necessarily say get a man. He was just saying don't do it because you're still single, that you could just rent or you could just live with somebody and save your money. Don't get your money tied up into houses and cars, basically. And education. Don't get your money
what?
tied up in
So don't
education.
get educated. So be stupid, living on somebody,
What
saving your money.
what
Hmm,
the
that's an
easier
interesting concept.
there's an easier educational route that um you're not getting the jobs anyway, so why get tied up with so much debt in the universities, because it's not beneficial to you. And
So
then the data, and they going off of
so
data. Now you got to keep in mind, statistics does have those
so
numbers.
but still, I'm still going off the statistics that show that black women are the highest degree in the nation. or they're higher degree than white men and shit and white women, right?
Right, but they saying that that's not profiting us anything. Just because we got
How
degrees, is
um
not
um
it doesn't mean anything because we
that
just lost those
that
jobs.
that could be said for a lot of. Look, I don't understand that argument. So are we not supposed to get educated? Are women not supposed to be educated? Like, I don't understand I don't understand the argument. Yes, there might be easier ways to get educated and not collect debt. There might be
Yeah, so
ways to do that, but I don't understand the art, what he was trying to
the
get
sen-
across. Like,
the sentiment from them is that, because I know them, is that we should be more family oriented, and we should be running around here single.
oh, so y'all
We
should
need to
just be
get,
making babies. Shut up,
yeah,
make babies.
getting family, and the same thing for men, that single men shouldn't be purchasing homes, because purchasing homes is for
What?
families. And that, Chris is a financial advisor. He's certified. So in
No, he
his
not.
world,
I'm
yeah,
not
he's
taking no
certified.
advice from Chris.
Yeah,
You mean
he's
Chris Hill?
certified. No, 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 not Chris Hill. Chris Logic. He
Oh,
he um he does financial
I'm not
planning,
taking no
estate
advice from him
planning.
either.
And so, because the estate, because my position was that we have real time concerns that keeps us, I think that real factors, and I don't think that they consider that. And you know what, people that always talk about the data says, the data says, the data says, statistics says, statistics, and if I could give you, I can do my own statistics. I've been through the PhD program. Everybody knows data could be screwed, data could be biased, whatever. I don't really care about that. I got a group of friends. I got a group in my circle, and they hate when I talk like this. I got a group in my circle, single and married, that's purchased homes, doing well, with degrees and without degrees, with veteran status and without. So I just get upset because they compare us to the Mexicans and them living together,
Right,
a million in a
right,
house. I don't care about that. I
right.
don't
And
care about
stop.
no damn Mexican, because they don't get the same pushback we do.
And they don't have the same struggle that we have. So again, I don't. Some people should only give advice to those people that want that advice and who can learn from that advice. Now, I'm not saying that Chris isn't an intelligent person or he isn't qualified to speak on certain things, but to to make those statements about our women and the struggle that our women have been through, I think that was just silly. I'm gonna just be honest. Like, I want our women to be as educated as possible so they can teach their children and raise smart, educated, thinking children that'll make smart decisions. Like, I don't want a bunch of women just out here having babies randomly, uneducated, living, shacking up with random people. Like, nah.
Now
What are we doing?
they want us to. They say we should be grouping together. They, and you know what? With the conversation that we had, that why Dale said he was cracking up. The conversations that we have is more so of well, the statistics says
That
this, so why are we
these are
doing that?
these are misogynistic, misanthropic type of thinking, for real.
I absolutely hate when people um when you have your own experience, and I have to think for the collective. We all in different places. You in where? Missouri, Sabio,
Yeah,
and Dev is in Illinois or somewhere like that. I'm in
and we all
South
have different
Carolina.
struggles.
We all have different dynamics going on,
Mm-hmm.
right? And
Mm-hmm.
so, if I would have to spend a lot of time with you all in your areas, so that you can do what I think deem is profitable or sustainable in Carolina. May not work in Missouri, or it may not work in Illinois. So, but we can duplicate. There's some business opportunities you can duplicate in your locations that
Right.
I can
There's
share.
ideas that
Yeah,
may be transferable.
that lucrative. Yeah, and very lucrative, right? And so I'm more on. Let me share. I can share with you a business model that can work anywhere, right? But I don't know if that's going to help you be successful because you still got to put the sweat equity in, right? You still
Right.
got to put the work in. You still got to be able to manage people. You still have to be able to provide quality service. And so when I think that people have conversations about the whole, um, I think it's unfair to say, oh, you only thinking about you, but what about the collective? Well, shit, I don't know how I'm going to help the collective without having a governance behind me
Right. And
to
then I
do
gotta
that.
first be able one of the most beautiful compensations in life is that I can help another without first helping myself. So until I can help myself, I don't want to even think about helping the collective. I have to put myself in a situation to where I can affect the collective in a positive way, to where when I'm helping, I'm not impacting them in a negative way. I'm
Or be
not
an
in the way
example.
of them building or
Be an
them
example.
changing their situation. So
I think
I
that one
don't.
of the reasons we have a problem, and it's just me and Dev, you should chime in on this as well. I think one of the reasons we have an issue is because our data does not favor our success. And what are we calling success? What are we calling thriving communities? What are we calling a thriving black collective? I think that we have the examples are those who are doing it is not depicted in the data. And I think that if we continue to let data that's collected over time that is not caught up to current, because that's
And
why a lot of
doesn't
the
fully
surveys that are going
represent
out
us.
now, yes, because we have changed in some aspects and we have some success stories, but I don't think all of that gets collected. Like I pulled up a survey last night from a university, and they said that black folk that they're narrowing down the successes in black communities right there. They shared the sentiment of where there's some black communities that are doing well. So because we don't have full states that represent all of us, our data gets screwed, and it's all by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We know they screwed numbers before, but the only time that is beneficial for the use of the conversation is when it favors their points. And so we go at it. We were
Hmm.
going at it last night. We were, and Price definitely was. We were going at it, but a lot of people have that sentiment though, Sabio. A lot of individuals say, "Well, the data says black women got degrees and they got a lot of debt. They don't, or they making 30 some thousand or 50 some thousand. They ain't making no money. They have more debt. The debt to equity ratio is more than, they have more debt than what they earning. And then when you say, okay, well, let's talk about the factors that are keeping them from earning a fair wage or earning their worth. Okay, there we go. We get into the merit conversation. So you're saying that that my education, my experience, my time doesn't equal the white man, and
Mm.
because he's white, he gets to have more, he gets to make more money, or we put us both in the same position and I outperform him, his merit is still above mine.
Mm.
I hate
And-
those gender wars. That pisses me off so bad. You ever want to see me go off the hinges? Tell me that my success doesn't matter because the girl down the road doesn't have success. To hell.
right. And I understand because it's basically comparing my success to another person's, and my success doesn't uh, equate or have anything to do with the next person's, and yours shouldn't either. So your qualifications should make you qualified or eligible for the position. And if it doesn't, then why not? If it's because I'm a woman, then that's sexism. Same way. If it's because I'm a black man and I'm discriminated against because I'm competing against a white man and a white woman, and they get a white and they give the white man the job over me and the, but it's not because they're more qualified. It's because of, it's the same situation. It's just
It's a
that you're a black
societal
woman,
norm. It's a
but right,
societal
it's
norm.
societal norm, right?
Yeah. And so I just think, and then compare us to Mexicans and oh, they coming up and how they're living, da 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 da. You know, they don't. Their first hard pushback in America is the fact that they facing deportation.
So
They're not getting the other pushbacks. That's why it's so easy for them to change the. That's why it was so easy for them to, they go in and get their general contractor licenses. They're not getting the same pushback that our guys are getting. That's why I don't be hiring their asses when I have my grants. I hired like one of them just to show I had a little diversity, but the hell with that, I hire all black contractors.
so now black men are concerned about Mexicans being deported.
No, they're not concerned about the being deported. They're concerned at the fact that they can, when they're in our country, they group together, they work together, and they moving together as a collective. They're not far removed from their culture. I think that we give them a fair. We don't give a fair assessment, and I don't like it. And I go off on anybody who talk about they're better than us, compare them to us and say that they're better because we have people that working together too, and they have diversity, they have division as well, but they get passes. Nobody talks about that bullshit they be doing with each other. They only just talk about us, and I can't stand when people talk about our plight, but they don't inflate the bullshit that other internationals be doing. That makes me so mad because I've been in other countries and I know how they treat each other, but they always get a pass. They always elevate their women above us as if they have it right, and they don't. Oh, you got me fired up, Fabio. Damn, why you bring that up? I'm mad all over again.
Well, look, this goes to something that I was speaking on last night on my show. I might go further into it, but it's actually crazy
So,
because a lot of it is, it's like internalized patriarchy, if you understand what I'm saying. So
mhm.
because of the because of the way our ancestors view marriage and relationships from the Eurocentric standpoint through colonization, the
It's
patriarchal mindset leads a lot of men thinking, black men
well,
thinking.
look at the coming
And
into the success of the way they gauge success because we don't have certain department stores, credit unions, motels, whatever. When the last time you been to the zoning office? When the last time you tried to get zoning to build a department store in your community and you get shut down because that area has now been designated for something else? Or you get voted, or because you get voted down by people in your planning office who deem that that area could be used for something else, something as simple as you putting up a daycare in your community. When the last time you guys spent time in a comprehensive planning session in your community? These people don't treat us fair. They never did. And so we have to jump hurdles to get a liquor store in our community owned by us. And what they do with us when we try to go get liquor license, they'll find something wrong with you so that they can keep you from getting that. They may let one or two up the road down the block, but we don't get the opportunity to do the same thing. They let you put up a restaurant, but let's talk about the things that bring in money and that they know you're going to make capital from, that they know you're going to change your economic situation, that they know that your community is going to change and you're going to be able to educate your babies. They don't do that for us. Take your asses down to the zoning office. What this shit matter? Down to city hall and county council. We see this all the time. We can show you countless ways when people right now trying to get zoning change, but then you just let the damn nuclear plant come down here with no problem. But that's about to contaminate your entire community. Or the car plant, who disposing their waste into your water sources. That ain't owned by you. Because if you wanted to be that partner, or when they had the opportunity to grow hemp and you got all this land and you put in your application and your damn application get rejected, but you pick up all the white folks' applications. Let's be real about what's going on in our community and how they treating our people. We don't have people just sitting there twiddling their thumbs and not trying to put up stores and grocery stores and plants and manufacturing for the benefit of our community. We have people that's fighting for that every day. But y'all sitting over here and you talking about what's not. Let's talk about what is. Where's the pushback? You don't know because you're not there. Oh, it drives me. Let's talk about the realness of what's happening and why our people. And then when you do get an edge up, when you do get a community that's full of black folks, what do? They come and burn it down. Or they find a reason to put up their inspectable, they come up with some type of inspection hazard that you cannot use so that they could close the doors on your shop. We're not talking about that though. Get those testimonies. Go find out why you got a whole bunch of educated black folks that knows what to do and how to do it and what's the pushback on the ground and why we over here still doing comprehensive studies on things we already know. Why you can't get reparations? You already know what you did wrong. But we have to go and do a study and somebody else can
Right. We
just
have
get a
to do
vote.
another study.
Let's get
Right.
real. Y'all tripping.
Right. Right. We have to do another study. We keep doing studies and they already know the issues and what was done wrong. But we have to have studies. No, we don't need no more studies. Get to the action. I understand what you're saying. I understand.
Wait a minute, I missed the Dr. Lamb rant?
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah.
You weren't paying attention there?
Shit, she was going off so goddamn touch. Shit. I had to duck. Shit.
You said you had to duck.
Man, well, I didn't want to get by nothing.
He said he wasn't trying to catch a stray.
Dev, you done made me get fired up over here. I'm tripping.
No, they thought you was all quiet and timid and only want to discuss how to get a grant.
But yeah, I don't understand that. I still don't understand why anybody will be against the education. Especially on a panel that's
Oh, he
dedicated
did.
to education.
Oh, wait a minute. Was bring down the price of real estate because they
You say what? You
black
choppy.
folks. Damn, I'm trying to go into areas. Yeah, it's windy out here. Hold on, let me go back. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Yeah, you good.
One second. What's up, Pride? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Man, well, I already told you how we feel about Dr. Umar. It can rain. That out. I can't tell if I'm out or not. Hold on. My mic still out?
I can, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. My bad. I'm in one of those zones where one one turn of my head could mean the difference of being heard and not being heard. But let's see. I was trying to find out, was that the same guy that was saying that black folks bring down the price of real estate just because they black? I might be in another dead zone. Let me go and get this out the way. So.
Nah, we hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there was one guy that was saying in the area where he at, black folks is walking around not own shit. How do black folks not own shit and don't have nothing manage to have access to drugs? Drugs is expensive. Alcohol is expensive. Cigarettes and stuff, all that shit costs money. And I know damn well whatever amount they getting on their whatever amount they getting on their supplement from the government, they ain't gonna be able to keep that going the whole time. But yeah, some pretty wild accusations. Do we need to own large corporations?
obviously the people in the city are going to have difficulty in when it comes to land ownership.
Wake up, everybody. It's time to something. Anyway, how y'all doing, man? Life is beautiful, right? Seems like it is. I guess this thing is on. I ain't heard nobody talking for a while. I say, well, I'll check and see what's going on. See if my mic is working or whatever. But anyway, it sounded to me when I came on like Major Mo had just ran into what they had gotten her nigga wake up call. And I hear a lot of people talk like that. They say, do it this way. I say, I do it that way, and then it don't work.
And you say, Wale?
It sounds like you got your nigga wake up call. In your case, negress wake up call, which is that we are not them. They are not us. And they know that. And we pretend like that ain't so at that and start trying to do what they do. And it don't work for you. We have to do what we do. It works for our ancestors, but we figure like our ancestors were dumb and stupid. We need to learn from the cracker how to live and breathe and treat our children and keep our health up. And so now our health is in bad array because we not doing what our ancestors did, which was take care of ourselves. We run up to some doctor somewhere and think he gonna help you because he got, when they didn't already showed you they not gonna do that, but for some reason we run right back up to him. And then when we find ourselves in all these predicaments, and not just with doctors and stuff, with everything, money, economics, whatever you want to do, religion, we always trying to go run up and do what they do instead of doing what our ancestors do. Because, our ancestors were dumb, illiterate slaves. They didn't know nothing. They didn't have no power. So that's how I look at our own ancestors. And so we look up to the cracker and go running up into him and trying to, because he got power and he knows I don't know how it goes in the brain of people, but that just from the outside looking in, that seems to be, what people be thinking. And they go run up in the cracker. I got to go get an education. And so, and I'd be asking, one of the guys asked long ago when I was kind of young, I was still in my 20s. He said, who taught the first professor? Why we got to always go to somebody to get something? Who taught him? Like we can't come up with it ourselves like he came up with it himself. We can't, we're negating our own ancestry and calling it stupid, dumb, and slaves. And we're defeating our own purpose by such an attitude. I had a very long conversation with one of my friends today. Had one yesterday too, the same kind, 2-hour conversation with another one yesterday. And of course, a contingent conversation with a guy before that. But, Oh, I'm echoing. Oh, that's so beautiful.
And so I'm gonna go on mute. It's probably me making you echo.
I'm not, I was just saying that in response to what you were saying, it made me hit the mic. Sometimes I listen and, stuff I don't be interested. I mean, it's not my cup of tea. But that one came off to me strong when I heard you speak. And I said, wow, it sounds like she did hit that note, that resident note that says, wait a minute, we got to do this ourselves. And all this talk of reparations. And my thought is like, my ancestors, my mother, them, my grandmother, them say, if you want to fix yourself, you should fix yourself. Don't wait for somebody else to fix you. Don't try to get somebody else to fix you. Even if they're the ones that hurt you, you should not look to that one to fix you. Malcolm said it himself. I mean, how long ago was that? Almost 100 years now. They stab you in the back and pull out the knife a half an inch, and you're supposed to be thankful. Come on, what are you doing, man? You know what's going on, and then you play into the game. And when people try to tell you, say, well, I got to do this or that, well, you do. You got to carry out whatever your life fate is. Carry it out till hit the fan again. And it will. And when it hit the fan, you get that revelation for yourself. And you'll be like, yeah, I get it. I get it. Nobody had to tell you nothing. It'll hit you in the face all by yourself. And it can go on for years. I know people who went on for decades until it hit them in the face. And then there you go. What you do after that is up to you still.
Yeah. Train the trainer, so to speak. I think I had brought up I have some group of peers who teach and forming to other women on how to grow in your own yard and things of that nature, or to combat food. One of the conversations on food security, because they cut out our state, Carolina, didn't want to pay half of the summer feeding program, so they declined the funding from the federal. So now we don't have no school districts or no organizations who normally would feed and get reimbursement for doing that in the communities. And so I was saying how, volunteering to help some of the organizations pay for some, because they have, 100 or 250 kids in their camp. And so they were looking for support. And so I'm saying how these sister farmers got together and sharing their food that they grow to help with that food security cause.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yep, y'all back.
Yeah, you good. Go ahead. Yeah.
So I'm still trying to figure out what is this disdain we have for education and being taught. Nobody's saying there's anything wrong with learning things on your own. But what is this disdain with being educated?
It sounds like maybe you're approaching something I said, so I'll just directly approach it.
No, I'm talking about.
What is the definition?
I'm
What is the
talking in
definition?
general.
I'm sorry.
But go ahead. I'll
I
answer
thought
the
you had
question
a.
that
I
you
thought you
asked.
had a
No,
question.
no. I did. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Define the word.
Ask.
That's why I like you. You're a smart little guy. Define the word educate.
To draw out, to bring from within.
Thank you. And
Educar.
that's what they're not doing. They're trying to put something in like there's a computer. Garbage in, garbage out. That's what they're doing. They're busy installing stuff into the kid's head instead of pulling the genius out of the kid. So the children are not being educated. They're being indoctrinated and inundated with narratives and what's that other propaganda. Because they always
okay. So slow down. So
now bring it back out. Tell me what I told you yesterday. That's not education.
Slow down. Because I don't disagree with some of the things you're saying. But there comes a step where the education has to become personal. So the people being taught has to do what? Except take the things that are being the instruments that they're being used to be educated or taught with or indoctrinated with, and then go to seek the education to bring it out of themselves. So we're not talking about rote learning. That's where people are stuck at, Wale. Rote learning. It's easy to look at something and remember it and go down and regurgitate it like the alphabets, counting to 100, shit like that. That's rote learning. That's not education. I agree. I totally agree with you. What I'm actually speaking on is why is there such a disdain for the higher level, the parts that actually educate people, where they are actually formulating critical questions and coming and seeking critical answers.
I don't know where you find that sort of perspective, because everyone I know who talks about education speaks of it in the manner that I do and that you just agreed with. Education is to pull the genius out. It's not about indoctrination and inculcation and propaganda, which is mostly what our children get every day in the school systems.
So let me ask you a question. Were you propagandized when they taught you the ABCs?
Cousin,
were you propagandized when you learned the ABCs? Yes or no?
Okay, I didn't learn the ABCs. I learned the alphabet.
Okay, the alphabet. Same difference. We know what we're talking about. We both know what we're talking about. Were you propagandized when you learned the alphabet?
Not at all, man. I was
okay.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying? But see, that's rote learning. That's rote learning, Wale. That's basic.
That's what you are saying, and I understand what I think I do.
Do you know what the word ROTE mean?
Oh, no.
I'm not talking about WROTE. I'm talking about ROTE. Rote. Look it up. Go ahead. You like looking things up?
No, go ahead and tell me. I don't need to look it up.
I'm not going to tell you anything.
Okay. Well, no, I'm not going to look it up right now.
This is a part where you should educate yourself on something, because at this point, I'm speaking above you.
Cousin,
and I don't want to do that.
You just,
that's your attitude. No, I'm trying to. Okay, so I'm gonna give you.
So rote just means automatically or mechanically resume.
All right, thank you. So you can automatically say the ABCs or the alphabets, and you can automatically say 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 is 4, 3 + 3 is 6. That's rote learning, automatic, spontaneous.
That's what you
rote. ROTE. Camille, ROTE.
That's so beautiful.
So that's what you're. So this is where the majority of people are stuck at. That's what you're complaining about.
Oh, I'm not really complaining. I'm just, identifying, cousin. I'm not complaining.
Okay,
I have
you're
no complaint.
identifying. But
I
see,
have
this
no
is what.
complaint.
But see, what we're pushing on these. What I'm actually pushing is further than rote learning. It's the beyond that. And that's the part people are pushing against. People want to stay stuck at the rote level. You don't think so, because you argue as if you don't, because you're so adamant about education and the misuse of the word and how it's being misused or misapplied. I'm actually seeking to draw the intelligence out of our people. So they can educate themselves. So why is the pushback against education?
I haven't noticed, as I said, a pushback against education. What I've noticed, a pushback against indoctrination, propagandization, and socialization. That's what I've heard. But, if you heard something against education, I can't deny that you've heard that. I can only speak on what I've heard and what I speak on. We both
I
agree
have
the word.
pushed back against the
Well, go ahead.
institutions when it comes to education. The traditional techniques and methods don't work for everyone. They're not universal. So I do have pushback against those institutions who do not want to change their methods of teaching. So if you want to challenge that, Sabio, you could be my guest. Go ahead.
I don't think
Why you
there's
say
any.
traditional? What makes them institutions tradition? That's not our tradition. That's Western
Hold up.
cultural tradition.
Hold up,
I don't.
Wale. I
Go ahead.
understand. I don't think anybody disagrees with that the teaching methods may need to be upgraded and the curriculum needs to be changed and become more inclusive or more racially acceptable. No one will deny that. But the way the methods about doing it is what we should be addressing, because that's not anything that I will challenge, because that'll be stupid to challenge.
Can you give some examples so I can just be on the same page?
What do you mean, some examples?
You said the types of methods going about those ways. So can you just give maybe one or two examples so I can be on the same page?
More inclusive textbooks, textbooks that aren't based off of the dominant society's thinking or actions or motives or domination of the world or colonization of certain texts and literature and things like that, different, or more inclusive teachers, more inclusive classrooms, using different teachers or scholars to learn from, to teach from, not only using Caucasian textbooks or Caucasian based textbooks in classrooms, things like that.
So you would want to diversify the
No,
teachers, is what you're saying.
no, I would want to include every aspect of humanity in the classroom so everybody can learn from different people. So you can learn about different cultures and different ways of learning, more inclusive classrooms. If we're talking about public education and public schools
That still
specifically.
correlates to being diverse.
if you want to call it diverse, we live in a diverse economy, in a diverse society.
Inclusive.
Inclusive.
It can be used interchangeably.
Yes, it can. So that's why I use that word. So if you have a school that is centered for a specific group of people, like a all Black or all African American centered curriculum in school, then that's what your curriculum should be based in, teaching them and using those people that are scholared and peer reviewed and accepted in the academic community in biology, technology, math, history, literature, English. All if they got their degrees and the credentials to back up their work, then they should be used to teach. And they should be used on the public school level also. Use all teachers if their work is accepted. Why not?
Do you think diversifying the public schools had harmed blacks overall?
I can't equate that because I haven't looked at it. So I would have to take a actual poll and see how it has. I don't know.
Okay, no worries, brother. The reason why I brought that up is because um, I remember, or I can recall when there was another live about segregation, and when it comes to when blacks had their own schools before the whole integration situation, right? So when they had their own, it was actually very successful. But then when integration happened, it actually harmed the overall community. So that's why I just want to pick. I wanted to pick your brain about being more inclusive or
Well,
making the situation more diverse, where everyone gets a piece of the pie. But if you think about it, if every other person is getting a piece of the pie, that means that your piece of the pie is being diluted. Does
first
that make
off,
sense?
absolutely not. Um, because if my pie's been diluted, then everybody else's pie has been diluted. So it has to work in all ways. It can't just work one way. So I don't see how that works. But anyway,
Well, let me
um,
give you a clear
no,
example.
no, no,
Just
no,
to
no, 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 no,
oh,
no.
go
Chill
ahead.
out, chill out, chill out, chill out,
I'm
chill
chill.
out,
Go ahead.
chill out. So, and when I was, as I clearly said, I don't think segregation and segregated schools were better for our people. I haven't been one to push segregation and say that we need to segregate. I say that we need to unite. We need to come together. We need to build think tanks and communities that want to work to get some things done because segregation is not going to work. Where are we going to go to segregate ourselves at? And when we were segregated, our community from the history that I've read, it don't our communities weren't that thriving. They weren't the best. The schools weren't the best. The education wasn't the best. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you read that history or if you just nostalgic and you like hearing the good tales and thinking about only the good things that people talk about from segregation, the good towns, the black Wall Streets and the black towns that thrived, but those were far few between and it wasn't everywhere. So this nostalgia about the past and where we are today, that's where we have to make the separation. And that's where I make the separation. So I'm able to use history to see where we were able to build and take those ideas and see how they can be implemented today. And if they can't, then I have to discard them. And we have to use the things and the ideas of today that are going to help us be successful. So education has worked for everyone else. I don't see why it won't work for us. Yes, we need to what? Revamp the education system somehow. Getting rid of it, I don't think that's good. Because then we're just going to have a bunch of Donald Trumps running around the world. And if that's what we want, then hey, that's what we're headed to anyway. But anyway, go ahead, throw education away. We already at the bottom in education anyway, so throw that shit in the trash. See where we be 10 years.
They can't support throwing.
Deb, I think you broke out for a second.
Am I still breaking up now?
Yeah, you good. You good now.
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay, so you can't be against education. You wouldn't really be able to argue for the evolution of political, social, and all the other things that have evolved over the course of time that had adapted with various environments. How would you be able to function or operate or be able to contribute without training, being told how to do it before it's actually time to do it?
That's what I'm saying. But it seemed like everybody wants to become self-taught autodidacts and think being autodidacts is going to change the world.
So there was a time and place where black folks skipped school, didn't need education in a structured format in order
That's what I'm
to
trying to figure out.
speak English and add 2 plus 2 or
That's what I'm
count
trying to
money.
figure out. That's what I'm trying to figure out, Dan.
Oh.
So I think there's a disconnect between not wanting to be educated or being self-educated. So I guess I'll speak for myself. So and I'll keep it brief. When I was in summer school and I was going to my computer class and I completely failed. I flunked the whole entire course. And he said, you know, if you want to make it up, just go to summer school. So what I did was I took the exact same book of the material, and I actually I found out that I am an example based learner. So his teaching method I didn't cope with. So the following semester, I was the first to finish the final successfully. So from that moment on, I no longer wanted to be taught by the institution. I would say so. When I teach myself, I refer to going online, going up and looking up different resources, and if I could be taught by those methods that works for me, then that's how I'm going to self-educate myself, or that's how I'm going to be educated. So I think a lot of people they get the misinterpretation about well, are you for or against education? No, it's just that some of them they have a hard time adapting to the traditional methods of how those certain or specific teachers teach them. So they end up not wanting to go to school. They end up failing. So they just give up. So
So,
I don't think no one is arguing about not wanting to be educated
so let
overall.
me
Who?
let me
Go
ask a
ahead.
basic question. Do all humans have a brain?
Yes.
Okay. And are all humans capable of storing thoughts and information inside their brains?
No. In their memory, yes.
In their memory. Okay. Same difference. Come on, man. Quit.
It's not the same thing, but go ahead,
Come
continue.
on, man. Come on, man. Same difference. You know what I'm talking
I
about.
mean, same thing, but no, not
No,
quite.
I
But go
said
ahead,
what I said. I meant same difference.
carry on.
So once we get that basic understanding down that we're capable of retaining information, then that means they're capable of doing what? Learning.
Not necessarily. They have to comprehend that information. A person can read a phrase 10 times and still not understand what that phrase meant. They were not able
But
to
but 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 but
comprehend it.
but again, the basic that I'm trying to get across is they're capable of learning. They can
Learning.
learn what 1 + 1 is. They can learn to say A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, all the way up to Z, right? They're capable of that, right? It doesn't matter if they can comprehend what 1 + 1 meaning equaling 2 actually means. They can learn that concept, right?
They can also remember it too, memorize it.
Oh, bingo. So it doesn't matter
What do you
if
mean by bingo? So I think
it
you want to use
it
the
doesn't
term
matter.
memorize, not learn.
No, no, no,
Just trying to
no,
help you
no,
out.
no, 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 please. I'm using the words I want to use. Don't try to help me. Just listen
It's
and
constructive
comprehend
criticism.
what I'm
It's not
saying.
anything personal.
I don't need your what you think is your constructive criticism.
What are we doing here on the panel then? If that's the case, if
I'm
we can't help each other
now
out,
I'm showing you how we can learn from each other. I'm showing you
okay. So what is the
an
connection
ability
of your
to
previous
learn.
conversation? Where were you going with it?
I'm trying to show you, if you pay attention. You're not paying attention. You're so anxious to talk that you miss the
Because you talk
learning
very
that just went
slow.
on. I,
You don't
I
need to
slowed
speak
it.
slow
I
in order for me to
slowed it
comprehend what
down.
you're saying.
I
Speed it up.
slowed it down. I slowed it down so I can articulate the words more clearer for you.
You mean clear?
No, I said clearer.
Go ahead. I'm not going to be petty about that, but continue. Resume.
So again, as we were learning from each other, what did I just learn from you? That you're more of a hands-on visual type of learner, that you like people to speak fast. You think you can comprehend things if they're spoken faster. But I think people comprehend things better if they're spoken clearer. That was just a learning experience, a learning moment. I didn't memorize anything. Sometimes you need to slow down and pay attention now.
Just let me know when you're done. I don't want to cut you off.
Go ahead.
All right. I just want to give a shout out to Dev and a shout out to Dr. Mo. I actually wanted to congratulate her before she stepped down from the panel because she drops a lot of knowledge as far as everyone else too. But she did make me reflect back on the things that I've previously have seen about. There are a lot of black women that are in certain positions, but they get paid less than their counterpart of a white person that's holding the same position, and they get paid a lot less, which is FUCK'd up, and we do live in that type of society. And I know that there's been a big movement to combat that situation, but people have a lot of patience. So I would just like to salute her for that, dropping that knowledge. And Dev also. So carry on. Go ahead.
So what did you just, other than that, shout out, which I don't know if Mo's around to appreciate it. I don't know if she's in the chat. She may be, or if she's watching, I don't know. What did you join to talk about though?
Oh, well, well, to speak on the topic about reparations within that context of Black Americans. But I just wanted to pay homage to Dr. Mo and Dev and the other brothers as well. But as far as who is defending reparations, I'm pretty sure a lot of people, a lot of Black folks, are defending reparations. And as much as I want to play devil's advocate, I'm going to try to be positive as possible. You know, just for Brother Dev. I really do hope that Black Americans do get reparations, and there shouldn't be um it shouldn't even be a talk about it, because Pearl Harbor, when the Japanese had went through their situation, they were given 20,000 a pop without any kind of talk. When it comes to the Holocaust survivors, same situation. They didn't go through any type of screening. So why is it that when it comes to Black folks, there has to be a case study? I don't think that's equal at all. So if the US talks about equality, people being equal, not based on their race, age, disability, and etc., but how is that equal? When it comes to the natives, they have their own personal reservations. They have casinos that they own,
Nigga
and
sound
they
like
are
me.
paid. They are paid annually to the present day, financially, with other assets as well. Nobody complains about that. No one wants to have to talk about, well, how do we know
So
if that person is a true native? And why are
so
they still getting reparations? Go ahead.
so let me ask you a question, because I've said all this before. A lot of people said it. So what do you think the issue is with the reason why we have to have case studies? Why do you think they continue to want to have case studies on
They're
reparations for
stalling.
African
It's simple.
Americans?
They're stalling. They've been having, well, specifically, you and I are both from California. And when it comes to reparations from the California perspective, um, they've been stalling. Yes, it's been years after years, a talk, a discussion. But what happened? Until this day, we still are trying to fight for that reparation. So it's just a matter of being stalled out. I don't personally
So do
think it's
you
going to happen.
so do
Go
you
ahead,
think
huh?
we have to take it outside the American courts, the American system, the American legal system?
That could be a possibility, but as we all know, the U.S. system, judicial system, is very powerful. So they have a lot of political influence. So that is a possibility. I agree with that, but it will be extremely hard to try to challenge that as well. But to answer your question for short, they're just stalling. That's why they bring up, we have to study it. We have to just give us some time. We need more time to study. No, that's just for them to combat and talk about other situations and events. It's being stalled out. Go ahead.
So, because one thing that I've mentioned is, I've said it before, we have to go outside of the American court. We have to take them to the Hague or something like that. Have to take them to the World Court or something like that. Put America on trial for crimes against humanity, for the
Are you referring to
transatlantic
the
slave
UN?
trade. No, I'm talking about the Hague.
What's the Hague? Maybe I have to do some research on the Hague. I've never
The
heard of the
Hague,
Hague.
Hague.
Okay, I'll look that up.
Um, because in my estimation, from what can the reparations conversations fall short, because it's a civil rights conversation. As long as we keep having a civil rights conversation, then they don't have to address anything. Why? Because they've given us civil rights. Haven't they?
Civil rights applies to all people, regardless of race,
I,
gender,
I,
disability, etc.
yo. I'm not talking about other people. I'm talking about the civil rights movements, not movements that were specifically addressing the grievances of African Americans. We have been given civil rights.
So, are you saying is that our reparations, according to
That
themselves?
in their minds, and that's why you have to talk to more Caucasian people so you can understand how they look at reparations. They have given us civil rights. They have equaled the playing field. This is what Martin Luther King wanted, right? This is what they were fighting for. These are the things that they say to us. We have to understand their angle. So in their minds, we have been given rights. Reparations has been paid because to them, the grievances have been addressed in their minds. I'm not saying in my mind. I've had these conversations. I have them all the time. Y'all just don't know because I don't have them online and in front of y'all. That's why I've been pushing the Hague and the International World Court to address this issue, because that's the only way it's going to be addressed. These were crimes against humanity. I mean, I could be wrong.
Hey, Sabio, that Hague thing you make a recommendation for, is that the same one that has a warrant out for Netanyahu's arrest?
Yep.
So I'm just saying, how effective is that? When they've had it out for at least 2 years and nobody arrested. He come to America, he go back to wherever, la-di-da, nobody arrested him yet. How effective is this Hague thing you're talking about? We all know the UN is ineffective. I don't even want to talk about the UN.
Right. It's pretty effective when that's where most of the people that was mentioned that he so eloquently said got their grievances addressed. That's where they took most of their grievances.
And secondly, those places that you're speaking of, they have external governmentation. We're talking about internal governmentation, unless you plan to secede from the U.S. in some form or fashion.
Hold on, say that again.
Those places that you did mention so far, that I heard anyway, were external to the U.S. governmentation. Now, when you start talking about taking something of this nature to the Hague, you're talking about an internal governmentation, unless you're willing to succeed from the U.S. in some form or fashion.
No, you don't have to succeed. All you have to do is have the grievances aligned and I think just go straight to the World Court. Just have to have the grievances aligned, like the Jews did when they took Germany to get their
but meanwhile, I don't believe none of that garbage. I think that's all hype and hyperbole. But meanwhile, meanwhile, the same people who claim that Holocaust are creating a Holocaust. So I don't trust nothing they say. They say they were genocided, and yet they are genociding a people.
Oh yeah, I don't disagree with none of that. I don't disagree with none of that. I don't disagree with none of that. So let's not get on no tangent, Wale. I'm not disagreeing with none none of what you're saying about what they're doing over there in Palestine and shit like that. But what I'm saying is,
but I'm saying
I'm
Palestine.
I'm giving out options. I don't because as I continually see, when we take it to the Supreme Court, when we address reparations with the U.S. Supreme Court, they're always thwarted. They're thwarted every time. When we take them to the lower courts, they're thwarted. So there has to be another way to address this outside of the American courts.
I agree, there is. However, are you willing to do it?
We have to be willing. Portugal and two of the main countries have accepted their responsibility in the slave trade. So
what does that mean? Accepted their responsibility.
They said that they were the initiators of it.
Oh,
I read
so
articles on it.
They just claim the position.
Mm-hmm.
But that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
They're famous.
They wasn't willing to pay. They saying they weren't willing to pay reparations and some other shit. I'd have to go find the article. I read it a few months back.
Right. But they claim that the honor of being the one who enslaved the niggas. I get that.
But see, these are the things that we need to be willing to do. What? Take to a higher court. I guess I'm just talking in circuits because
what's the higher court?
The highest.
What's his name? I was asking you, what's his name? I think they called Palestine still. Took their case to the higher court already. They took it to the UN and the Hague. They both, the UN and the Hague, both put out edicts saying that, oh, y'all right. They abused la-di-da. You know, they cried with them and gave them a verdict. Meanwhile, today they still bombing that place. And today and yesterday and tomorrow they plan to still be bombing that place. Man, I'm saying taking it to them courts has done what? And they've been bombing that place. And that place them people been up there in the Hague and the UN.
100. They've been bombing each other for thousands of years.
That's
a whole nother conversation. Yes, true. The Muslims and them Jews have been at war for thousands of years.
The
Muslims Jews have been at war for thousands of years.
1946.
Oh shit.
In 1946, the Palestinian Muslims and the Palestinian Jews were getting along civilly until 1947.
No,
and them German Jews came in and turned that place upside down and started warring like they lost their mind. I think they are Hitler. Talking about Hitler did them. I think they did themselves. Look at that. I'm on a rant. I'm gonna stop.
So again, I'm just saying because can y'all hear me? Nope.
Damn. Yeah, man. Fine.
Oh, okay. Oh shit.
To do with court.
How's somebody gonna get a college loan to go to school?
Having a religious argument.
To take get an MA in debating, and then talk about they can't get no job and they not earning. They get an MA. That you go to college to get an MA on how to debate. My sister has never lost a debate, and she never went to college. She did barely finish. I don't think she finished high school. She did. She got a GED, but she's never lost a debate. So I mean, I don't know how people spend 4 or 5 years going to college to learn how to debate, and then come out talking about they're looking for a job.
I don't know what you're from. I guess I don't know how much of the education system you're familiar with. Nobody goes to college to learn how to debate. You may take a debate class. My homegirl teaches a debate class, but there's no.
Your microphone is too loud.
I won't. Turn your phone down. But yeah, so like there's no debate masters. There's no debate masters program. So I think that's a bit misleading. And like I said, you have debate teams, which are extracurricular activities, similar to a football or a baseball team. But and actually, like people like myself, my participation on the debate team actually provided a scholarship to pay for my degree. So yeah, so those so I think it's a fundamental misunderstanding of what that is. There are rhetoric degrees. You can get a master's in rhetoric for sure, which I guess you could imply that has something that that has to do with debate. But nah, there are no debate master's programs. But to what Sabio was saying about requiring outside like an outside force to enforce reparations, that's impossible in the sense that what an outside force would have to do is it would have to compel the United States do something that it already doesn't want to do. So like the reason why the UN and the Hague fail because their authority is only tied to the willful participation of the superpowers, right? The countries in which they operate with. So like for example, with the UN, the on the UN Security Council, each member of the Security Council has what's called unilateral veto power. Unilateral veto power means that they like if one country on the Security Council vetoes a resolution, that resolution is dead, right? So even if so, with, like even back when Malcolm X was saying we have to take our issues to the UN. Well, the UN is handicapped by the United States and China and Russia sitting on the Security Council. So any human rights abuses, any human rights claims, you know what I'm saying, against those countries, they have the unilateral ability to undermine any resolution that would hold them accountable for human rights abuses. So they that's why they can't do anything about racism to the United States. They can't do anything about reparations to the United States because the United States has the ability to repel any efforts to hold them accountable for human rights shit. And with the Hague, what Wale pointed out, what we see now, specifically with Benjamin Netanyahu, is like that countries like America have flat out said that they don't care about the International Court of Justice opinion on Benjamin Netanyahu or what's happening with the Jews in Palestine, because there are certain states that are certain countries that if Benjamin Netanyahu stepped foot in that country, he would be arrested, and that's because that country is in alignment with the Hague and the International Court of Justice. The United States has specifically, like even under the Biden administration, like rejected the warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu's arrest. And actually, not only did they reject the warrants, they flat out said that they'll do whatever in their powers to protect Benjamin Netanyahu from being held accountable by international bodies. So the problem with the United States being a superpower, being held accountable, is that the United States positions themselves to hold other people accountable. But because few countries have the power to hold America accountable, then there's no mechanism to compel America to do shit that they don't want to do. Right? It's like we hold the cards. So you can't I could tell you your country's racist, and I could advocate for sending the UN into your shit, and sending peacekeepers and all of that into your area and say y'all need to do what y'all supposed to be doing. But yeah, that only works one way. Y'all can't do that to us. We the boss.
Well, and I wasn't discrediting any of that. The only reason I mentioned it is because when I look at the Supreme Courts and all that, Domo, and all the pushback and all the negative things that I hear about from the reparations conversation, I'd be like, where else are we supposed to go?
Hey, Sabio, what about the 40 acres and the mule thing? What about that? Did that ever get resolved?
They gave that shit to the plantation owner.
I mean, but
Well,
that was
yeah. So
supposed.
like that plan was undermined by the assassination of Abraham Lincoln and the end of
Abraham Lincoln,
Reconstruction.
yeah.
Yeah, like Andrew Johnson. Andrew Johnson was a Confederate sympathizer. So what was supposed to go to recently freed Africans, they
Africans
gave
went to
back
the
to
slave owners.
they gave back to the slave owners. Like they pretty
Yeah,
much they gave the slave owners reparations
yeah,
for losing their slaves.
for losing their
So
slaves. Yeah,
you're saying though, is that legally binding, or none of the stuff that was promised to the colored people was not legally binding, and so
Nah, it wasn't.
therefore it can be no redress. Okay, I understand what you're saying, and I'm saying like
Yeah.
this, what I think you were saying again in a long manner though, is when you plan on the field and you're playing against a team who also rode in on the bus with the Empire, you're not likely to get a lot of calls in your favor. You understand what I'm saying? The team that you're playing
Nah, I mean, yeah,
against,
that's a great point.
yeah, that's the answer right there,
you
man.
stupid
We have to
dumb.
play a different kind of game. We have to play it from a different angle, and that's what Sabio was saying. Even though Sabio, watch what I'm gonna say now. I agree with you as far as taking it to the UN, as far as taking it to the head, because why? That puts it in notoriety. That puts it in the front of the face of people. See, all of this stuff is about attention. Trump changes up and put out some crazy shit every 10 or 15 minutes just to grab attention before somebody start thinking about what they really want to do. So he grabbed their attention real quick and they can't think about nothing except this stupid. You would see that, and they spend 2 or 3 days talking about that stupid shit. But meanwhile, he didn't came up with 15 other stupid things. So now you're trying to catch up, so you can't catch up because he got all this attention and then nothing that happens. So I'm saying when you take it to something like that, the Hague or the UN or something, just the news of it will possibly reach more people, and then they can have more thought about it because attention is the power. If all
I hate to pop
oh,
your bubble, OG. I do, I really do. But it has been taken to the UN, and the
Yeah,
fact that and it didn't get that attention. Like it
you're
had
not,
like
it didn't do what
I guarantee you,
people thought it was going to do.
I can guarantee
warning.
you are busting
It
my
didn't have the
bubble.
impact.
I'm saying that to Sabio to sage him in any way if I busted his bubble.
Nah, it ain't.
What?
You ain't busting.
No,
Nobody's busting my bubble because,
no bubbles
like I
being
said, it's
busted.
just an idea. No, it's just
Yeah,
it's just an idea.
no bubbles
Like
being busted today. I get that. What I'm going on to say is you are looking for, so you say, well, what are we going to do? We threw them two out, which I threw them out readily.
no, I
But
didn't say that. I'm asking questions
I
to try
agree.
to
I say
get
you
answers.
asked. You said, so what are we going to do if them two are being thrown out? And I'm attempting to say what it is. As I see it, no one, absolutely no one can repair us but us. By the fact that we are you asking for reparations means we're not willing to repair ourselves.
Oh, so you against reparations? Then? Well, like,
I'm for it. I'm 100%. I'm 1,000% for reparations, which means to repair our people. When we repair
no,
our
but if
are
we're being
we willing to repair our people? But you're
what we
calling
could,
reparations as trying to get something from a cracker government.
no 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 no
But I'm
no
saying
no 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 hold on. Let's be clear though. Like
let's be
I get often
very clear.
we come up. Well, no, I mean, yeah, I get we come up with our own definitions, right? But when we're talking about reparations in terms of policy, so what you're saying is like, oh, asking people. It's like, nah, it's a policy proposal. So reparations as a policy proposal does require making a request of the government.
So when I say you're not for reparations, I'm saying you're not for reparations as a policy proposal, as something that is a action conducted by the U.S. federal government as a way to create some type of or to repair to some degree the impact of slavery. So right, so that's when I'm saying when the general conversation is
let me
about
know how.
reparations,
Mhm.
right? So when
Yeah,
general conversation is about reparations, we're talking about a policy proposal
I
to.
am talking exactly about a policy proposal to the actual people who need to be repaired. I'm not making a policy proposal to the federal government of the United States of America. They have
That's the
already
only.
cousins. They have already shown how they feel about this policy. The policy proposal that I'm proposing is a policy to our people to do our own thing, and that's the
Then that's
policy.
not a. Then that's not a policy proposal, Wale. I mean,
Oh yes,
that's a recommendation. That's a
that's a policy.
recommendation. But when we talking policy, we talking legislation. And if you're not
Well,
talking
when you're
legislation,
talking, wait a minute. When you're talking la-di-da, you're talking la-di-da. When I'm talking la-di-da, I'm talking about the la-di-da that
I
I'm
don't
talking
listen.
about.
I don't know what la di da is. I don't
Yeah,
know what la
you
di da
say,
is. I'm talking
I
about
tell
like
you,
I'm
hold
using
on,
I'm
you
using
shut
Talking
up,
actual.
on this gibberish.
Hold
shut up,
on, hold
Marvin.
on. I'm
Tell you,
using actual terms, right? Like so the term that
I'm
I'm
using
specifically using.
actual terms too.
So the term that when I say when I'm saying being for or against reparations, I'm and not even just me, right? The conversation of reparations is a question of U.S. government policy, like paying out money or opportunity or land or whatever else resources as a way to repair harms that were caused by slavery, right? So that just to ensure that we're not like two ships passing in the night. When somebody asks about being in favor of reparations, we're specifically talking about a government action. So when I asked you were you for reparations, I was specifically talking about in the context of the government paying out resources to repair for slavery.
As I said initially, only a people can repair themselves. If we're looking to get to repair ourselves, then that's our business. If you're looking for something outside of us to repair ourselves, I wish you good luck with that, because I never see that happen.
Dom, we pretty much saying stop begging. That's all that we're saying.
Now, if you just want some money or something like you're talking about from the federal government, I wish you well with that endeavor. But I will not spend a second on it. My seconds are spent on us repairing ourselves, because I know no one can repair us except us. Otherwise, all we getting is another blowhard, another 20 minutes, and another blow off. 20 years and another blow off. How many times?
And while just for thought, there are actually many colleges that offer debate courses, such as West Valley College and also Westminster University as one credit course. So, food for thought, Donald. There are universities that offer this as a course. Go ahead.
Well, that's so beautiful. Thank you for the info. Who is that? Curious Mind. Okay.
Yeah. So just food for thought for him. And you as well. So just look up the information before bring something to the table. That's
Bro, what are you talking about? My best friend is a director of debate at Cal State Fullerton. She teaches a debate course. What are you talking about? I
You
never said
said
there were no
that
debate
it's
courses.
not a
I said there are
course.
no.
It
I
wasn't
said that no, I
offered
didn't.
at the
No, I
university.
didn't. I said there are no. Bro, I took. What are you? I debate at a. I debated. I coached debate at a university. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I said there are no debate masters programs. You don't get a master's in debate. There's a rhetoric program that involves debate, but there are nobody goes to get a degree in debate. That's what y'all niggas just want to argue about shit that you don't know what you're talking about. Talk about food for thought. It's hella slow.
Donald.
Matter of fact, I told Wale. I said, Wale, there are debate courses. Yes, you can take a debate class, but nobody goes to get a master's in debate itself. That's not a degree program. Slow ass nigga.
I was just putting it out there.
You
Nah,
wasn't putting nothing out
that's how you
there. You
become
was
a master
wrong.
debater, Domo. That's how you become a master debater. You go to debate class. You gotta get
Bro, that's what I'm
you
saying.
gotta get the degree. Once
I
you get
taught
that
a debate
degree,
class, bro. Like
once you
that's what
get
I'm
that
saying.
degree, you can't be touched. Damn.
Yeah,
It's not that serious.
You get that degree, you can
bro,
touch
yo, hold on,
anybody
and
you
your
want
mic
to.
is trash,
I just
bro. Your
wanted
mic
to
is
let
trash. It's nothing but feedback. It's nothing but feedback. You can barely even hear what you're saying. Your mic is ass.
But you heard everything else that I said. So
Now, even right now, all I heard is you heard da 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 da, and it's static.
because you were
It's
speaking
bad.
so much, you didn't have room to
No, your
listen.
mic is trash. It has nothing to do with me. Your mic is trash.
So going back to Wale, I understand what you mean about
Bro, your mic is trash. Fix your
as
mic.
a people
Fix your mic.
rather than
Fix your mic.
those folks
Fix your mic.
going after the
Your
folks. So
mic is
I
trash.
understand what you mean, Wale,
Fix
but I don't know
your
if he has a
mic.
disconnection. He has a
Fix
disconnection.
your mic.
I understand that.
Fix your mic. Your mic is trash.
Are you done?
No, your mic is still trash. Just go on mute, bro, because it ain't you. You not here. We not hearing nothing but feedback.
Domo, try putting your mic.
No, it's only him, bro. There's nothing wrong with my mic. I ain't got no reason to go on mute.
Yep, that just proved it because everything cleared up as soon as he muted his mic.
I told you. Why they just want somebody that's gonna run behind him and kiss his ass, regardless of how terrible his mic sound.
I thought you were already doing that, Domo. Damn, I need to replace you.
Yeah, that was cute. Hey, look, I didn't know you had it in you, Wale. That was a good one. That was a good one. But anyway, to the point though.
The point was a thing they used to say sometime, and they called it, I heard it called by different names. Serenity was one of it. And it said, it was like a prayer or something, the way I heard some people utilize it. Grant me the serenity, whatever, to work on things I can change. And the serenity to go to be able to deal with the things I cannot change, and the distinction to be able, and the ability to be able to distinguish between the two. And that's what it's, to me, seems to be all about. For years, decades, centuries now, we've been bumping our head against these U.S. government talking about, oh, you promised us the 40 acres, but they give it to somebody else. Oh, you promised us this, but they give it to somebody else. Oh, you promised us that. Well, we ain't got it now because we gave it to somebody else. What is the United States doing? Please answer this question, all you governmental enthusiasts. What is the United States doing paying reparations to Israel? Why? What sense does that make to anybody? Please explain that to a nigga like me, you know what I mean, with simple words and stuff that I can understand.
Oh no, because they're not really necessarily paying, like the money that they're paying to Israel is to maintain Israel as a bastion of the West in the Middle East. Like back when Joe Biden was in Congress, he gave a speech and he flat out said, if Israel didn't exist, we would have to create Israel. If it wasn't a thing, the United States would need to create one to maintain our power and our presence in the Middle East.
So are you
So
familiar with
Israel,
how Are you familiar with how much money they've been paying Israel on the regular annually since 1948?
Yes.
Please state that amount so everyone can know.
They've been paying them billions of dollars.
He'll have to look that up.
They've been paying them billions. Yeah, they've been paying them billions of dollars
every year.
Like matter of fact, even before the October 8th attack, and the conversation became about Israel, I was having I remember doing a podcast episode where we were talking about how people felt about giving money to Ukraine, and before Israel was all in the news because of what happened last October, I had like last summer, I had mentioned, I'm like, everybody, all these people, you hear all these people complaining about the money that we send into Ukraine, but we've been sending billions to Israel for years. You don't hear peep. But that was because at the time the war in Ukraine was the larger, international situation, and then after what happened in October, Israel like took center spotlight, and since October they've had center spotlight. So yeah, but like I said, the purpose of maintaining Israel is again as an extension of U.S. imperialism in the Middle East.
They have strong ties connected to each other for sure. Not rocket science.
That's funny. He says strong ties. That's just funny.
Yeah, they have.
It's not rocket science. It's international affairs. Of course, it's not rocket science. It's international affairs.
Oh, for sure.
The U.S. has a lot of interest with Israel.
No, it's not. It doesn't just have a lot of interest. Israel is an extension of U.S. imperialism in the Middle East. Period.
So you wouldn't consider that strong ties with each other?
I'm actually.
They share the same common interest.
I'm being more nuanced than that.
That didn't answer the question.
No, it does.
Just a simple yes or no. Okay, thank you for answering that indirectly. I appreciate that. So for Wale, to keep things short, have strong interest.
This is the worst
among each
attempt
other.
to sound smart, bro. This is the worst attempt to sound smart.
Okay.
Like, you suck at this.
I just try to keep things very simplistic. That's all. Without
because you a simple
mouthing. That's
bro.
all. I know. I like being simple.
Yeah, I know, and we could tell by your input. Your input is very simple.
Right.
Your input is very simple. So again, as an extension of U.S. imperialism, is deeper than strong ties. They don't have their own interests. Their interest is uniquely tied to giving the United States access to places in the Middle East. Like Israel is a proxy government. Like, you can stay simple and you can go somewhere else and have your simple conversation. But people need to understand that Israel.
Why are you taking it personal?
Israel represents.
It's not that serious, brother.
Israel is a representation of a U.S. proxy state.
Why are you making this personal?
In the Middle East?
Like, it's just a conversation.
Israel is a proxy state for the United States in the Middle East.
We understand that.
That's much more significant. That's much more nuanced. That's much more in depth than just saying they have quote unquote strong ties.
Thank you, Damo.
Just saying that they have strong ties actually diminishes the deliberate
I don't think that
role.
Wale wanted to overly simplify
I don't care what this ain't. Who cares? Why are you talking about what Wale wanted?
The question because he asked the question, but you overly exaggerated it.
No, that's just what dumb people say.
That's not necessary.
That's just what dumb people say. That's just what dumb people say.
I'm dumb and dumb.
I'm not one to allow dumbness to dictate.
Right. You're Carlton. We get it. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. We got it.
Yeah.
So Wale, I understand
coming from you is common.
We need to improve ourselves as a people rather than waiting around to get that bag dropped on us by the U.S. government.
You can't run to Wale, bro. Don't run to Wale
on us, but
don't run to Wale. Don't run to Wale. Like listen, like the fact that you keep saying this man's name.
What you're saying?
You keep saying this man.
He's going back to the policies. He keeps going back to the government policies, which you're not referring to.
Cheerleading for Wale. Cheerleading for Wale is not going to save you, bro. Cheerleading for Wale is not going to save you. Like just keep constantly
You
calling
do
that
not
man
have
names.
comprehension.
It make you
It's
look
something that
stupid.
I mentioned earlier in
It
this
make you look stupid.
conversation.
Nobody
Comprehension.
believes that, bro. Nobody believes that.
Savio,
Like, I
remember
think at
when
this
we were
point
having that discussion about learning and
you recognize
comprehension?
being a dumbass.
Damo
At
is a
this point,
perfect
you're
example of
recognized
not having
as
the
being a dumbass.
ability to comprehend
Nobody believes
conversations.
you. Nobody believes you. Nobody believes you. You're
So,
literally
Damo,
just saying things at this
what is
point.
Wale
Don't
saying?
ask
What
me
is
nothing,
Wale's
bro.
point?
Don't ask me nothing. Get Wale dick out your mouth. How about you do that?
You see, he goes to insults instead of having a
Get Wale
conversation.
dick out your mouth.
You see,
Get Wale
he's
dick out your
personally
mouth.
offended.
Is jealous
Right,
because
he
that's you.
is.
Yes, I'm jealous because I'm not running behind Wale.
I'm not running by
Yes,
Wale.
I'm jealous.
I comprehend
I'm
what he's
jealous.
saying. That's all it is, and I'm pretty sure
No,
everyone else
you
except
cheerleading
you.
for stupidity. No,
So
you
you're
cheerleading
saying
for
that what
stupidity.
Wale said is stupidity? Is that what you're saying? What
No,
he
how
said
Wale
is stupidity?
responded, how Wale responded was stupid. If we're talking
Wow.
about
Okay.
if the conversation
So Florida,
is centered
you heard it from
if the
him, Wale.
conversation is
He
centered
said
on
what you say
he
is
heard it.
stupid. It doesn't matter.
When we're having a conversation about reparations, we're talking about government action. So for people to repeatedly be like, "Well, I think we should repair ourselves. We should repair ourselves." Okay, that's a different. Go have that conversation. So when the question is asked, "Do you support reparations?" and then somebody says, "Yes, I support reparations. I think we should repair ourselves." You're not having a reparations conversation. You're being purposely obtuse. The question of whether or not you support reparations is a question of whether or not you support the government policy to actually repair using whether financial or other resources to what happened during slavery. To say that you support reparations, but you don't support the government action of reparations, is you're having a different conversation, and the conversation is taking place. So
He actually supported
if
both,
things
though,
need to be,
but he
no,
had
he
his own
didn't.
personal opinion.
No, he didn't. And
He said that
the
he doesn't
question,
mind those who actually get reparations. More power to you. But we still need to fix ourselves as a people. So you
those
have
are
a
separate
problem with
conversations.
comprehension, or you have
Those are
selective
separate
hearing.
conversations. Those are separate conversations.
You should try listening
Those are
more
completely
than
different
speak.
conversations. Those are completely
Wale,
different
if I am
conversations.
incorrect, please let me know. But the
Those are
problem
completely
with
different
Damo is
conversations.
that he does not pay
Y'all see
attention
how I'm
and
saying these are
listen.
completely different
He
conversations,
just
but he's talking about
speaks.
Dama.
He
You see how
just
he's talking
you
about
just
Dama?
speak rather than listen.
Those are different. Those are different conversations. The question of whether or not we should advocate for the political action of reparations, a policy that we've seen in play in past before. We've seen it for Asian communities. We've seen it for indigenous communities. We've seen it for Jewish communities. So there is a policy of reparations that exists. There's a precedent for reparations that exist in the federal government. The question of whether or not we support that policy being enforced for people that are the descendants of enslaved Africans is a specific question. It's very simple. So it's like this is the thing about YouTube conversations. It's like people are again purposely obtuse about what's being asked. If you want to have a conversation about how we quote unquote repair ourselves, okay, go do that. Go do
Why are
that.
you attacking
That's
Wale?
fine,
It was just his opinion on reparations.
bro. Shut up talking to me. Shut up talking to me.
Did
I'm
this
cool.
man say you
I'm
attacking Wale? Did this
yeah.
man
He's
just say,
You're
dumb,
Jamal,
talking
bro.
to
you
yourself,
attacking
bro.
Wale? For real?
He's dumb. He's dumb.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's dumb. I don't know where Q at. Q got to give me the keys so I can let people up. Where Dez at? I think Afro in the back.
And yeah, I do remember that conversation we were having about education and learning. I hope you learned something from the conversation also.
I learned just as much as Dama was able to comprehend what Wale said.
Well, I don't know if that was a shot at yourself or a shot at Domo,
Oh, that's for you to interpret.
because it sounds like it was a shot at you. because I think Domo
How did
comprehended.
Q get in the conversation?
I think Domo comprehended what
Well, you
Wale
said
said.
Q. How did
No,
Q get in the
I did
conversation?
never say Q. I did never
Oh
say
my
Q.
God, Jesus
I
Christ!
said you. I said you.
This can't be
you.
serious.
I said you. I
This is the
said
guy with the
you.
terrible
I
microphone, but I can
I
listen well.
said
You said
I
Q.
said you. I said you. I distinctly said you.
Rewind this live back to 5 hours and 50 seconds precisely, and just listen
This
to what
nigga
you just
slow.
said.
Nigga, I said
Just
you.
listen.
Nigga, who was just arguing? Who just mentioned the conversation on education and learning that we just had? You. So why would
Yeah,
I mention Q?
me, not
You
Q.
dumbass. You're dumb. You're
You
dumb.
misspoke.
No, I did not. I said you. You thought I
You
heard
see how
Q
we
because you're slow.
don't like to hold
You're
ourselves
slow,
accountable. It's
bro.
very
You're
interesting. You see,
slow.
this is what Wale
You are.
means. We have to improve ourselves. The first
Wow.
thing is
This is
taking
sad.
accountability.
Yo, this is
This is
sad.
crazy.
If you
This is
misheard,
too easy.
if you misheard,
You misspoke.
if you misheard
I
you
didn't
for
mishear
Q,
anything. I am a very
because
attentive listener. You
I
misspoke and you don't want to hold yourself accountable by saying, you know
I
what? My
distinctly
fault. I did
said
say Q,
you.
but I meant to say
If
you.
you heard Q, that's your hearing. That's not me, because I distinctly said you and Domo, the two people that you were speaking on, that was speaking. I sat back and listened. So that's why I asked if you learned anything, and it's obvious that you did it.
So that meant by
It's
default, then
obvious that you did it.
Damo didn't
This
comprehend anything
this is showing
by
me.
that definition.
This is listen. You see how you're pointing a finger at Domo?
It was about our conversation.
Yes, and it's obvious that you did not learn anything, because I distinctly said that Domo heard what Wale said. You made a new argument. But again, that's your learning curve that you have to get around. Your
You
blockage.
misspoke, and that's okay. It's
Look,
not that serious.
look.
We still Californians. It's all good.
You still think I said Q?
Somebody from the chat had
are
said you
slow.
misspoke, and that's okay. Read the chat.
Nigga, I said you.
Don't nigga
The
me,
chat
just
is.
read the
Hold on,
chat.
look. The chat is also saying that you got to get this fake smart guy off the panel. Hold on. Did you read that one?
You can drop some
Yeah.
dollars.
Did you
Support the
read that
show.
one?
All you gotta do is drop a 20. Drop a dub sack. Support the channel. That's all you gotta do is drop a dub. Drop 40. Whoever from the chat want to drop that dub, Damo can match you, drop another 20. That's 40 in the bank. But Sabio, I wasn't trying to attack you though, man. All jokes aside, I'm not trying to troll you or anything, but you know, I just try to help brothers out. That's all. I mean, I hold myself accountable too.
So
ahead,
again, I know what I said, and I know who I was speaking to. So if you heard Q, again, and whoever else heard Q, that's because they're slow listeners.
Wow,
I distinctly said you.
Bro. I gotta troll you now, my brother. Hey, all love. But listen, I knew you were speaking to me, but you just misspoke, and that's common air. We're human. It's not that serious. I just want to correct you because I'm an attentive listener.
Again. I know what I said, and I
Okay,
did
that's
not say
fine.
Q.
I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you rock.
For the simple
I'm gonna let you win, man.
For the simple fact, I've only seen Q Butter once, and that was in the chat. I haven't seen him on the panel, so Q Butter would not even be a thought in my head.
No, right, but you just misspoke though. That's all.
No. See,
you and Q sounds very similar.
No, to you.
You and Q does sound very similar.
To you. I know how to pronounce Q and you. I know how to make
But
the
in that moment, you
separation.
didn't.
I know how to make the separation. You can try to make this about a slip of the tongue, which it wasn't, because I
It's all
said
good. You win.
you.
I got another question for you, but go ahead, brother.
No, no, no. Don't ask
It's
yourself
about
a question.
reparations.
No,
It's
ask yourself.
about the
Don't.
topic.
Hey, listen. Ask yourself the question: why do you think you're intelligent? And then answer that for yourself.
Because I have the ability to acquire knowledge and apply it. That's what intelligence means. Look it up. It's not an
No,
ambiguous term.
no? I asked you to ask yourself that question and answer it yourself internally.
You see, I don't have to speak slow in order to articulate coherently. Okay? I gave the definition while using it in the correct context. Maybe you did not catch that because you're not used to people speaking at a normal rate of speaking. But let me slow it down for you just a little bit more.
Again,
Intelligence. I
I'm going
have
to
the
say
ability
this.
to acquire
I'm
knowledge
going to say
and
this again.
and apply it, which I
I'm going to
have.
say this again to you so you can ask it for yourself. Answer it for yourself. I need you to ask yourself the question internally. Don't answer it out loud for us to hear you. Answer it internally. And then go acquire the knowledge that you think you have. All right? Because you
All right,
think
got
you
it.
have the knowledge, don't mean you actually have the knowledge. A lot of people think they have knowledge on subjects that they're not knowledgeable on. So again, ask yourself that question internally, answer it internally, and then go acquire the knowledge required. All right?
I got you, brother. So just going back to the reparations topic, even though the federal
I was
government on
telling
the
you
wait a
nicely to shut
minute.
the fuck up.
Well, I didn't hear your
I
fucking
was telling
piece
you
of shit ass
nicely to
phone.
shut the fuck up. I
I'm
was
not
telling
talking
you
to you.
nicely to shut the
I'm
fuck up.
talking to the public. I'm talking to the audience
They
about
don't want to hear you
reparations.
either.
Well, shut your ass up and leave.
If they were putting money to give you,
I'm trying to
if they were talking
educate
about they
and
don't
make
want to be
people
educated by
be
you.
aware of shit.
They don't want to be educated by you. You're not
Well, you know
educating
what?
anybody.
They can use their intelligence by looking down at the screen, and there's a little button that says leave, and they can exit. Do you
You
need
can
me to
too.
spell the word for them
You can leave
and
also.
for you
You
as
can leave
well?
also. You can leave also.
But I'm educating the people. I don't have a problem with
You're
other
not.
people.
You're not educated. You're
So
rampant.
anyway, so
Can you put up a
beyond
source?
the federal
Can you
level,
show us a source that we can be
of course I
educated
will.
off of?
If you would shut up and let
Sure.
me read
So
it, I'll give
put
you
the
the source.
source.
I would
Put the
love
source.
to give you the source, okay?
We were like, all right,
So
then
the first
reference the
state that
source
has given
so we can have
local
somebody put it on the panel.
reparations on a governance level, Evanston, Illinois, in 2001, there was a program called
Boo, that's
First
old.
City Funded
Boo,
Reparations Program in the
boo.
US.
Give us something new. Give us something
Okay,
new that
how
we
about
don't know
okay,
about.
so Sabio, can you give us other states that had did the same thing? Go ahead.
You're the one supposed to be educating
Oh,
us.
so you can.
Yes, I
Okay,
absolutely.
so shut the hell up and
Something
just
recently.
listen
I
then.
can give you something recently, you dummy. But you went back
Go
to Evanston in
ahead.
2001. No, so you're the one educating us.
Okay, so instead of insulting, go ahead and give us more. Go ahead.
No, you went to 2001 Evanston, Illinois. That shit so old.
Okay, so
That
give
shit
us
so
something more
old. No,
recent. Give
you're
us
the
a
one
state in their
educating us.
program
You're
recently.
the
Go
one.
ahead.
You the one who said you're going to educate us. You the one who are
Okay, so
supposed to be the
now
educator.
you're
So why
dodging
did you
it.
go to
You
2001?
see,
I'm not
all
dodging
you have to
anything.
say,
I want
is
you to
that
give us
damn,
something relevant.
I don't have
Give
any
us something.
updates,
I
but
do.
I'll definitely look
I
into
do.
that. You see,
I
it goes
do.
to
I
accountability,
do.
and it
I
goes back to
do.
what Wale
I
said.
do.
You
I
and
do.
Damo are
I
perfect
do.
examples of
I
not
do.
improving yourselves
I
by holding
do.
yourselves accountable
I
when
do. Yo, I hear you ranting and raving. That shit ain't getting you nowhere. That shit ain't getting you nowhere, dog.
self-improvement, man.
Hey,
That's
bro.
all.
Hey, bro. I hear you ranting and raving. That shit ain't ain't getting you
You
nowhere.
have to fix your
Because
microphone. Remember how Damo kept saying that I need to fix mine? I got mine fixed. I held myself accountable and fixed my microphone. Guess what? Do the same.
shit, I done kicked myself off again.
Exactly. Hold yourself accountable. Appreciate it. All right. So for those who don't know or that are not aware of these programs, there is another state, North Carolina, Asheville. He approved the reparation solution. He focused on investment specifically in Black communities. Okay, remember that, North Carolina. Here's another state with local reparations, not on a federal level, but on a state level. Okay, San Francisco, California, which I'm from. Reparation proposal by the San Francisco African American Reparations Advisory Committee. Okay, they proposed $5 million to eligible Black residents, guaranteed income, debt forgiveness, and housing grants. Okay, this applied directly to Black Californians, as myself. So those are just some examples, and I think that when it comes to the federal level, it may take a very long time if they decide to do anything. But I agree with what they say. Go to the state level. If that doesn't work, go to the city level. And if that doesn't work, then shit, you gotta hold your own nuts. So that's my solution. If one way doesn't work, try another, man. But at the same time, it goes back to what Wale said: never just stand around until you get something done. Multitask. That's all.
So you ever heard of the saying, white man speak with forked tongue?
I've never heard of that. Can you explain it to me? Well, I don't want to look it up. I don't want to look it up. But if you would be so kind and just give me a brief understanding of it.
Yeah, that means no matter what he say, he's saying something else. He speak with a forked tongue, meaning he says two things at once. Like, okay, I was just listening to remembering the interview with Donald Trump when somebody asked him point blank, was he racist? This was before he was elected. And he said, no, he's a cultural nationalist. And the woman said, what does that mean? The interview, said, what does that mean? He said, he thinks that Western culture is superior, is a superior culture. See, he didn't say he's not a racist, but he did.
Now, I will say that in politics, you can't just say extremely what you feel, but you kind of have to sugarcoat it. You have to use Black words, as they said. You have to speak in a different language. So I don't remember specifically where I heard, but there was an interview of a president. This was like back in the early 1900s, right? He said, listen, we can't say nigger anymore. We can't say, X, Y, and Z. We have to say Black Americans. We can't use certain terms anymore, so they have to speak in code in order to get the message apart.
Who said that?
I said I can't recall the name of the president, but in one of his interviews,
then stop making shit up. Stop making shit up, bro.
You can look it up.
Like, come on. No, how am I gonna look it up when you can't even give me a name? What am I looking up?
Type in the phrase. Google it.
Okay, I got you. What phrase am I googling exactly?
So wait, no, let's do this.
What phrase am I googling?
So if I look it up, you gotta send this channel a cash app of $100.
Why? You sound dumb.
Why? You're supporting the channel.
Why would I? Hold on, if I'm gonna send it
because you're
$100, I'm gonna
supporting the
send them
channel.
$100 to keep you off the channel. Like that's
Perfect. we'll send
yeah.
that.
So I'm not gonna send $100 for you to look something up that you just made up. Like, what are we
Oh, so
talking
you
about?
don't want to send the channel $100 to kick me off?
Bro, listen. I've sent this channel more than $100.
Right. I got it.
I've sent this channel way more than $100.
No,
So
right.
yeah, so you did that like that don't people know this, so like that don't mean nothing to me. But
No,
I'm
right.
saying like
You're rich. Got it.
I'm saying you know all of this talk about like people being able to comprehend and all these other things, but it's like
But you couldn't
you're
comprehend
making
though.
a statement.
I was
You're
being
making a
straightforward.
statement that you can't. You're making a statement that you
But I
can't
backed
verify.
up my statement though. And I
No,
did
no,
verify it. You showed it with your actions.
no, you made a statement about a president in the 1900s giving an interview
Now
saying
we're
we can't
talking
say the
about
N
two
word
separate
anymore.
incidences.
No, we're not. I just asked you like who said that statement that you said a president said in an
I'll
interview.
look it up.
Okay, look it up.
Not right now, but I'll look it up.
Okay,
I'd
then
rather
shut
stay
up.
on reparations. I'd rather
Then
stay
shut
on
up.
reparations.
Then why make the statement? Like
Because it
you
goes to
actively you like to get
what
up here
Wale
and you
was
like to
saying.
but how does it go to what it's saying if it's not true?
But it is true.
But it's okay, so prove that it's true. You don't even know who said it. So how do you know it's true if you don't know who said it?
I'll look it up. I'll
Okay.
verify it, and you got a cash app.
Go ahead and look it up.
you gotta
Go ahead
cash
and look it
app.
up.
Cute butter. You gotta send them
Go ahead and look it up.
more than 10. But
Go ahead
I'll
and
do
look
it
it up.
later though. I'll do it later.
Okay, then shut up. Then shut up.
But remember when you said that
Then
the
shut up.
course of debating didn't exist? Your dumb
I
ass
never
didn't
said
look it
that.
up. I actually looked it up for
I never
you,
said that.
and
I
I
never said that.
actually
I teach.
read it to
I've
you.
taught debate classes. That's what you're making
Yeah.
yourself look
We all
dumb.
did. Right.
I've taught debate classes.
No, right. We all did. I
No,
get it.
we know. Like I literally my college was paid for because of debate.
Nobody gives a shit. See, you like the
Oh,
flamboast.
but you're
And
looking it up though.
this is the thing I
But you're
learned
looking it
about
up
you
though.
just by you speaking and
Yeah,
not
I
listening.
flex. Yeah, I
You
flex. I
try to
do.
flex,
I do
but you
flex.
don't actually
I
listen
do
and you don't
flex.
understand nor comprehend when
I do
people
flex.
speak. You
But do you see how you're
flex,
panicking
but you do
because you
not
made a statement?
comprehend though.
You see how you made a statement that you couldn't verify? So now you're doing all this
You
jumping through hoops
verified it
to get
by
away
not
from you
comprehending.
just getting up here lying. So
Jesus Christ.
this is how you respond to you just getting up here lying
Yo,
about
what's going on, Goat? Like, this is a pointless conversation, bro.
it.
Like, I'm
Hey
not getting
Taz,
any value out
Taz,
of
you
it,
got the
bro.
keys? Taz, you got the keys?
You gonna send that $100? Listen, man.
Nah,
All jokes aside, all jokes
cause
aside, man. Listen.
somebody already paid to get you off. So
No,
if
that's what's
Taz
up.
got the keys,
Support the
he
show.
gotta
No,
sit
that's
down
what's up.
20 minutes.
No, that's what's up. You gonna match that 20? Why are you quiet? You're not on mute.
Let's get him. Let's
You're
get him
not.
on. Let's get him on.
You're not on mute.
My bad, what happened? What's going on?
Yeah,
What you need?
you got the keys. Somebody paid $20 to get Curious Minds up out of here.
They didn't say that. You have to let them write that.
Camille paid her $20 to get him up out of here.
Camille, he's telling people to donate, but
You said what?
donated. Camille, you paid 20 to get him gone?
Get him gone. That's that West Coast talk.
Yeah, I mean, shit, you be back in 20 minutes, fam. I don't care nothing about that shit, bro.
I don't see it, man. I don't see it. I don't
Yeah,
see
she
where
paid it way earlier. She paid it way
well,
earlier.
what she say now? Because I don't. Oh, there it is. I see something. Hold on.
All right, yeah. Well, yeah, that's that. Good morning, Joe.
I don't know. Hey, baby, how's it going over there?
It's hot early. Desert heat.
Okay, just say Camille Burke $20. I guess that was a Wale is West African. See, people just be saying shit. That's crazy. Oh, okay. Yeah, man, ain't no big deal. Thank you, Camille. That is really decent. She put up another buck. You bet your own 20, huh? That's a beautiful thing.
Let's see, who is defending reparations now for Black folks, politics, education, Trumponomics, and more? All right. Well, what you got, Wale? What you got on the reparations topic?
Well, the same thing I always have, man. You know, we must take up on the responsibility of repairing ourselves. Once we realize that no one can repair us but us, and we function on that, you'd be surprised how many people offer us money.
So you think, because like for me, reparations is more of a specific thing based on like the companies that may have been involved in slavery or Jim Crow benefits, profits, and all of that. You saying that the sources could come from somewhere else of the brand?
I'm saying what grandma? Listen, I'm saying right now to anyone and everyone that we 40 million deep. Let's go with 30. I like them round numbers. We 30 million deep, right? $1 a day for 30 million people is $30 million. We can build a fund for ourselves of $30 million in one day. Doing that on a regular, even once a week or once a month or once a year, we would have established us a good cachet for our national fund. Without doing something for ourselves, we must look forward to repairing ourselves and get into that with all the responsibility and knowledge that we are the only ones that can repair us. Money can't repair you. Money can't even buy you love.
Are you talking about specifically about us colored folks, right?
Well, of course.
Okay. Now, because sometimes the reparations conversation begins to expand into Aboriginals and Indians and all these other people. Now, do you think that conversation is too wide, or should they be in that conversation?
I'm saying in that conversation, cousin, the thing that you're doing, see, this is what I'm thinking of right away. The way that you recognize. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I thought you were done. I missed.
I'm saying you see what I'm doing. I ain't doing nothing, Wale. I just started talking. I ain't doing nothing, bro.
I'm saying, oh yeah, I'm saying your conversation leads to a certain progressiveness, and that's why I say doing. It points in a certain direction, and then when I travel that direction, I see where it's going, and I see that as an action. So I'm not saying this is what is happening. All right. Once I realized that no one can repair us but us, then I realized that we must at the very least, put out an all-out effort to repair ourselves without omission, without request, without nothing. We just go about our business. And that's what I say is the first move. And actually, after that move, all the other moves will run in line. They'll fall in line like what they call them dominoes or so. I forget how this stuff goes. These analogies. But they'll fall in line like the gear. Because the gear works, but you got to turn it and get it started. You can't just say, point at the gear and say, start turning. No, we got to turn the gear. And that's what I'm saying. We have to put in the effort to revitalize our own self, to repair ourselves. And in that, we have to repair ourselves in the essence of our ancestors. Because that's what we are complaining about. I mean, I hear people complaining about, well, they did the answer, but let's do something for our ancestors and repair ourselves. Let's bring up the glory of our ancestors. Like for me, for instance, I will never, and you can ask since anybody has ever known me, call one of my ancestors a slave. Why? Because I won't lie on them like that, right? Because some cracker called them a slave. Some cracker put them in chains. Now I'm going to call them a slave. No, that ain't going to work for me. Now, my ancestor told me about nigger, and we all call each other nigger, so that's our word. We didn't get that from no cracker. It's my understanding from my forefathers, right? So what I'm saying though, slave, they like, I got my people 100 years old say they ain't even know about no slave. So that's something that's being put on us, that we're slave. It's a mindset. And I'm not accepting a mindset. My mindset says two things. A slave is one that has capitulated, has given up, has been conquered, and has assimilated. However, I'm talking about two people in the condition of change. A political prisoner is one who will never give up, who will never be conquered, and who will never assimilate. When we stand on that, then we got something. Otherwise, we are standing on a concept of slavery, and on a concept of slavery, we expect the man that stabbed us, cut off our leg, and raped us in the butt to help us out. And we keep putting petitions going like he gonna do that. That's slavery to me. I'm just saying, you asked me, and I told you. I know I do a lot of acting and stuff like that, you know, with my rhetoric. don't let that alarm you at all. Thank you very much. Yeah.
No, I get it, but now I guess my question would be, because I know you acknowledge that history, but do you think that there's somewhat of a diminishing of it when you say it that way? Because you do acknowledge that it happened, right? Slavery?
I acknowledge that the different states in the United States put out edicts saying that these people were slaves. And the people who were within those states function under those systems in their states.
Okay, but so there were slaves though, right? I just want to make sure because you're saying your people didn't tell you that, which would be an anecdotal experience. You know what I'm saying? I get it, but we have to acknowledge that the event took place, right? Maybe
I just did.
The event took place.
I just did. The so-called whatever you want to call colonialists, they did put statues and made all kind of laws, and they still do to this moment, that our people are recognizing. I know their people recognize it, but I'm saying our people don't need to recognize them laws. That's their laws. And by us capitulating to those, excuse me?
I know what you mean by that, Wale. I don't know what you mean. Now, we live in this country. How do we not recognize the laws?
Dude, we live in... Okay.
Yo, Damo, I'm do it right now. My bad, bro. The freaking internet's been off and on. I've been getting my butt kicked with the internet for some reason today. So I've been all over the place. I think I just got it working. So I'm going to do that right now, bro.
Okay, bet.
What's good, y'all? I'm trying to join on the phone now that I got everything back up and running.
Hey, man.
Yo,
what up, fellas?
What's good? Yo, Wale, my man who got me into the music studio business. He's in Jamaica right now. I think he moved back out there. And I'm supposed to be having a phone conference with him, but I'm meeting with Sizzler, hopefully, if everything works right, next week. And he's gonna be possibly introducing our new location, and we're gonna try to pitch to him if he could be a backer of a space in Jamaica. I ain't gonna lie. So that's what's going on. We're trying to circle out right now on him.
Beautiful. That's beautiful.
That's going down next week.
Actually, Sizzler is good with children. I watch.
Yo, I'm hyped. I know you know Sizzler. That's my man right there. You know what I'm saying? So that's going down next week if everything goes right. It'll be on the 19th. And yeah. So I'll be back, y'all.
Yeah. The children I saw love that man. That's beautiful. Or Taz.
I'm here, fam. What you say, bro?
No, I just remember what had I last was thinking about, and it was a question or some kind of thing you had asked me, and then I said, "Oh yeah, that was Taz," and at the same time, I remembered sequentially, I remembered that I had already expressed my answer to your question, and then I said back.
Yeah, you answered it. That's what I say. Sometimes I don't know if a person is just saying slavery didn't happen or if they're saying it didn't happen to my family, but I acknowledge the event itself. Sometimes you almost have to ask what a person's stance is on that because people kind of saying wild things these days,
On the slavery question, I've said many times, slavery is still on the books and working and functioning fine. I went to jail, Taz, about 10 years ago. I love it now. And I saw them little boys, 14, 18, 24, 35 years old, shuffling along in slave chains in the county, in the city. I think it was a city or county. Anyway, their jail system. And they're shuffling along with their hands all cuffed up. And if it's not straight out of a slave movie, dude, I don't know what is. And not only that, they were all diminished. Do you know what I mean by that term as I'm using it, diminished? They felt like they had no power. They felt defeated. They felt conquered. That's what I mean by diminished.
Yeah,
And
jail will do that to you.
Cousin, a state of mind will do that to you. However, when one thinks not in terms of the slavery concept of diminishment, but in the terms of the political prisoner, in the sense that we are still at war, then we got something to work with that can move us forward. But as long as we are a conquered people, yeah, we got to wait for the conqueror to, do whatever he gonna do for us, and we got to keep begging and beseeching and petitioning him to do something for us, and he keeps putting us off and down the road and giving everybody in the world everything that is us, and we still asking for ours without doing anything to repair ourselves. That's important, that we do something to repair ourselves. It makes a whole international outlook, makes the whole international outlook different. So when people from France, people from Germany, people from Nigeria, they look in at us and they say, them niggas getting their act together. That's impressive. They'd be like, I wonder if we could do business with them niggas, man. I know one of them niggas. That nigga there knows this and that and that. You see what I'm saying? We could doing something.
I'm curious though. Why do we operate from the assumption that Black people aren't doing anything but waiting for handouts? Why is that? Where does that narrative come from?
The narrative, as I put it, if that's what you're referring to, is this: the assimilation. As long as you're just assimilating, to me, that's doing nothing of any value. Actually, it's negative movement. It's movement, but it's negative in the negative direction. Even though it's movement, you can multiply certain numbers times certain numbers and get a negative number. So I'm not saying that is not movement. I'm just saying in what direction. More assimilation and more dependence. And the movement that. Okay, did I finish? You're ready.
So
okay,
how do you? So how do you define assimilation in that context? Like what actions? What actions would you consider movement that are movements towards it? Because I didn't say anything about like not moving. I said waiting for handouts. Like we're not doing anything and we're waiting for handouts. That was the way I characterized it. But if your characterization has more to do with movement, what movement would you consider to be assimilationist movement as opposed to autonomous movement?
Well, you said waiting, and waiting to me means, inactivity. So
No, yeah, and that's why that's what I'm saying. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. If that's how you framed it, but that's why. But I'm curious as to what do you characterize as a movement towards assimilation?
What do I characterize as movement toward assimilation?
Yeah. Because you said movement, like
Oh,
yeah,
every
we have movement, but we're moving towards assimilation. So like, what would you?
almost every concept that I hear most of the time. You can pick your just pick out anything, and I'll
Well,
spend
no,
more
you pick
time.
out. You pick out one. You pick one.
It's easier for me to pick out something that's not assimilation, because I hear assimilation being repeated, and I don't want to repeat it or give it much attention. We all know what this assimilation includes. Whether we admit it or not, it's okay. However,
Well, that's
we
what I'm
all
saying. So if we all know it though, then what would be like? Because here's the thing. Like if we're saying assimilation is bad, then we need to be able to identify what we're doing to cause assimilation, right? So that's
and
why it's like it's always important to diagnose the problem if we're going to attempt to create solutions for it. So what is it that we're doing that would be considered assimilation? Like, because like for example over here, like so it's reparations, like the demand for reparations from the government, is that assimilation?
oh yeah, that's a assimilationist movement.
Okay, so demanding the government to provide reparations is a form of assimilation.
That's an assimilation movement. Yes.
Okay, what about what about Pan-Africanism? Because that's
What
something else
about
we talk about over here.
what about it?
The ideology of Pan-Africanism.
What ideology of Pan-Africanism? Because I know old school and I know this new school stuff that y'all preach.
Okay, so I'm saying generally, right? The idea that people of the diaspora are connected, have a shared fate.
Okay, I didn't even know what the diaspora was until the 80s. I think it was 89, the year of 1989. I didn't even know that word diaspora. Okay, so, and I had been what was called an old school Pan-Africanist for a long time and didn't know that word, because we took all the niggas everywhere on this planet. We were talking about them. The Negrito over there in Philippines, the Australian, the nigga over there in Australia, we were talking about him. The nigga in Melanesia, the nigga down in Peru. We were talking about that kind of Pan-Africanism. The kind that y'all talking about now is something different. And so with that, you can figure out the difference.
Okay, so
Maybe,
it's not. So is it assimilationist or not? Like, so you saying
yeah.
you're saying the way that we?
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah. So the way that so you're saying the modern Pan-African conversation is assimilationist.
Yes, it assimilates. It's a moves toward assimilation.
All right. What about black nationalism?
You know what? I think that was just simply a mistake.
So you said black nationalism was a mistake?
I think that was simply a mistake.
Would you mind elaborating?
I say that like this. By the time, because what's his name? I think it was Martin King. He had a hard time with that word black. He even told Stokely them that. And he told a lot of people that. He said, no, we're not doing that black thing. However, at that time, the young, especially Stokely Carmichael, a recent immigrant from Trinidad, had been educated in Trinidad and came, he was coming over to continue his education in America. And from his position of indoctrination and what they call education in Trinidad, he felt that he had something even greater to say about us than us. And so that's why I say it's a mistake, that kind of thing that went on, because over the time, it has not been able to grow as it had a potential without that type of mistake.
What do you think has been the barrier for growth for the black nationalist perspective?
What I say about all the barriers for any kind of growth is truth. Anything that doesn't speak directly the truth, it suffers. I mean, the tree may grow, but it probably ain't going to bear much fruit. And it might grow, or it might not even grow. Depending.
So what aspect of black nationalism do you feel wasn't truthful?
Oh, black. We're not black. That takes away everything from us. I know y'all guys don't deal with it, But in the upper, I'd say it's upper. In the what do you want to go? In the damn, the elite classes of the world in every race, because see, they're not even races. Now we're talking about groups of people. When we're talking about groups of people, there's always a hierarchy. There must be a government and there must be a street sweeper. Yes, in every group of people that's functioning as a society. And in the ones that govern and stuff like that, the elitists, they have a different education than the ones that sweep the street. In the elitist education, they also include the ideas of natural laws, because those laws determine almost everything. And understanding those laws, there's the law of opposites. And what happens, because that concept of black was given to us and put on us by their terminology, and like I just said about the slavery, they made those terms, they purported those ideas, and were set to enforce the ideas that they put on us. And then when we did that, in acceptance of those ideas, yeah. And when you don't accept those ideas, you say, you got me right now, motherfucker, but this is still a war. We still on. But I hear people all the time saying, we have no power, we have been conquered. Well, that's a slave mentality to me. However, that's what you asked me to describe and talk about, so that's what I'm doing. But to me,
but I don't think black nationalism operates from a. I mean, I get the pushback on the term black, but I guess what I find to be ideologically inconsistent is hold on, let me take this call.
Oh, beautiful. What I was actually speaking about is the laws of nature, because then the thing breaks into the laws of nature first before it falls into the laws of the community and all that society and stuff. Everything must first start in the laws of nature. And they claim to be white. But at first, in the early 1800s, all of their paperwork says Christian. It was a religious designation. That Christian, it's not only religious designation, but a cultural designation to be a Christian. It also lent itself to lineage, because most Christians were Gentiles. And now Gentiles are a certain lineage that I'm not in that lineage. So that's what they were referring to themselves as. In the early 1800s, they started changing the paperwork right there in Virginia, while it was still a colony, before it became an American, United States thing. It was still a colony of England, and they referred to, then they started, I think in 1831, they started referring to, in the laws, I'm saying, as white. As white, they start referring to themselves and start referring to us as black in those laws, I'm saying. So now there's the set, they all Masons and stuff. That's why the Masons have them black and white floors. They be walking, you know what I'm saying? They be walking, anytime you see a Masonic lodge, an emblem or something, you're going to see these black and white, because that's the thing that they're using, are the laws of nature. All those things just imply or symbolize the different laws of nature. And when you look at them, you say, oh, that's a Masonic something. It might be to you. However, in the systems of symbols and stuff, it's related to a law of nature. And then if you take the societal reference, like the thing of David, I forget what y'all call it, the Morgan David. That thing, it was, David may not even known that thing. That thing, that's a symbol from the old school. All of them are symbols, and they just grasp them and start utilizing and stuff like that. And we think it belongs to them because we don't know the old school symbols and stuff. Our ancestors know. They still know, and we can get it, that information. So
and
yeah, that's. Go.
Well, I wouldn't be here today if the old school didn't pave the way.
What did you just say? I can't pick out nothing you're saying.
I was singing a song. I said, what can I say? I wouldn't be here today if the old school didn't pave the way. It's a song.
I'm with that though. I mean, as far as that, that's what I be telling my elders all the time, and I give them a call, say, "Hey, man, I really appreciate you. Can I ask you a question?" And I take what they say for real, for real. They teaching me a lot of stuff. Man. And about education, I'm not saying don't get educated, don't learn something you don't know. Of course. I take courses sometimes, especially myself. I'll take a course in something in a minute. I don't care who's teaching the course, like metalworks or plumbing or whatever. I'll take a course, a 6 to 9 month course. I take it real quick and I can do that stuff. That's just another notch in my belt, man. That's should do 5 or 10 of them in your lifetime. That's what I recommend. Be able to do a lot of stuff. So that wherever you at, whatever you got going on, you could throw down in some capacity.
All right, I'm back.
Do your thing, man.
Did anybody else chime in? Anybody? I ain't trying to
No,
interrupt.
Taz had asked a question, and I think I answered it. Your boy Kubutter came through, said he'll be back, and that was it, dude.
Okay. Yeah, but we looking in the chat, I saw an interesting comment from the homie Metal Judah. And Metal Judah said that can we please bring up one document that shows the federal government owning a slave? Which is it brings up an interesting concept. Um, so regardless, so I definitely understand that you believe that um, our goal should be repairing ourselves. Um, so outside of like what we should do ourselves, do you feel that the government owes Black people reparations? Even though we should still, do what we need to do for ourselves, do you believe that we are still owed that money and that they just won't give it to us, or we can't expect them to give it to us, but they still owe it? What's your thoughts on that?
You're asking that question of Meta Judah, you say?
No, I'm asking it to you.
Of me?
Yes, I'm asking. I'm
Oh,
asking. Even though you believe that we should repair ourselves, do you think that the government has any culpability in repairing what happened with the slave trade
okay. You say the slave trade,
in
and I
America?
got
Yes. And
yeah. I would have to say I don't understand how you can link the United States of America. You're talking about the Fed to the slave trade. But if you want to, you can get them on moral stuff. But I don't see it much legal stuff you can get that.
so you're
Moral
saying
legal.
so you don't even think they owe. You don't even think the U.S. government owes reparations to Black people
For what? You say the slave trade.
for slavery.
If you ask me about something that the federal government is, what they say, culpable, then I'll say yes. But I don't see the culpability in what you're asking.
And you don't see the culpability of the United States in chattel slavery.
And watch what how I'm gonna sequence it for you. In the understanding that I have, up until 1776. I'm willing to go with that. 1775 even. So we can have even numbers, stuff like that. Easy numbers. Up until 1775, there was no federal government. So it seems to me what happened before 1775, they are not culpable. The federal government is not culpable for those things, except the ones that they admitted to be culpable for in the Treaty of 1776. In that treaty, they admitted to being culpable for certain things. And if you want to go by that treaty, then we can talk about that or get into that treaty. But otherwise, nothing before that.
But we do recognize that slavery persisted even after the U.S. government was formed.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
So like we had a federal government while slavery still existed. So one could argue, right? So one could argue that it was the protections that the federal government allowed for whites to own slaves that would make the federal government culpable. Like if the government isn't stepping in, like so once slavery was outlawed, like the slave trade was outlawed like globally, or at least the transatlantic slave trade was outlawed. You still had the U.S. government that was you had a pro-slavery government, right? You had people. I mean, even the 3/5 compromise is a reflection of the government being accepting to slavery, the federal government being accepting to slavery, like the federal government failing to provide protections for enslaved Africans, or even encouraging or providing protections for slave masters. All of those things contributed to maintaining chattel slavery, and the federal government played a role in that. So
okay.
Do you? Yeah.
I might. Okay, so listen, what I'm looking at is this. First of all, the understanding of what the federal government is. Are you realizing that through the sequence of things, these were colonies? They weren't part of the federal government. They created the federal government.
Right, but I'm only talking about after the government was created. So I get you. I think you make a valid point when you talk about the colonies, right? So if we're saying that, okay, the things that happened before the U.S. government was an institution in and of itself, you can't make that institution responsible for things that happened before it existed. I get that. However, after the federal government was established, it still created and maintained the conditions for chattel slavery in the United States.
And I'm addressing all of that in the sequence. It started off.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm giving you the first part of the sequence. I'm giving you, so we don't have to go through the sequencing. I'm specifically requesting to talk about the period after the formation of the federal government and slavery that persisted after the government was formed.
And this is what I was getting to. Okay, what I was getting to is how the government was formed. First of all, I said, what's the resource of the government, which were the colonies? That's where the fair government comes from, the resources of the colonies. They brought themselves together, and they brought their different, they call it their different sovereignties, because each state is a sovereign, and they brought their sovereignties over and loaned them to a federal entity that we refer to as the federal government. But that's actually the sovereignty of each state being loaned to the government. And they call that the United States for a reason, because without a doubt, it's a matter of state sovereignty that rules over the federal sovereignty almost all the time.
That's not true.
It's not true. Go ahead and show me. Show me how not.
The supremacy clause. The supremacy clause of the Constitution.
Go ahead.
That because what you're describing is what's called federalism. So states' rights versus federal government. So
go ahead.
The supremacy clause says that at any area where states and the federal government clash in terms of authority, the supremacy clause gives the federal government authority over the states. So there are things that are clearly defined that are federal government powers, and then everything that's not clearly defined as a federal government power is left up to the states. But in the places where like there's a gray area between the two, or if we find that there's gray area between the two, the supremacy clause says that that gray area always sides with the federal government in that context.
Which is why we should
So
be perfectly fine with going to pick up these illegal ass immigrants at these schools and shit. Because the federal government and the supremacy clause is what actually has to say at the end of the day.
hold on, what you say?
I said that's why we should be more in support and understanding of why ICE is going to pick up all these illegals from schools, courtrooms, courthouses, and anywhere else public. Again, the federal government does trump the state government, but the states want to keep hiding them. The states want to keep being a benefit to illegals, and so the federal government has to step in and show who's the boss at times.
I mean, yeah, that's an argument.
Yeah, it's an argument because they're going to take it. The states have all kind of court cases on all that stuff. So you're right. It is an argument. I agree. It is an argument that I'm not willing to have. I was just stating how this sequence of events is about, which is how the Fed government came into being. And by them coming into being from the different colonies that became states, then what they're saying is each state, what they allowed in their configuration of states, which is the Fed government, is a configuration of states. That they said that they will allow for the state, each state, to decide and determine about their stance on slavery, and that's what they did. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, okay, I got you. I understand what you're saying, Wale. I get it. So you're saying that there's still some distance between the federal government and slavery because the federal government left it up to state autonomy to decide on slavery. I got you. I got you.
Uh-huh.
I got you. Yeah, I got you. That makes that's a good point. That's a good point because then the question will become, well, hold on, Taz, because hold on, hit me out. Because what Wale is saying, then you said what? You kind of breaking up, Taz.
Oh, no, I said you got it.
Oh, nah, I was saying then the argument would then become that it's not the responsibility of the federal government to provide reparations. It will be the responsibility of slave states that perpetuated slavery within that state to provide reparations. If we're saying that it's a government institution that will have to do it, that government will have to be a state government, not a federal government.
I would say that's why I think the young man had pointed out a couple of cases that were state-bound cases that people brought it as far as California.
Like Evanston, whatever.
And bring in
Rosewood was another one.
Like I said, in some cases, people were not enslaved. Man, everybody wasn't enslaved. And even in the paperwork that I read on Virginia in 1800s, when they started all that stuff about any nigger walking around as a slave, because that wasn't always the case. In the first 100 years, in the first 80 years, of Virginia, they said it was when the people came in from wherever they came from, half of them were called indentured and half of them were called slaves. And the difference between the two was that an indentured had a contract and a slave did not. I'm talking about colored people. I'm not talking about crackers now. But you could read it for yourself. I mean, I did, and that's where I go by the stuff that they wrote in the governmental papers, because that's what you got to use, I think, anyway, because you can't use no book, because that's crazy. You got to use actual paperwork that you can rely on if you're going to take a some case somewhere, then in the actual cases and stuff, they actually give you enough to work with. if that's what you want to work with. They actually put it in there. It's a matter of this, though. And sometimes, and we don't know, these cases have already been adjudicated. And we don't even know that. It's already been adjudicated. And maybe the what they call it, the expression of the law, you know, when the people haven't been able to collect on the adjudication, or sometime, or maybe it's adjudicated and said that, oh, there's no case here or whatever. But everybody wasn't sitting around waiting. In 1889, in North Carolina, all them Negroes that were in the state capitol, who were running the state capitol out of there, they got murdered and stuff because they had voted themselves in, and they were taking over. And the crackers said no, and they drew crackers from 4 states around to come and help them get rid of these niggas out of their state capitol. And they came in and killed them people and took it over and all that kind of stuff. See, that right there can be, I mean, these are things that happen, and the government, the Fed government, sat back and didn't do nothing. And that was part of their treaty. They were supposed to make sure that kind of stuff didn't happen, because they were bringing in immigrants from all over Europe. But them immigrants were, you know, they don't behave so well. But the Fed government had promised to keep them people in check and not allow them to just run all over us and kill us like that. So when they found out that the Feds did nothing in 1889, they went full hog with the white nationalists. We run this thing. And the newspapers have depictions of it, where they got cartoons of crackers standing on niggas' heads and stuff like that. And they were saying, take back over the country. And they was, at the time, they were saying Republicans, which is what this was a Republican government. And the Democrats were the Klansmen. They were the nationalists, but they didn't switch that all around lately. Mm-hmm. That concept. Mm-hmm. But the Republicans used to think were Republican based on representing the people, the majority of the people. But now they have a majority, because back in them days, even in them days, our population was very high. That's why they didn't want us voting, because we would vote ourselves up, and they didn't want us having that kind of crap. So they put in the screws with this chattel slavery thing to try to make sure we didn't come up.
Interesting perspective, Wale.
Oh,
I'll give you your credit. I'll give you your credit. You are a bit more nuanced than sometimes you get credit for. I'll say that. Interesting.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
So I was talking about the reparations. Most of the reparations people make reference to is the Japanese and the Indians and the American natives, the Native Americans. Excuse me, and the what's that other group? The Hebrews, the Jews. But the Jews I don't remember them getting no reparations, or maybe they got it and it was over with from Germany. Germany paid them a couple of dollars and that was it. But the United States been paying them ever since. And I know that statement you made where he said they would make a Israel if they didn't have one. And I'm saying they made one. He's not saying they would make it, but he should say we made that place, because they did. They provided it with everything it needed and money and protection from outside forces and everything else. Even in the 7-day war, the United States covered from them. I think that was Jimmy Carter. They covered for Israel's attack on Egypt, because they were supposed to have the peace talks in Washington. And the moment that Satar, I think that's his name, the guy from Egypt, the moment his plane landed for the peace talks, Israel attacked Egypt nonstop for 7 straight days while all their leaders were in Washington for peace talks with Egypt. And that's how they do business. That's how they've been doing business and will continue to do business. In that sense, they are a lot like the Russians. The Russians will go to have somebody in peace talks while they are bombing you. And that's what Zelensky said, man. They'll bomb you, man. They talk peace talks, but they ain't gonna stop. And that's how they got Egypt. They got Egypt first, then they put the next place Syria in there and stuff like that, all in preceding advances, while Israel just spread out like a cancer. What they call it, the blob, like the blob. You know that movie, The Blob, it just come from outer space and starts spreading and just keeps spreading, consumes everything in it. That's what I call assimilation. It keeps spreading and spreading and consumes everything in it. And what I say, we have to maintain our sovereignty. And by giving up our sovereignty, we have, Japan didn't give up its sovereignty. It fought a war for its sovereignty.
Yeah,
Are
but
you ready?
did we have? Oh, my fault. Go ahead, Taylor.
Just 1 second, though, fam. Now, Japan absolutely gave up their sovereignty. They weren't even allowed to have a military. like y'all said, like, what are we talking about?
What we're talking about is they were able to ink a treaty that they could live with and maintain their integrity. I went to Japan, and I'm going to tell you something. They're not happy with America in that sense. Culturally speaking, America is not their friend. I'm
No,
just
we
saying.
dropped nuclear bombs on the air.
They still hold a certain amount of animosity for the United States government. But it's difficult for them to express that under the conditions they have been under. These new conditions don't allow that expression to come back up. Because I noticed that Japan sold a lot of U.S. bonds last week or week before.
You said they sold a lot of U.S. bonds?
Yeah, and they're making an acquisition of U.S. steel.
Yeah, they just Nippon Steel just bought. Well, so here's the thing. So because you calling it an acquisition, Wale, but the Trump administration is calling it a partnership.
Yeah, but the announcement in the news said Nissan is acquiring. That's what the announcement in the news, the real news, not Trump news, but
no, right. I was being facetious.
And with that, they showed the numbers. Nippon will own 51%. To me, that's an acquisition.
Oh, they did show the numbers. Okay, I missed that because the last when I last saw it, it was just saying that the deal, the details of the deal are still obscure. But you saying they own 51% of U.S. Steel?
That's what I saw.
Oh yeah, because if this is true, all of that. Well, so here's the way that the Trump administration is gonna get around it, because they're gonna keep the production in the U.S. and so they're going to be it's going to be a $14 billion investment into upgrading steel plants and then building some in different places in different rural areas. But I'm trying to. Yes, it's not yet finalized. But they're gonna keep the U.S. Steel headquarters in Pittsburgh, but it's gonna be owned by Nippon Steel ultimately.
Okay, so look at this. When Nippon, that's the generic name for Japan, right? You familiar?
Yeah.
Okay. So what you think they're gonna bring? What kind of workers to build the plant and rejuvenate the plant and get them off the ground? You think they're gonna bring in a cachet of Japanese workers?
Well, no, they said they're gonna. So Japan is gonna invest $14 billion into the U.S. plants. what they're arguing is that that's going to bring more jobs for American workers. So they're not going to export workers. They're just going to make an investment in the American workforce.
Let me ask you
So
something, cousin. I'm
yeah,
thinking you kind of briefed. You're telling me that one country is about to invest $14 billion in another country's just cash, just give them cash? Did they get slapped out of their face? They brought some kind of crazy deal. No, we will take over. They're going to take over the company. They will revitalize the location so that it works and functions. They ain't got time to be learning Spanish, and they ain't giving all that money. They'll hire some Americans once they open. Hire more Americans once they open the plant. However, to get that plant off the ground, they finna bring in a cachet of Japanese workers who already know their style, who they already talked to, and they all speak Japanese, went to this, and they work together. They're gonna bring their crew, and their crew is gonna revitalize the place. And then once they revitalize the place, you can bring these Cro-Magnon and Neanderthals over to do some of the work. Yeah, we can hire some of them. But I watched a Japanese crew throw up a house in, I think it took them 10 hours. They threw up a full house in 10 hours. Bathroom, electricity, everything. I was like, get out. Had me crying. Them motherfuckers were awesome. I said, if our people work like this with each other, because they were working such with each other, they were singing and getting it done like those old movies. They talk about the Africans doing this, they doing their work and singing and stuff. Everybody was happy and stuff. Them damn little, they look like little ants all over the house. Some was putting up the roof, some was putting in the electricity, and they had about 30 of them. And they never argued the whole time. They laughed and talked and stuff and played with each other and sang. And at the end of the day, the house was there. I was like, damn.
One day.
They threw down. These don't you see what they doing in the East with them roads? Japan and China, they doing what they call it. Man, they doing things. I don't know what to tell you. They're doing things. We can be doing things, but we keep trying to get the cracker to give us a chance. We don't need him to give us a chance. We can give our own self a chance. Even if we're 30 million deep and only 1 million of them say, hey, man, I'll put in $1, and we got $1 million fund, we could start doing something and we can make more of that as it comes up, and we can build us a fund for our own people to progress and look like we're trying to get something done. We find a dude that's got an IQ. He's 17 years old. He got an IQ out of sight. He's 14 years old. He got an IQ out of sight. We can start owning them people by being their patrons. That's what the college does. Oh, well, we'll give you a scholarship. They buying that brain right there with that scholarship money. And you be, oh man, I got a scholarship, man. They really love me. No, they want you there so they can juice you out of your brain juice. And that's what I'm saying. We can build our own brain juicer. And we can do a lot of things ourselves, man. I'm just saying we got to look inward. Inward is the answer. It's all my whole. There you go.
Brain juice. That was crazy. I don't know if we can stand on that scientifically.
According to what's his face, Neil deGrasse, yes, we can. Neil deGrasse put out a video on it saying, you should watch it. Look up Nielsen, whatever his name is, and his idea, something about African genealogy, or you know how you do it, DNA or something like that. Intelligence, just go intelligence, right? Him and African intelligence. Do that and watch what he tells you. And that, because he did about a 15-minute thing on it. I was like, damn, he really did that? And yes, he did. Neil deGrasse Tyson, that's his name. He said he was surprised. And he said, we have to rewrite everything, man. All this stuff is messed up. We got to do everything different. It's all different. And especially now with the sun doing all them solar bursts, you'll know about the solar bursts, that stuff that's going down, solar storms and stuff.
Yeah, it's been some crazy like solar activity. Like I think it's been like more solar activity than we've seen. I think this lifetime, something like that.
Whatever, however it go, I just know it's a high solar activity that's going on, and all of that stuff, everything, the dust from the Sahara. I just, we were just talking about that. A dude reminded me. He said, "Wale, you see the dust?" I'm like, "Dust." I had to go outside, and I'm looking at the dust. I'm like, "Yeah, I see the dust from the Sahara coming over here, right?" That's where the Sahara is.
Desert.
Huh?
Wait, what you saying, bro? You see dust from the Sahara Desert coming where?
Oh, over the Caribbean, and they predicted it would continue on into South Florida. But I don't know if it actually went into South Florida. But that was the prediction of the meteorologists. You can look it up: Sahara, dust storm, and course of incident or whatever this year, because it happens every year actually. Yeah, it happens every year. Might happen more than once, but definitely annual.
Hey, just to switch gears and pick up the pace a little bit. Appreciate that insight, Wale, on the reparations conversation. Taz, how you feel about like all of these videos that shows like U.S. like citizens blocking ICE? So not like government entities, like politicians, but like regular people being like, "Nope, we're not letting y'all come up in here."
Yeah, it's embarrassing. I mean, especially to see black people willing to jump out here and defend immigrants and foreigners and whatnot. I mean, sometimes I wonder what the average American citizen is thinking when they're putting their time into, defending people that are here illegally, people that are not actually here for the country's benefit. It's just kind of embarrassing, and to see black people equate their struggle as illegal immigrants to our struggle as black Americans, it's insane. So yeah, I push back against that. We don't need to be defending.
But I don't think it's equating it though. Like so, because like so, from my perspective, like I believe that every law enforcement agency has a adversarial relationship with people of color. Like, so it may be there's differences, there's nuances in it, right? There are definitely differences, but in the United States, whether it's the ATF, CIA, FBI, NSA, what else? ICE, ICE, local police department, whatever. I view them as a similar apparatus. Like, so like, how do you disconnect your perspective? Because like, I guess to be fair, are you pro law enforcement? Not necessarily. I'm not going to ask you, are you necessarily anti law enforcement, but are you pro law enforcement or other?
So now, are you referring to ICE as law enforcement in that scenario?
ICE is definitely law enforcement, but I'm asking in general though. But ICE is considered law enforcement.
So inherently, no, I would be opposed to law enforcement. But what I will say is, if law enforcement isn't going to be equal, if enforcement of the law is going to be one-sided, then it's going to skew how I view that enforcement. It's historically been one-sided. And so as long as it's always a focus on us, I have an issue with that. Now you do have people here that carry the title of being illegal. It's one thing to do something illegal, but you are actually, your entire existence here in my country points to an illegal activity. Yeah, like that's legal.
But that's not necessarily true from a legal standpoint. It's not necessarily true because the correct term is undocumented. Now, undocumented creates legal issues, but
For me,
undocumented isn't necessarily illegal.
I believe in using slurs. I think we should be calling them illegal aliens, like what we used to call them. They used to be called illegal aliens. That's what they were. Now they're migrants with all these other beautiful names. No, they're illegal aliens. That's what they are. And they're
Yeah,
trying to
but
make
what?
inclusive language. No, dog, fuck that. They're aliens.
Oh, I hear you. But again, though, that the well, I mean, are you able to recognize though how certain rhetoric can kind of it can certain rhetoric creates racial criminalization. So it's like you have American citizens who, because the illegal alien as a term is coded as Mexican or it's coded Latino, right? You would agree with that. Illegal alien is coded Latino.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Right. So, but so, are you? Would you? So, can is it possible to take into account the fact that once that language becomes coded, it's no longer actually about whether or not the person is illegal or not. It's more so playing out like a racial categorization. So you have American Mexicans, American born Mexicans called illegal as a slur. Like
Right.
like you have people who born and raised in America, live their whole life in America, parents born and raised in America, but they're Mexican. But because they're Mexican, the term illegal alien is used against them, even though they're not illegal aliens. They're just Mexican.
Okay.
So
Would you? I mean,
wouldn't
what you want?
so I'm saying that the the use of the slur in this context is less about securing America for Americans and more about demonizing Latino people.
But
Right.
may I ask you a question? Oh, I was
Fine
going
with
to ask
that.
a question. Illegal.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
The illegal illegal immigrant, right? First of all, the illegal immigrant is a, a statue, a statue. It's a statue. This deals with a statue, and like a legal immigrant deals with a statue. What's the statue? The statue of immigration. So they say a legal immigrant or an illegal immigrant. Both are immigrants, but one is illegal and one is legal. Is this the thing that you guys are going by? Because I want to know if
Well,
that's how you're equating it. Because I was thinking of something that just passed my mind, and I could tell you what it is, but I'm thinking if you would verify this assumption I've just made.
um, so I would argue that that is the way in which it's framed, but that doesn't match the actual like legal framework, right? Because like if you're here, for example, and you're waiting on an asylum claim, you're undocumented, right? And but what's happening is we're equating undocumented with illegal. Waiting on an asylum claim isn't illegal, right? Like being here while you're trying to go through asylum doesn't make you illegal. It just makes you undocumented.
I think the illegal comes in the transportation. I'm gonna just be honest with you on that. Since you're being a stickler, I'll be a stickler also. If you come into the country legally, then you're waiting on documents. But if you come into the country illegally, then you're the illegal immigrant. I mean, ain't no way around that, cousin. I don't see any way around it. And you could be saying, "Oh yeah, I came in illegally, but now I have applied for asylum, and while I'm
Well,
waiting for asylum."
yeah, go ahead, Wale.
I'm saying no. If you came in, I mean, when a body comes in illegally, without the, coming in legal as opposed to coming in legally or immigrating legally into the country, and then once they come in as an illegal through illegal means, and then apply for sanction, that's them applying for sanction, okay, but they still are fitting the definition of illegal immigrant because of their transportation into the country. You either do it legally or illegally for whatever the same reason. It don't matter the reason.
So you recognize U.S. jurisdiction. You recognize U.S. authority, U.S. government authority and jurisdiction.
I recognize U.S. authority and jurisdiction as they use it. Yes, I do.
Okay.
But I
Okay.
recognize it as far as how it applies to me. It's a different thing that I'm talking about. Yet it's still.
See, nah, that's
Wait a
where we
minute.
run into the problem, though, Wale.
You're not letting me finish. If you let me finish, maybe you'll see there is
Go
no
ahead.
problem. I guarantee
Go
you
ahead.
there's
Go
no
ahead.
However, I
Go
deal
ahead.
with them the same way. They are the United States government is a government. I'm not
Yeah.
denying that. You're trying to get me to say I'm denying that. I'm not denying that.
No, I'm not trying to get you to say anything.
Oh, okay. It sounds like
yeah.
Make out that I'm saying anyway.
I think well, it's just
I don't see it as a government for us in our favor. You know, a government by the people for the people, like that kind of stuff. I don't see that happen. I don't see that happening. And you can do whatever you want with that, but I don't see that happening. And the people say, "Hey, man, how you gonna say?" I say that about a lot of things, but I don't until I see it happening. There you go. I don't see that happening. The government we didn't talk about it. It has shown more monetary and any kind of defense and everything more for the doggone little place over there called Israel than it has showed in totality of dealing with niggas in America.
Okay. So I will say that yeah, crossing the illegals. I guess illegal would be the correct term if you cross at any point other than the entry point. That is considered an illegal act. That is considered improper entry, is what it's called. Yeah. So there's legitimacy. There's legitimacy to them being quote unquote illegal. Yeah.
We're not calling that a crime. And I'm saying it's a crime. It's a crime to come across the border. It's a horrible crime. It's dealt with.
This nigga said a horrible crime.
It's not a crime to come across the border. It's a crime to come across the border illegally.
Right.
Well, it outside of the entry points. Improper entry is what it's called, and specifically outlined in 8 U.S. Code Section 1325.
Now I understand there was a time not too long ago in my time that the people from Mexico and the U.S. they used to cross the borderline with no problem all the time. Back and forth, they go to lunch and meet up with their friend over here and stuff. And then this crackdown on immigration started. For whatever reason, maybe it was overload, immigration overload, I don't know. But there was a time when people had freedom of movement. And now that time has been taken.
Yeah, I mean, you had them drug cartels bringing all that over here.
Maybe that's why, man. I'm saying, yeah, that could be it. But meanwhile, they say the crack was brought in by the CIA.
Right. Well, that's why we have to look to the government now to stop that criminality from coming in. We can't sit here and blame the CIA.
I'm saying the government joined in the criminality.
Right, but now this time we see a little pushback on the criminality, and what we were doing is saying, no, let them bring the heroin in. No, let them bring the drugs in. Let El Chapo flood Chicago with more guns. That's what the black community is saying, and it's ridiculous.
Wait a minute, you think they're getting guns from El Chapo?
Yes, El Chapo was
El Chapo makes El Chapo makes guns? I doubt that. The
Nah,
United
them
States,
guns came from Russia.
the United
Hey,
States make
bro, I say,
weapons.
Switzerland and shit.
my fault, Wale. I'm looking at, I'm, bro, libertarians are some of the most confusing people. 'Cause I'm reading this article from the Cato Institute, which is a libertarian think tank. Um, and it's like the article is literally saying that the only reason that we have illegal immigration is because uh, the United States closed legal immigration to most of the world. That's why people don't come in through Ellis Island the way that they used to. But what libertarians are saying that if because what makes it illegal is where you cross. So if you don't come through a certain entry point, then it's considered illegal. But the libertarian position is that what they say, um, more narrowly, he could just designate many of the usual places that immigrants are already crossing to turn themselves in as places that are legal to cross, so long as they wait to be processed. So what they saying is that they should make more spots around, across the border to cut down on illegal immigration, create more places across the border where that would be designated as a legal crossing point. But it's like I didn't know that libertarians was pro immigration like that. This is kind of crazy. Yeah. Any
That's
aliens?
wild. Yeah, I thought they was definitely anti. But nah, because yeah, it makes sense though. Because look at where they argued it from though. They still saying though, they still talk about that manifest type shit.
Yeah,
Like,
so that's interesting. That is interesting. They saying they should not necessarily open the border, but create like the places where they're seeing the most illegal entries. Just make those specific places legal, and then boom, no more illegal immigration.
Hey, let me read this to Wale right quick so you know that
that's
I ain't
crazy.
capping. So this is 2019. It says federal agents trace nearly 500,000 guns used in crimes each year, often turning up a dangerous link that's putting guns in hands of criminals. Now the I team is investigating a loophole linking recent high-profile shootings. Criminals getting around gun safety laws by exploiting legal sales. In last month's battle in Cucalan, Mexico, connected to the arrest of El Chapo's son, the combatants were armed with heavy weaponry of an ongoing cartel arms race. The I team uncovered that the arms race now stretches to Illinois. So it's not something I'm making up, fam. It's really a conversation about how much El Chapo impacted Chicago's crime. That's
I
not
was
me
saying,
making that.
who makes the guns is what I was
Nah,
saying.
you. I'm gonna have to walk that back too though, because I forgot a lot of essays too. I mean, not essays, but magazines
You said who makes the
in
guns?
Chicago too.
Yeah, I'm pretty
So
sure El Chapo ain't making guns.
they do be plugged up on there.
Trying to understand the point in when you say who make them versus who use them. Does it matter who make them?
To me, it does. Otherwise, El Chapo is just a salesman.
Okay,
I mean, I
but
wouldn't deny that.
But the
there's an
sales is the
I would.
crime.
I say
The
the
sales is
switches though. The switches are interested. Those definitely coming from Switch.
the switches. Yeah, the switches is
Yeah, the
Quebec.
switches is Switzerland. How the fuck that's they coming here a whole another route.
Say the Swiss is coming from Switzerland.
hmm Yeah, the switches is Swiss.
They
I just say now
manufacture them in America too.
we downplay the impact of their criminality in our community, and I don't know why. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's a benefit in downplaying them bringing in fentanyl, them bringing in heroin, and then bringing that shit to black communities. They're criminals setting up shop in black communities or being the plug for a black community. I ain't cool with none of that shit. Fuck these Mexicans and these cartels, man. I ain't on the streets. I don't care if the blood price is going up. I ain't
Exactly.
in the hood.
shit better
Stop
when the
glitching.
price high anyway.
My bad, say that
Yeah,
again, man.
I just make it a habit to not.
Uh,
It's like
I
I
think
don't think that we should approach it from like the white carceral standpoint. Like, while I agree that, I mean, it's like the same thing with, like,
It's not. It's
drug
not the
dealers
white.
in the black.
don't you think it's
It
an
is.
advantage though, us having a always having a gun plug?
It's not a. It's not a white standpoint though. It's. I mean, it's.
No, it's a white. I don't know. I didn't say a white standpoint. I said a white carceral approach. Like the white approach to law and order, the white approach to justice, the white approach to addressing criminality. Like, yeah, that like
But you don't have no
the
problem with the white approach addressing the criminality when it comes to Larry Hoover. But when it comes to Mexicans, then we got a
that's
problem.
bro. Yeah, I'm telling you, my problem wasn't with Larry Hoover. My problem was with you. That's what my problem
You
was.
got no problem with the white approach to that.
My problem was not. I don't. Again, you see how he repeated his statement. But I'm saying my problem wasn't with Larry Hoover. My problem was with hero worship.
Hero
That's what my
worship.
problem was. Yeah,
Ain't no
my problem was
motherfucking
that
hero worship.
my problem was that you was willing to lie and say that he wasn't involved in no criminality.
Hey,
That you was willing to look at us and say, like,
can
nope,
you
he ain't do
prove that
nothing.
Larry Hoover was involved in criminality?
So this is what I have a problem with.
Were you there?
So
Did
this
you
is what I
see
have a problem with.
anything Larry Hoover did?
Yeah,
No.
see,
That's just like
yeah.
Domo.
Now does anybody think
Domo
I should take
did
this
X,
question
Y, Z.
serious?
How can I tell you? Oh yeah, Domo did that, and I wasn't there. I ain't see Domo do shit. That's what I'm saying, brother.
Are you
It's the same
serious?
thing. Yeah, it's the
So
same.
did
It's the
oh,
same thing.
wait, did
It's not about hero worship. It's just
no,
about
no, it's not, bro.
speaking
It's
on
not.
what you know and what you don't know. You know what I'm saying? Now, if
It's
you
not.
want to go by
The reason why
if
you
you
know
want to
I ain't
go
did
by the
nothing is because I'm not in jail.
you want to go by the white folks' approach to it, and then just believe everything you read in the newspaper or
Believe
see
everything
on
you. So hold on. So I'm
believe
gonna ask you again.
what you read in
Was
the
Larry
newspaper
Hoover
or see
involved with any
anything.
criminal element? Was Larry Hoover involved with any criminal element?
Not nothing that I know about. I don't know nothing about it.
So you're saying you don't know about Larry Hoover doing anything or contributing to anything criminal? That's what you're
No,
saying?
no, no. I don't. I don't. I don't.
Okay.
Do you?
Okay.
Do you know?
Here's the
Do you
thing.
know?
Here's the thing.
Do
I want y'all to
you
listen.
know about anything that
This
Larry
is
Hoover
what I,
did?
this is what the issue is. My issue isn't with Larry Hoover. My issue is with people who are willing to say anything as a way to adhere themselves to their heroes.
Larry
That's
Hoover.
it. That's what the problem is. My criticism was the hero worship. Like,
Nah, my only hero is my daddy and my mama, man. They're my only heroes, man. My great grandma,
it
who
sounds
raised me.
good. It sounds good.
Them the only heroes I have. But
It
I'm
sounds good.
asking you, do you know of anything Larry Hoover did criminal yourself personally?
Bro, we
Do you
not
know?
having you like.
That's what I'm
Can you
saying.
not?
It's
Hold
not
on. Can
about
you
that.
not act like
But like
we're not
I
having a
said,
serious
it's
conversation?
okay.
We're not having a serious conversation. So
It's not.
the point that you're trying to draw is completely fallacious because my
No.
criticism isn't of Larry Hoover.
Your criticism
My
is
criticism is of
the
you.
white people approach to what the white carnal approach to
The
addressing
white carceral
carcinal
approach.
approach to
Carceral.
addressing
Carceral. Carceral.
what to addressing illegal immigrants, criminality,
No,
to addressing
my
criminality.
issue is with the white carceral approach. Period.
Now you know
Period.
a legal immigrant that crossed the border illegal. Now you know that they did something wrong. You know they did a crime. You know that.
No, you don't. You don't know where they crossed.
Yeah.
Wow,
You
that's
don't know that.
crazy.
No, actually, because they could come through. Listen, because they could come through a port. They could come through a port of entry and still have to wait for their asylum claim. They could be let in through. They could be let in through a legal port of entry, which would make them undocumented while they
Right.
wait for their asylum claim.
Right.
So you don't know. So you don't know if because they're undocumented, you don't know if they crossed illegally or not.
You ain't coming through no port of entry with no paperwork, man. What are you talking about? You come through the port of entry, nigga. You got paperwork that say you allowed to be here.
Right.
No, you come, but the asylum claim, like the asylum claim, requires a court process. That means that it's people.
Asylum seekers aren't here illegally though.
But they are until that's my point. They're undocumented until they get their asylum status.
So they're illegal until they're not illegal.
I
No, but
disagree
see,
because if you can come through a port of entry, you're documented. If you come through a port of entry, you're documented. I don't know what you mean. I'm confused. You ain't coming through no port of entry undocumented. That's not happening. Nah. If you coming through a port of entry, you are in fact documented. That's what's that question in terms of once they let them in here, why are they letting these people in? And then documenting them and letting them go different places across the country. No, that don't work because you can't make them come back to court. You can't make them come to an immigration hearing. They do what the hell they want to do. And that's been proven for several years. They don't have to follow any standards. They don't have to follow federal court laws. And then now when ICE is popping up at their hearings to arrest their asses, who you got? Judges, politicians, everybody standing in the way of justice. That's nonsense.
See how quick you just say anything to make your point?
not. But GQ, what's annoying about what you're doing is because you're not even making an intelligent point. You're just saying things. Like even the whole introduction of the Larry Hoover part. Like the again, like the
I'm making my
criticism.
point. My point is that it's okay to glorify criminality when it's illegal immigrants and anything else, but we were talking
Nobody
about a
said that
black
though. Like
man. When you talk
this
about
is
a
what
black
becomes
man, when you talk about a
this is
black
not
man
true.
coming home from
That's
jail,
not
then
true.
we
That's
glorifying
not true.
criminality, and it's a bad
That's
thing.
not.
It's a
First of all,
horrible thing.
he wasn't even coming home. He
Yeah, well,
wasn't
he
even
coming
coming
home.
home.
No, he coming home. You ain't got to worry about that, but you understand what I'm saying.
With Trump with no
That
because
part you don't have to worry about.
it's like y'all
You
have to be
understand what I'm saying.
disingenuous. It's like you have to be
What's
disingenuous to make
disingenuous?
a point.
That he's coming home is
Because
disingenuous.
nobody see yeah the fact yes that's what's disingenuous. Yes,
Okay.
that's what. Do you see how hard it is for niggas to just keep up with the regular part of the conversation? Like the fact that
It's
you
not
asked
hard to
was
keep up
him.
with the regular part of the conversation, brother.
It is
It's hard
no, it
for
is for
you to
you.
keep up with the regular part of the conversation. It's
What
not
you're
hard for me to
saying.
keep up with it.
I'm not saying what it is that you're saying. I'm not saying what you're saying at all. So when you be like, oh, you can do this, but you can, yeah, that's fluff. It's foolishness. Because what
No, it's
you're
not
saying my
foolishness.
position isn't my position.
What's not your position? That the illegal immigrants is what you explain it to me.
This conversation that you're trying to have about glorifying, uh, but this conversation you're trying to have about quote unquote glorifying criminality.
Yeah, and advocating for illegals, right?
Yeah, yes, I'm saying that's what you're saying. I'm
So
saying
you
is
don't.
not what
So
I'm
you do
saying.
not advocate for immigrants.
I do advocate for immigrants, but
Okay.
advocating for immigrants and then saying that's advocating for criminality, like that's completely disingenuous. Completely disingenuous. Like and that's what I'm saying is the problem with the conversation. Because like even still, my criticism of what was going on with Larry Hoover wasn't that Larry Hoover was commuted. It was that while we're celebrating this one person being commuted, people who were influenced by the type of lifestyle that person lived, they're still in jail, or they're still dead, or they still hooked on drugs. They still have to deal with the consequences, and you don't have rappers and famous people advocating for them to be released for their actions or for them to be commuted or those types of things.
But see, that's what I'm saying.
When
We
when
start
that's
to
the legacy
But
of what those
people
people
are
live.
advocating for other people to be
overthink
released.
it's a black person is what I'm saying. That's the problem, bro. Like niggas don't overthink that shit when it's El Chapo or some white motherfuckers or these other groups that
But it's not.
actually
But it's
benefit.
not the same. Y'all be the first ones to say that these things are not the same. So why are we equating the conversations? The conversation of black people and the criminalization of black people. The
No,
conversation of
but
the conversation of black people and the criminalization of black people is unique to the black experience. So when you say, "Oh, but y'all do this, but y'all don't," No, the criticism of how black people are criminalized and the criticism of how illegal immigrants are criminalized. The umbrella is the racial criminalization that is done by by these white
No,
institutions.
no, it's not. That's what I'm saying. There
Okay,
is no
hold on.
racial
You try to
Bro,
control.
hold on. No,
That
watch
boy a
this. No, watch
politician
this.
for real, boy.
No,
There
hold
is
on. No,
no
watch this. Watch
racial
this. Watch this. When I asked
criminalization
you,
of them. Their
Taz,
families are on TV crying. They're showing
Taz,
these people in
Taz,
graduation cap and
when I asked
like they
you,
fucking. What are you
okay,
talking
but look,
about?
okay, and this is gonna clear all this up. When I asked you, is illegal immigrant coded to Mexican or coded to Latino? You said yes. Illegal immigrant is coded to Latino. When I asked you that, you
Yes,
said yes. Right.
I agree.
Yes. So that is the racial criminalization of Latino people. That's the
It ain't
point.
no
If you
criminalization if they're not going to
it
jail for
no,
it. They're
but no. Hold on, no. You're missing you
criminalization because
criminalization
the world
criminaliz
is in
bro
it.
criminalization is not just a question of quote unquote going to jail. It's also a question of
Yes, it is.
harassment. It's a question. No, it's not,
No,
bro. So
I would
so
take
for
all
example,
the
so hold on. Let
away
me
my
finish the
criminal.
point and you can respond. Let me finish the point and you can respond. So for example, right when you have and I used this example earlier when you have a, a Mexican American who's born and raised in America, whose parents were born and raised in America, right? When they are out and about and they get pulled over and get accused of being an illegal, right? Like where are your papers? Are you documented? Right? They get pulled out the car, right? All of that isn't the criminalization isn't just a question of the people who are committing the actions. Racial criminalization is how that criminal idea gets extended to people who fit within that racial category. So it's not just that it's not just that actual illegal immigrants are getting locked up. It's that other Latino people, whether they're whether they're citizens, whether they have green cards, whether they're documented, all of that, all then have to deal with a type of criminalization that has nothing to do with who they are. Like, yeah, I'm a citizen. Like these are American citizens, and then they're being asked to show their green card, right? They're being pulled over. They're being racially profiled as being illegal simply by being Mexican. That is a form of that. That's what when we talk about criminalization, we're not just talking about putting people like, oh, you committed a criminal act and then you get, we don't lock you up. It's more so being people who fit a quote unquote
Racially
description.
profiled,
Yeah.
like we've been for hundreds of
Now,
years.
again, that's what I'm saying. Like it's like there's an extension of a conversation happening that was already happening, and we no longer have the conversation that we were having. Right. So now we're talking about criminalizing people who aren't even going to jail. Once the president changes, they don't have to worry anymore. All they got to do is wait the fucking storm out versus us
No.
having a lifetime experience for this. Yes, there was
Exactly.
no ice
That's
raids on construction sites under Biden. They wasn't just running up in
Yeah, but
people's
it
schools.
wasn't ice raids, but it was they like racial profiling was still happening for Latino people, especially like in places like Arizona and New Mexico. Like,
Was it
yeah,
happening
like
more than
in
it's
Texas.
happening to black people though?
But no,
It
but
was
why do we all? If
I'm
we are
saying,
always
well, the
saying,
reason
I'm not
why we do
comparing
that is
it.
because do we have the
bro.
time or energy with all of the racial profiling that's going on with us, black men getting killed and shot in the streets just for raising their hand or smile and they think you're about to bite them because you're showing your teeth. Do we have the time to even be concerned with what's going on with them motherfuckers? Because they don't
Hold
show
on.
that type of
You may
concern
listen.
for us.
You may not be able to walk and chew gum. I can.
They don't have
I
that.
can walk. I can,
They don't exert the energy for us.
bro. I like.
It's not
You may
about
not be
walking
able
and
to walk.
chewing gum. It's
Nah,
about
yes it
fuck
is.
them.
To
It's
say that.
about
To say
fuck
that.
them. Be one.
Okay,
Right.
that's fine. Okay, that's whatever. That it could be that for you. It could be
Okay.
that for you.
All
But
right.
I'm not. But that's not. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't have that approach. I don't look at it like that. Because then,
Yeah,
because
I understand that.
as soon as you hear, as soon as niggas hear Mexicans be like, "F black people," I'm worried about us. Then
Oh,
it's
they do that. They already do that. I mean, that's
right.
not
And
even.
That's
and and is that a good thing? Is that a good thing
I
or a
don't
bad
have a
thing? It doesn't
problem
matter.
with it at all.
Yeah.
I
See.
don't expect anything different.
Right. But see, this
Okay.
is this is more of a reason. This is a more of a reason why what Black people deal with it becomes persistent because we only care about that type of racialization and the criminalization when it happened to Black people. We're okay with
As
racialization
we
and criminalization.
should.
No, because if you okay, so
It's not
this is my
about being
pushback on that.
about
This is my
recognizing the
pushback on that.
values. You're making an
No, we
argument
get
as if it's equal, as if it's the same thing. It's not.
no.
They are
I'm not.
not.
You no. I'm
We
no.
don't want to
Hold on. I've
lump
never listen.
everybody in with us,
I've
Domo. We
never.
don't want the
Hold on.
Latinos
Hold on.
plight
I've never
lumped
do
in
that.
with us. We
I
don't want the
never do that.
homosexuals
I never
plight
do that.
lumped in
I
with us.
never
We
do
don't
that.
want
I
any of
never
that,
do.
bro.
This is when the conversations. This is when the conversations become disingenuous because I never do that. You were the one that like when we were just talking about Mexican
Well, if you
CQ. You were
don't
the one
do
that
it, then
said
you ain't even got to speak on it. Then when I even said that, I
no, but
didn't
you're
say.
but
I'm
you're
just
talking to
telling you.
me though. You're
Oh,
talking to
okay.
me. You said you're
Hit
responding to something I
hit
said.
dog holler, goddamn.
The
Not
question is
no. You're
not
saying something that I'm not saying. I'm not making no
I just
claim. Like I will never make the argument that everybody's the same. I will never make the argument that I have to analyze it from that I gotta analyze Mexicans the same way I no. That never happens. That's what I'm saying. Like we get so far. Like I'm saying, respond to the argument that's made. My argument is that
said they're
even though
criminalized.
we deal with even though we deal with a unique form of criminalization, the apparatus that creates that unique form of criminalization also creates a unique form of criminalization for Latino people. Also creates a unique form of criminalization for certain
Also
types of
create
Asian people.
a unique form of
A unique,
coverage
a
for them.
unique form, as you
Not
say, a
in
unique
that.
form,
Also
because it's
Yeah, I know
definitely
create
that.
not the
Yes,
because it's
yes.
definitely not the
I'm
same.
saying that. That's yes. That's why I'm
Yeah,
saying unique.
yeah.
it
Yes,
also
that's my
creates
position.
a form of coverage. There's a unique form of coverage for them as well.
Yep.
No, I
That's easy
agree.
to
I agree. No, I agree. I'm not saying that that's not true.
right. So
I'm not
with
saying that
that,
that's not true. I'm saying that,
so, so not
So it
but
don't
dealing
I'm
with
make the same
but
criminal.
policy.
So
but
they're
I'm
not
saying
dealing right quick, fam. I'm arguing they're
mhm.
not dealing with criminalization to the degree that you're arguing that they are because of that consistent, persistent coverage that's there for some of them in regard to the illegal activities.
Yeah,
They're
but see
not
that's
being
what
criminal.
but see I think when we start talking about to the degree in which is like that's I would argue that that's subjective because it's people that argue no I mean if we being honest it's people that argue that like the same thing about black people. It's like look at all these like y'all had a black president. Like look at all these black people in power. Look at all these black do 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 do. Like black, you got black people here, you got black people there, you got black millionaires. Y'all got the black NBA league. Like we like yeah, Mexican people say that same type of shit. They look at black people and black experiences and then turn around and say y'all can't complain about what y'all complaining about because it ain't happening to y'all like this. This ain't happening to y'all like that, right? Like and that's why I don't repeat that type of rhetoric because if 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 we wanna
That's
if we wanna just like talk about the differences and what that means and say, well, you ain't got to deal with this, well, you ain't got to deal with this, well, you ain't got this, you ain't got to deal with this, like that's oppression Olympics, and then we get nowhere by doing that because at the end of the day, the apparatus that's sustaining the things that we're all complaining about still exists while
right.
we're
That's why
pointing the finger at
symbolism
each
is
other.
so problematic.
You said why? You said symbolism.
That's why symbolism is so problematic because, like you said, the system is still the same regardless of what black face they put up there to represent the system.
Oh yeah, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with
Yeah.
that.
I say, but they're benefiting from their ethnicity, their racial status right now. Uh,
No, I
and I
know.
don't
I
think
agree. We in terms of like the race, the social hierarchy. Yeah, black people at the bottom for sure. They get it's a lot of advantages and benefits and things that like even perfect example. The
So hold
the
on, hold on, hold on,
relation.
hold on. Before
Hold
you
on, hold on,
you
let me say
said
this. Let me.
hold on. You
Okay,
said
okay, okay,
something.
okay.
You just said something. Hold that thought,
Yeah,
Domo. Don't forget it. Now you just said we are at the bottom, right?
yeah.
So that goes back to the chewing bubble gum and walking argument. So wouldn't it be more advantageous for us to expound more energy on our issue since we're at the bottom than worrying about any of these other groups.
Well, so while I agree that black people should focus on black people, right? I also think that to have a clear understanding of what we're dealing with, we have to understand it from a greater perspective, right? So, um,
You don't think that's what's holding us back? Worrying about everybody else?
well, no, I mean, I think that's a false dichotomy. I think if I'm able to recognize the white nationalist apparatus and the role that it plays in immigration, doesn't mean that I'm not focused on how it impacts black people. That means I'm just able to recognize the different forms that it takes. That's the way that I look at it. Like I don't me saying that like the white nationalist law enforcement apparatus is both the police departments, the FBI, the CIA, and ICE isn't saying that my focus isn't how these things impact black people. Because I mean, even on the question of immigration, right? Black people aren't devoid of that conversation. We remember how they treated them Haitian immigrants when they was rounding them up on, you know what I'm saying? Like niggas had lassos. And, you see what I'm saying? Like that was, I mean, and like how Donald Trump talked about Haitian migrants, how like the different like my wife's like Eritrea, for example, is one of the countries that Donald Trump banned. Like all these African countries, black countries, where they banning travel from. Right. So like my wife right now, if we wanted to take our son to, where my wife's homeland, well, she's from Dallas, but where her mom's from, we couldn't. You know what I'm saying? Like we couldn't, we can't travel to Eritrea because of Trump's travel ban. So it's not that because the conversation about immigration, I can recognize
Travel ban
the
on where?
it's a bunch of different countries, but Eritrea it's like next to Ethiopia. It's like on the Horn
Oh,
of Africa.
okay.
Yeah, yeah. They banned travel. I mean, pretty much all the countries that Donald Trump banned travel from last time, like all them same countries, he banned again. Uh, so yeah, I just don't think that that we have to. Um, I don't think we have to say F immigrants to also stand on what it is that we need to stand on. Like we can all agree on all of these things. I think the one place where we diverge is just being like F other marginalized groups. I just can't do that. Like I can't say
You
that
can't. I can't.
like
You can't. I can.
other marginalized groups, nah. Like other
I
marginalized people, I
can.
can't just be like F. I mean I know. But most of society can. That's
I
why
would
we have
agree. You know
marginal
what?
spaces
Historically,
where
I would almost agree with you if we wasn't the most marginalized. Maybe if we was like, you know, second or third, then okay, let's look out. But if we
But
are the most marginalized, what the fuck
let me
does we
add a
got
layer to
time to
that.
be worrying about some more motherfuckers?
And let me add a layer to that. If our marginalization was respected by other groups as the most, because other
Right.
groups do not look at us as the most marginalized. And when they
Because of the
say it,
symbolism that he pointed out. Go ahead, my fault, Ted.
facts.
will say if they do say it or acknowledge it, it's to benefit from it. Quit playing. We're not
Lil
viewed in that.
and Lil Lack historically have said what the Negro problem is not our problem. That's historically. Fast forward to now, L.A.
yeah,
What's that? How do we? I don't
I
understand.
don't
Why do we continue wanting to mess with people who have
we're
historically
not
in
talking about
like? What you mean?
but
Lil Lack is a
deity.
Mexican American organization.
Hold on, Didi. I think but again, though, this is where I feel like conversation kind of
Black
diverges
and
is
brown was
because
created by black
me
folks.
saying
We created that
me
term.
me saying me saying I can't say F of the marginalized people.
Our own detriment.
Right? Me saying that isn't saying that we need to mess with everybody. I guess I'm really trying to understand like why y'all equate me being able to identify other forms of oppression and other forms of marginalization as quote unquote being focused on I don't get that.
Identifying
I
them is
don't.
one thing, but advocating for them is a different thing. You know what I'm saying? It's the
Yeah,
advocate.
but even
If
advocating
you
for
are
them,
if
though,
you are
that's
just
not.
identifying it, okay, look, they got problems, okay. But when you spending time and energy advocating for them, when we are the most marginalized,
And
that's like
it
what
depletes the
it's
power
like
of
it's
self
like
advocacy.
Negro, what are you
It
doing?
does not defeat the power of self
No,
advocacy because what
I said it depletes. It
whoa,
depletes
whoa,
the
whoa,
power of
whoa,
self
whoa, whoa,
advocacy.
deity, deity,
Yes,
deity,
when you
deity,
wanna,
deity, deity. Hold
intertwine and
on,
interwove
deity,
yourself
deity.
with other
Bring
people's
it
plights.
down, bro.
Fuck
Hold on,
yeah, it
deity,
does. It
deity,
does.
deity,
This
deity.
brother
Bring it
even
down, bro.
expounds on that. What are you
Hold
Let's
on,
just
talking
have the
about?
deity,
brother talk,
What are
man.
deity.
you talking
Just
Bring
let
about?
it.
him talk, man.
Hold
Let's
on,
just let him
Go
talk.
ahead, go ahead. I'll be
nah.
quiet, but y'all know. Go
No, no,
ahead, though,
you don't have to be
Damo.
quiet. You ain't gotta be quiet. You ain't gotta be quiet. I'm just saying, like we don't gotta be angry either.
Man,
Because
just because I'm
we
passionate,
talking
I ain't
about
angry.
no, no,
I'm
I get
trying to
the passion.
find.
I get the
I'm
passion.
trying to
But I
find
think
some comprehension in what you're saying, bro. Like historically, even now, we're still trying to
yeah,
tether ourselves to other people. Like I don't
no,
understand that.
nobody's trying to tether ourselves to anybody. Y'all have to stop arguing with the internet when you having conversations with real people. Nobody's trying to tether anything. Like like organization. I'm a black nationalist. I'm a black nationalist Pan African. That's what I represent. All it is trying to like, oh, you trying to tell no, it's the way that I look at it. Again, I'll explain it again. The apparatus is the same. Not the people, not the circumstances, not the type of oppression, none of that. It's the apparatus is the same. So if that apparatus has a special form of oppression for black people that's unique to black people, and then that same apparatus has a special form of oppression for Latino people that's unique to Latino people. It's not that the special forms aren't the same at all. They're extremely unique, but the apparatus is the same. And so since I recognize that the apparatus is the same, even though it impacts Latino people different than it impacts me, my problem is still with the apparatus. So if the apparatus is doing something to somebody else, I'm still gonna call out that same apparatus. Just because it's not happening, I'm not gonna say it's okay. Well, like, yeah, you can do that because it's not happening to me. No, I don't. Even if it's not for like the same thing when it comes to like, for example, like black women, right? Even though there are ways in which I can benefit from patriarchy, I'm still critical of patriarchy because of the impact that it has on black women. And I would argue that white supremacist patriarchy impacts black men as well to a different capacity. But even if there's a form of oppression that I myself don't necessarily have to deal with, I can still recognize and advocate for other people who do have to deal with it, but maintaining my center. What I do for black people.
Yeah, well, we gonna all advocate for black women because they impacted the most by what all the fuck shit that's going on with us.
Facts.
If the
But let
black
me
man is if the black man is mass incarcerated, then it affects the black woman. So I mean
let me challenge that though.
that's a whole different ball game.
Let me challenge that from a media perspective though, right? So
Hmm.
the problem that I have with the criminalization is I don't see these people being criminalized. What I see is their families going on TV, getting interviews, getting the benefit of being able to talk the public into accepting the ideology of them being in the country illegally. That benefit that they get in terms of the media is something we do not get. Even a young man like Carmelo Anthony couldn't get that benefit. So I'm
I
asking,
agree.
so when does that become a conversation of us protecting ourselves through media by pointing out everything else? If all eyes and
Right,
all
but
fingers are here, why can't we point outward? Why are we always only able to point inward?
because the pointing is the problem. Like it is like we are victims of being pointed at. That doesn't mean that we didn't advocate for pointing at people. Like that's what I'm saying. Like if we
And the
hate
people,
the way that we get pointed at,
but
you said
wait,
what?
the people that come into this country, they participate in the pointing. They don't.
Oh
They don't
yeah,
come into the
okay,
country
okay. No, no, no.
for us.
And I'm glad you bring that up because then that was the point that I was trying to make before GQ had asked me that question. It's like I recognize what you're saying, And I recognize it even more in the context of this past election, right? What was one of the main groups that got Trump elected? Latino men.
Exactly.
Latino men. Latino men had no problem embracing Donald Trump with all of his racism, with all of the anti-black stuff he was on, all of that. They had no problem with that. No problem with it at all.
Not at
Right.
all.
And so I recognize that yes, all these other groups have the ability to lean on to, you know what I'm saying, being anti-black. All of these other groups are okay with being anti-black, right? Like and I see that. I peep game, but that's why I can't be okay with being anti whatever else. Except anti-racism, anti-discrimination, and anti-whiteness, right? Those are the only things that I'm anti against because I see that like because what happened? It didn't benefit Latino people to vote for Trump. They were the first people to be like he tricked us.
No, they wasn't tricked because they knew I argue they anti-immigration too. They anti illegal immigrants too. Them motherfuckers didn't want them Mexicans didn't them second and third generation Mexicans over here didn't want them Venezuelans and all them other South American shit coming over here. That's
Yeah,
another
but
reason why they voted for Trump.
I mean, yeah, I mean, to a degree, that's true, right? But again, when you had Trump
They
supporters whose
don't fuck
family
with them.
members,
That's why they can't even live in their neighborhood. That's why all the Venezuelans moving in the black neighborhood because they the niggas of the Latinos. They can't move in the Mexican neighborhood. The Mexicans run their ass. As soon as they try to move in the Mexican neighborhood, they run their ass right up out that motherfucker.
no, I agree, but I think that's an example of how I mean I can recognize that like every other people don't have this mentality like black people do. You're 100% right. But the reason why black people have this mentality is because of our circumstances. We've seen the worst of the worst. We've seen it justified. We've seen I mean, not even we've seen to this day, this country is built off the degradation of black people. American modern society is built off the degradation of black people. Period. Everything about it.
That's a fact.
Everything about it. So from that standpoint, everything that contributes to that degradation, I'm against. I'm
Mm.
against. And so I mean, but that's just me personally, and it ain't just got to be about uh, it ain't just got to be about me. That's just or I'm not saying that like I get a lot of like the pushback that niggas have. It's understandable. I just don't. My politics just doesn't allow me to kind of be that way.
I could dig it. I just don't think we got the luxury to even be bothered with that shit. We got too many issues of our own, being financially, I mean, economically, and criminally, and every other way marginalized in this motherfucker. We got so many. They coming at us from so many different angles that we have to deal with. That how do we even have time or energy to even think about what the fuck going on with them? We at the bottom of the bottom. You know what I'm saying? It's just like shit.
Well, I
We
mean,
got
that's
so much fighting. We got such an uphill fight for us. Like nigga, I can't pull you with me. You know what I'm saying over here. You go over there.
just
And like
recognize.
Taz say, especially when you don't advocate for me. Now, if you was on that boat, you was on the stop mass incarcerating black people boat, then I could rock with you then too. But them motherfuckers don't give a fuck about us, man.
It's
Hence
just
the
kind of
53% Latino vote for Donald Trump. You know that type shit. You
yeah,
were
they're
saying
not
something, Taz? My
required.
fault.
No, I was just saying they're not required to advocate for us though. You know what I'm saying? Even like in terms of police brutality and some of the things that we view as issues in the community, they've never been
But
required to advocate for us,
we
and
have
they should.
been, Taz. It's like we have. Let me catch up. It's like we have been required. We
No,
Black
no, no,
Americans.
no, no.
That's the rise from us.
He's saying that they haven't. He's saying that
Yeah, I'm saying, but it's like we have. It's like it's incumbent upon us to, nigga, you
yeah,
ain't better support everybody. You got to put
exactly.
everybody on your back. Do it. It's your duty to do it.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah, yeah. That they trick you. They can trick you. They can beat you, man. That's a trick. You know what I'm saying? We can't fall for that fucking trick, man. You know, everybody hijack all our movements, all our talking points. You know, word for word. You know, they sit up there in an interview or on the podium and speak black empowerment talking points word for word, advocating for a homosexual or advocating for an immigrant. You know what I'm saying? And to say and you be like, wait, what the fuck? They was in that fucking meeting and the homosexuals talking about that they mass incarcerated and most targeted for jail and I'm like, since when? I never heard no shit like that. But you could tell they was speaking like from a script, a black point of view script that they had to get from somewhere, and they just and took out black and put in homosexual. You know what I'm saying? Or LGBTQ or whatever the fuck it is. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Like, wait a minute, man. What the fuck is y'all talking about?
So, Dom, I got a question. How you feel about asylum? That whole legal clause that that most migrants, whatever you want to say, illegal document, that most people that's not from America use as a legal loophole to just simply claim that all gangs. Just make the claim of you running from gangs, and you have a legal status. He's not he's not illegal. He don't have legal status. He's waiting on his court date to see the immigration judge and all this the word. It's just, I feel like based off my research that is a legal loophole. For people to come over
because
here.
the majority of the motherfuckers is in the game they claiming they running from, first and foremost. And secondly, we know historically that the more upward mobility they get, the closer they get to white folks and the more anti-black they get.
And you know
So
what?
they come over here, now they living in our neighborhood, but once they get their feet on the ground and they get a job at the
I'm black, man. I'm sorry, man. I can't do it, man. I can't cape for nobody else, man. I can't put no more capes on. I'm tired.
Fuck
I can't
them
put on
niggas.
capes for nobody, man.
Yeah, they like everybody else. They saying fuck them niggas. You know what I'm saying?
And I would argue that asylum. What I'm gonna say? Oh yeah, the legal status. That phraseology, legal status. You know what gives them legal status? The fact that he's waiting to see the immigration judge. He or she's waiting to see the immigration judge. So technically, they got legal status. So you can't, detain. It's some weird. This is that legal shit, man. That legalese. That. But it's beneficial to groups that are not native to America. It's a legal loophole. My bad, man.
No, that's real, bro.
Man.
Then 20 years from now, you dealing with them motherfuckers being the anti-black motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? The same motherfucker that just came over here that niggas advocating for them. Help the immigrants. Let them. 20 years from now, they the motherfuckers helping mass incarcerate your ass. They at the they working for the police station. They. You know what I'm saying? Now they anti-black motherfuckers. That's what you got to deal with. History didn't show it. History proving it.
Who sent the super
It
chat?
happened with the Irish. It happened with the Italians. It happened with all these different motherfuckers.
Real.
Who sent the super chat?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Who sent the super chat?
That was earlier. I don't know about none recently. The last two I think was Camille.
So y'all ready off? Number 8. Yeah.
How much? Yeah, I'm gonna send that 100 before I leave to go to Chicago. Yeah. Came out of nowhere, nigga.
But yeah, like I say, I don't know how you can. There's a lot of advocacy for them with silence. People want to look the other way, but then, like I say, when it's time to be critical of black people, they're pulling up a chair to sit there and talking about how black people do things, what's wrong in our communities, how we can
glorifying criminality and all the old crazy ass shit.
Like there's literally no room to criticize these other groups or say, I don't fuck with them like that. I don't understand that. I don't understand why we so against like saying fuck these other people. Like and if there's something wrong with that, what are you saying? You know what I'm saying? Like,
And
because
then,
I mean,
the sad part about that, Taz, is a lot of that is connected to some political party affiliation shit. Because when Biden, goddamn it, got out of office and pardoned all them motherfucking criminals, and by the way, Larry Hoover's second in command, Shorty G, Biden commuted his sentence. We heard none of this glorifying criminality shit. It's only when Donald Trump did it, now it's an issue. You know what I'm saying? Now we glorifying criminality. Now because nothing he could do could be right. You know what I'm saying? So that's and it's all political affiliation type shit. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
mean, they
motherfuckers
are a
show you they'll
protected
throw
group.
you under the bus for that political affiliation. They'll throw a nigga dead up under the bus if they'll step on your head for that motherfucking for that Democratic Party. They don't give a fuck about you.
And a lot of these groups claim whiteness. They come over here and claim that as a stat. Like I don't understand this desire to like I said, to want to ingrain or ingratiate. Yeah. I don't understand this desire to or this insatiable. It's just an insatiable desire that some Black Americans have to want to support other people, and we got our like I don't understand.
And to turn they fucking nose up at a nigga though.
My intellect get to calm down, breathe. He right, Damo. Just calm down. He right. I ain't angry.
No, young guy. But the same motherfuckers turn their nose up at a nigga, bro. Like a motherfucker couldn't even walk close to him. They cringe. But they'll sit there and advocate for Palestine and immigrants and Venezuelans. But the motherfucker, a nigga walk by the motherfucker clutching their motherfucking purse and they wallet and they pistol. You know what I'm saying? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, they are a protected group, though. I mean, you got judges protecting these people. I mean, you got a whole lot of people protecting these immigrants, man.
Judge went to jail.
I mean, a lot of them.
You're right. Judges went to Indiana. A judge in Indiana, ICE just arrested a judge in Indiana. That's facts. They have so much protection. They're vanguarded in so many ways. It is incomprehensible. Like, what the fuck, please? I'm not, man. That's all
the mayor of Chicago and the fucking governor has got these motherfuckers in court right now. You know what I'm saying? Fighting with them. Trying to stall them out.
And then they already talking about there was some newspapers they want them to join the police force.
Yeah, they do.
And some of them are joining the police force.
Yeah, they said states. That in Chicago.
Yeah, they joined the police force, yo. Now, can you imagine illegal getting you arrested, bro? Can you imagine getting arrested by illegal, bro?
They can't even speak. They can't even speak fucking English. And what neighborhood? What neighborhood you think they're gonna put them motherfuckers in? You think they'll put them in the white neighborhood?
I'm up here going to Dunkin' Donuts to get me a donut, and the dude can't even speak English that I'm ordering my donut from. And I'm just like, they all over the place, bro. I don't care what nobody say. They all over the place, bro. They taking jobs, bro. They are taking jobs.
I mean, our people kind of fucked up because even like, find a nigga, but he down there talking about someone will make this same argument about us and we'd be mad. Fam, I would laugh at you if you told me I was here illegally.
What?
I would laugh at you, bro. Like, bro, I'm not here illegally. None of my existence. I don't have to go to a court to be here. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, ain't no judge never covered for me, nigga. Ain't no motherfucking mayor never warned the police was coming. The fuck you talking about? You niggas corny as fuck.
Hey, man, on my job.
That's gonna come out, man.
Bro.
I'm telling you. Y'all niggas better shut the fuck up about this immigration shit, because at some point, niggas gonna call you niggas out. At some point, like for real, I see it. Some of you niggas are truly not for black people. You're for every fucking body. But you're just here hanging out with us, nigga, because you know everybody is going to suck your motherfucking ass. The fuck? You would go anywhere with your motherfucking accepted, nigga. The fuck?
Motherfucking fact, Taz. That's for real, bro.
And on my job,
that's 100% real.
On my job, they got a policy that you're not allowed to ask people their immigration status.
That's the policy on my job right now, bro. I cannot ask the next man his immigration status, bro. Unless you know they hiring these people, yo. You can't ask them. Yo, that's crazy, yo. That's the policy. I got the email. I can't ask.
Calm down,
I can't
brother.
ask these people. Yo, that's crazy to me, yo.
You sound
That's
angry, my
crazy
brother.
to me. I mean, that sounds crazy to me. Why can't I ask the next man his immigration? If he's illegal, I can't report him. That's crazy, yo. How you gonna say that? That's protection, yo. That is protection at a level I've never seen, bro. I've never seen that type of protection. You got employees protecting these people. You got judges protecting these people. You got mayors protecting these protection is crazy, yo. How is
And the
that possible?
motherfucker sit up and argue up and down that they not taking jobs. Oh, they doing the shit that black people don't want to do. It ain't never been in the history of niggas them a job niggas won't do if you pay them. You pay a motherfucking nigga, he gonna do every fucking job. Nigga,
you know what?
I know niggas don't do nothing but clean up dog shit for their neighbors because he pay them. When the dog shit, he go out there in the backyard with a shovel and a rake and pick the dog shit up because he give him some money. You don't tell me it's a job niggas don't do? The fuck out of here. They doing a job niggas don't. Get your stupid ass up.
And they don't talk about the convict leasing. The black man, all that being out there picking. What's that when they out there? The farmers, convict leasing. Black man was the first. They've been sending us out there to do all the picking, working for the all that. Everything you can think of when it comes to all that license plates and all that. I don't want to hear nothing about.
Niggas don't want to work. Niggas don't want to work. Yeah, since when niggas don't want to work? When they stop working for free, that's when niggas don't want to work. Now they don't want to work. Get the fuck out of here, man.
I will say this about the ICE thing, though. From what I'm saying, the ICE people are walking around in masks. They all covered up without identification, just the ICE on their chest, and they masked up. That seem like a robbery to me. You come in with guns and a mask, you coming in to rob something. If you come in with your thing, all legal and stuff with your paper, your thing on your badge and all that kind of stuff, and we can see your face, then that might be legal. But all that hiding behind bandanas
the feds move like that, Wale. When they raid niggas, when the regular FBI come raid a motherfucking house, half them motherfuckers gonna have masks on their face. Because a lot of them motherfuckers do undercover work and shit, and they don't want to be identified and shit.
Okay,
you know that's how federal police move.
I get the fact that they don't want to be identified, but they're gonna run into issues if they keep that because they robbing people.
They ever came out. Police was riding around in Pooh Shiesty masks in the 90s, nigga. Fuck out.
I didn't know that, Taz, but I know during the epidemic, everybody was riding around in a mask.
No, before that shit. Way before that.
Yeah, before that for you. But I'm talking about my interest in it at this moment is from the COVID era when everybody was wearing masks to now. And if you
Chicago got a group of police called the OCD. Every time you see them motherfuckers, they got on masks, bro. You ain't gonna never see them motherfuckers without masks on their face. And they Chicago police officers.
And they just illegal as any other Chicago, but Chicago Police Department has been illegal from its inception. So as far as
I agree. Now I won't push back on that, man. I won't never push back.
Right. You know who they ain't not fuck with though? You know who's on paper safe from them motherfuckers? You know who they can't ask certain questions to?
Summertime shy.
Nigga, motherfucking fake ass fucking migrant, immigrant, illegal immigrants, nigga.
That's a fact. These motherfuckers ride around right now today with no license plates on their car or truck. That they riding around picking up fucking metal and shit on. They ain't got no plate, no front plate, no back plate, and don't get pulled over. They don't get fucked with. If I ride around without no fucking license plate on my car, boy, they gonna swear I'm trying to rob a bank or something.
Well, why you think that? Why you think that is? That they get to ride around with no license plate and you don't? Why you think that is?
Because they getting protections, just like what we speaking about. They're getting protection.
What you're saying? You're saying you're not getting protections?
Hell no, I can't ride around without no fucking license plate on my car, Wale. If they gonna take me and the car to jail.
Facts. You can't.
So
Hey,
let me ask you something. Do you consider that getting rid of the migrants will start affording you protection?
no. Do it the right way. Do it the legal way. Come your ass over here legally.
Asking, I mean, if they not, I'm asking about what he says is an
What I'm
occurrence.
speaking about is justice, equality, brother. You talking about is it going to
Yeah,
afford me more benefits? No, no. But
you talk about justice and equality.
but if they're not in the way, is there going to be more jobs for my people? Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just asking you, man. I'm trying to get an idea about what you're thinking and how you're thinking it.
I understand. Yeah, it's all with me. It's always been about them taking jobs. Yeah.
To me, To me, nigga with a job is a slave. That's to me.
Yeah.
Nigga with a job is a slave. You crazy. Man.
I just said that.
No, Wale, I understand. That's always been your point of view, and I ain't gonna argue with you about that, bro. You entitled to that, but you know, people got to do what they got to do to feed their family and shit, bro. I haven't worked for anyone besides myself in over 30 years, bro. So I'm on that with you. I'm an entrepreneur nigga. But what I'm saying is, it's still people that need those jobs. So our people that need those jobs. Everybody ain't gonna be able to work for themselves.
No, not for themselves, but they ought to be able to work for an entrepreneur, a nigga like you. Not even an entrepreneur, a businessman like you. 30 years, you're a businessman. You ain't no entrepreneur. Entrepreneur means you are new to the business world, but you are not an entrepreneur. You're actually a businessman. And I'm saying when our businessmen can come together and start employing our own people, that's no longer slavery. That's us nation building.
I'm making my business. I'm making my business, bro. You know, that's what I do.
So we're nation building. When I go to the supermarket and I'm willing to go down to the colored store and pay 50 cents more for water, where the colored people own the business, and I'm willing to pay 50 cents more for water, that's nation building. When I thought, oh, you charge more than I don't have no argument. I'll be smiling and shit. I'd be happy to do business with them because I want to do business with my people. But we business with our people. We trying to do this dollar and cent thing, and in real truth, we not ourselves, man. That's the biggest part. If we were this or we were that, we could do this stuff. But we're not being ourselves. We should practice on being ourselves, man. Our ancestors spoke the truth all the time. Nothing else we can do to atone and to represent and to speak on our ancestors. We should always speak truth. Not what we heard, not what we learned, not what we read. Truth. Everybody know truth when they speak it. That's all our ancestors require from us, man. All this other stuff about you ain't got no mad about the cracker from your ancestors. My ancestors told me, always speak the truth. That's where my loyalty lies. My loyalty don't lie.
Styles P he said, never trying to fool niggas, only trying to school niggas. You feel me? Like, you know, we ain't trying to fool people. We trying to school them, man. Hopefully this school of thought. Well,
Wale, you do know that the truth is a crime in a world of lies, right?
Of course. That's why we are criminals all the time. We are incriminated by our very existence. Like the guy put in there, driving while black or something like that. Because that's all it is. All of the code Nords, they just stuff they pick out that they know we are subject to do. And then when we do it, they call us a criminal. And then not only that, like you say about the immigrant, he can ride with no tickets on his car, no tags and shit. You ride with no tags. You are indiscriminate. See what I'm saying? So then it ain't about the law. It ain't about none of that. That's a pretense. Well, I know my rights. I saw a dude on the side of the street talking about, I know my right. I know what I can do this. And he got his ass beat on the side of the street, man. He got his ass beat up with the billy sticks on the side of the street with all that talk about this and that. The cracker does not recognize you for rights. It says so in all their paperwork and all their historical accounts. And you still think that dream is real, then wake up.
It's time for a motherfucker wake up.
That's why niggas continue to stay at the bottom, listen to old fools and dumbass arguments from old fools. Like for real, if you continue to stay in that type of mentality, you're going to get nowhere. Like the reality is these motherfuckers out here, they're moving ahead of us because we're not even acknowledging their existence. Niggas make it seem like they're not in the way, like they're not. I just got, man, fam, the motherfuckers are graduating school and ain't even got to have the paperwork to get in. You know why? Because the laws are set up for them to benefit. They're benefiting more than you are. And if you're just going to sit back and say, well, yeah, you know, that's white supremacy. I bet. Like I say, I've got to let people know who at least coming up and might have an opportunity to push back against this shit someday. Maybe you need to know. Maybe you need to see it. Right? Because like our generation is fucked in this conversation. Like people are really they're really into this amalgamated, integrated society, fam. And they play pro-black within it. But they really are locked in to this universal concept that we are all one, and any oppression is our oppression, and we got to take in oppression from anybody. Like, no, bruh. Like, they ain't even being oppressed. We can't even make the same fucking arguments. Like, they literally benefit from being in this motherfucker. And we sit here and pretend like there's an equal argument or something even remotely close. No, fam, they come across the fucking border and they get better benefits than some of the fucking women that's been living in this motherfucker since they goddamn been living. And they come across the border.
And you're pissed off about that, aren't you? And you're pissed off about that, aren't you?
They ain't chasing nobody down for no child support. None of that shit, nigga. Nothing.
And you're pissed off about that, aren't you?
Not really. I ain't pissed off about it. I need people to understand it. It ain't about being pissed off. I need people to understand the paradigm or at least debate the shit. If not, shut your lame ass up because you're not actually pro-black, nigga. You niggas are all lives matter. We are the world. Oh shit, this a pro-black crowd? Yeah, black power. That's what you niggas is.
Real shit.
Well, I have no idea who you were talking to at that time, but I'm saying on as far as I'm concerned, this thing is a matter of, are they the ones that are important to you? Like this, let me put it this way. When a guy I come up to a place and a guy has a dog and he sicks his dog on me, I'm not gonna bother with the dog. I can tell you that concretely. I've already been through this. I'm going to ignore that dog as quickly as possible, and I'm going after the motherfucker that sicked the dog on me. By wasting my time fighting with the dog, I didn't waste my time fighting with the dog. It don't. The one I dealt with was a Doberman, not a Doberman. What they call the one with the big shoulders? It's not Doberman. A bulldog, I think they call it.
He bit you in the ass while
your ass. No, of course not. Of course not. I'm telling you now that this is an experience. I'm not talking about something I'm dreaming. Go ahead.
Motherfucker bit Wale in the ass.
A dog has never bit me, cousin. I know more about dogs than you can even imagine.
So we're gonna ignore the Rottweiler. I don't think that's a good idea.
I would ignore the dog right away and go for whoever sicked the dog on me. That's the same thing I told them in the military. That's how I'm playing the game, man. That's just normal for me. And I've done it already, so I know it's normal. It's not just me talking la-di-da-di-da-di-da. I've done it because that's how I play the game.
When pit bulls first became a thing, my granddaddy used to tell a motherfucker, all right, if that dog bite me, I'm going to stab that dog, and I'm going to stab you. Like, it was an order. It was a pecking order of how it was going to go. I'm going to handle this dog first, because it's on my ass. Then I'm going to stab you, too. Can't ignore the dog, though.
Yeah. He said it does not. He said it does not deplete. Well, I'm gonna have to read this excerpt. Maybe if I read this excerpt, you said when we spread ourselves so thin, it does not reduce the power of self-advocacy. How? Please articulate how. Please tell me how it doesn't.
You're talking to a book, right? You're talking to a book, right?
No, I ain't talking to a book. I'm talking in general. I know somebody can hear me. I know I ain't talking to myself.
Yeah,
and if I am,
yeah,
shit, you know, it's an afterthought that I got. Yeah, so yeah, I gotta let my thoughts out. Shit, residual thoughts.
Hey, GQ.
Yo.
I'm in the office. I got my earpods in, right?
Yeah.
So I ran down to go holler at somebody else in like another part of the floor, and why my phone turned on speakerphone. So when I got back over to my desk,
Oh man.
motherfuckers looking at me crazy, right? And they were like,
Oh man.
your phone connected. I said, well, what you heard? They said,
Everything.
I heard some guy saying, you motherfuckers, you motherfuckers. I was like, oh yeah, that's just my homeboy Taz. Don't worry about it. Black Power. Y'all need me for anything in here? Why? Bluetooth.
Yeah.
But the last thing you need is us on the speaker. Ain't no that better not be no DEI job.
Yeah.
Looking at me when I got back to my desk, like they just seen 50 ghosts, nigga. Like, who's that on your phone?
Okay, let me say something again that I hear a lot of you young boys like Taz and then talking about all the time, talking about we don't got no power, we at the bottom, all that kind of stuff. That's your perspective. And if you have that, when you have that perspective, that's what you are. But that's your perspective. Stop browbeating our children with that loser perspective that you have.
You in a whole nother
country. Oh, we at the bottom. Oh, we don't got no power. We all conquered. That's all loser mentality. That's all. That ain't truth. That's loser mentality.
It's the truth.
You're at the bottom because you accept being at the bottom. Otherwise, you can rise to the top. No, you are not. I'm gonna just tell you what I'm saying. You're at the bottom. Stop browbeating our children with that defeatist attitude that you got, that slave attitude that you got. Stop beating up our children with that. I had to go through that mental destruction of trying to destroy my children with that garbage. So I'm just saying, I know how it permeates into the neighborhood, how it permeates into the environment.
But then the question becomes,
please stop. Please stop for the benefit of our newborn children. Stop telling them, my God.
Telling them that or telling them we came before Atlanta.
So we gonna tell them that they're on top of the.
I agree to an extent. I agree.
We gotta teach them they're on top of the social hierarchy. We gotta lie to them. If we lie to them, everything be fine.
Never lie to the children, and you know,
okay, so
why, no lie.
Why are you telling us to lie to them then?
I'm not telling you to lie to them. I'm telling you not to lie.
You said we should tell them that. You said we should tell them that we're on top of the social hierarchy, and that's a lie.
I didn't say that.
You just complained about us talking about how we on the bottom of the social hierarchy. We should stop telling our kids that stuff, that slave talk.
Of course, I agree with what
you want us to lie to our kids. So you want to feel good.
No, I don't.
You want us to tell our kids feel good stories. We've done that already. We've done that. We've done that for centuries. We've done the feel good stories.
You've done that. You've done that.
We've done the feel good stories to the point where we make things up. We've done feel good stories to the point we start lying and making up dumbass philosophies and start lying about what we were born at. Can I talk about what I can't?
Well, you've done that. That's true.
I ain't come up here to talk about this. I dare you come up here to talk about this. I want to address a statement that. Yeah, right. You're a liar, Wale. Anyway, now, like I was saying.
Meanwhile, like I said,
right, Wale, you got it. You got it. Feel good story. Feel good story is the key. Got it. Feel good stories.
No, that I'm not saying on no feel good story.
We understand.
I'm talking about stop browbeating the children with that slave mentality.
I got it. I understand the religious mindset. I got you.
If you want to
understand that religious mindset, I got it.
I got children. You got children.
I understand.
You got children. I got children, and I know how my children.
Heard your point. We got it. Don't need you to keep reiterating.
Feel
good story talking point. We got you.
It ain't no feel good story talking point, and I have to keep saying that. If you keep trying to describe it as feel good story. I'm going to tell you how we're not at the bottom, but you.
We are the bottom of the social hierarchy. What are you talking about?
Hey,
we are
what
the bottom
social
of the social hierarchy.
hierarchy?
That's what I'm saying. You sit up here. You want us to lie to the kids the way you lie to yourself. You
No,
lied to
because
yourself, convinced yourself that we on top of this social hierarchy, and now all of a sudden you want us to lie to the kids too, because it worked for you, because that dumbass little lie worked for you. Well, it don't work for everybody else. Everybody don't want to live off a lie, dog. Some people actually want to live off real truth, not subjective truth like you subscribe to. Real truth. And the truth is, we on the bottom of the social hierarchy. If we wasn't, we wouldn't be on these panels having these conversations. That's the reality of the situation. Now, as long as until we start acknowledging this reality, we're gonna stay here because we done did the feel good stories for centuries. We done been did that. That ain't nothing new. You think you saying new shit? You think this shit is new? You're saying we've been doing that. This ain't no new phenomenon you're talking about. This should be wild. Anyways, I came up here to address the idea that black people would not be doing landscaping if the Mexicans disappeared, and I'm calling cap. I'm calling big cap, because I know that these motherfucking Mexicans be squeezing out black people outside of these motherfucking landscaping jobs and shit like that. Just go to your local. Don't believe me? Go to your local Home Depot tomorrow. I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. I don't even live in y'all neighborhoods. I promise you. You go to your local Home Depot in the morning, you're gonna see a whole slew of motherfucking Mexicans out there hanging out in the parking lot, waiting to get picked up. As soon as one of those white motherfuckers drive up to go pick up, it's gonna be some black motherfuckers out there too. They ain't going. Them Mexicans gonna squeeze their ass smooth the fuck out of there. They gonna make sure they get they cousins, they neighbors, and everything else to hop in the back of that fucking truck, and the black motherfuckers still gonna be sitting around waiting for somebody else to pull up the motherfucking pick up motherfuckers. And by the time motherfuckers finally stop coming through to pick up motherfuckers, all the Mexicans are gone. The black motherfuckers still sitting there. It's plenty. You telling me black homeless people will not go out here to try to make a dime and do landscaping? I'm calling cap. What neighborhood do y'all live in? What neighborhood do y'all live in where these black homeless people would not work and for landscaping to earn some money? I don't know. I can show you a shelter out here where motherfuckers are dying to do that shit. Because like I said, you go to these little tip jobs, these little pay to save day ass jobs, only black homeless people out there working. They go out there and try to make a buck every day and shit like that. And them motherfuckers get squeezed out by them goddamn Mexicans.
It's a crackhead pulling a lawnmower somewhere right now, trying to do that work.
Arthur that be getting on my panel. He got a whole landscaping gig. He got a whole landscaping gig. He's a black whole landscaping gig. So yes, black people would. You might not do landscaping. Your friends might not do landscaping. That's not to say black people will not do landscaping. There are plenty of black people out here that are hung up, and that's the only job they probably can get, and they're gonna go out there and get it if that's gonna get them some money.
I know a brother that owns his
Shoot,
own.
it ain't even gotta be the only job you could get. I used to love doing that shit. That's one of my favorite jobs to do, bro. I just want to work smarter than harder now. But bro, landscaping was the shit. Especially you own your own shit, bro.
Yes, motherfuckers will work landscaping gigs. Yes, will every black person be willing to do it? No, but every black person ain't willing to go put on a suit and tie and go work at Wall Street. Does that mean we shouldn't be trying to get Wall Street? I don't understand his logic. So no.
But then, bro,
out there work. They will.
But landscaper, bro.
Yeah, you might not do it. You might not do it. But do you speak for every black person when you say you wouldn't do it? There are plenty of jobs out here black people would do that I would not do. But I know it's black people out here that would do it. Just because I won't do it. I wouldn't go work for the Democratic Party. There's plenty of black people that'll jump up and work for the Democratic Party. I wouldn't work for the Republican Party. There's plenty of black people that'll jump up and work for the Republican Party. Just because I won't do it don't mean other black people won't do it. There's some hard people on hard times out here. I see him every day.
I actually want to read this little excerpt, man. I ain't gonna read the whole chapter. I just want to get to the gist. So, all right. So the expectation has been that Native Black Americans should be inclusive in the establishment of their socio-political agenda. sacrificially centering other groups pushes for pardon me. The expectation has been that Native Black Americans should be inclusive in the establishment of their social political agenda, sacrificially centering other groups pushes for redress while decentralizing their own group specific needs. Like, what part of like is this? Can somebody want to argue this? Like, is this not true? Is this somebody want to? Oh, this debate. Black people do not. Don't, is that a debate? Is that really? Is it up for the debate that we relinquish our social political power when we, you know, like, especially when it comes to these non-black groups. We ain't talking about other black people because we know how they treat Haitians and all that. Haitians don't get no, asylum, legal loophole. Like, not that I would say. I ain't gonna say none of them get to use it, but I would say not at the sheer amount that we know that them other people do. Them non-black folks to get to use that asylum clause, which is a legal loophole in my mind. To just say, "Oh, I'm running from gangs." And, okay, now you got legal status. So, which is waiting on the judge. So technically, he's here illegal. I mean, whatever. It's all, but he has legal status. He or she has legal status because they waiting on the judge.
My thing was always like, with the federal money, if they stop giving it to the immigrants, it's not like they're going to give us that, right? But with that being said, if they weren't here, yes, the next Calvin could have that job, and now they hiring Guadalupe who's 42, but she used to manage a restaurant in Playa del Carmen. Yeah, they're going to hire her over the unexperienced black kid that needs to get into the workforce. So when it comes to like the job force, yeah, they're problematic. But when it came to the money, my thing was always, if they stop giving it to them, it's not like they're gonna turn around and hand it to us. They stepped over a homeless man to give those immigrants that money. They're gonna step over that same homeless man when they take it back.
It's not just, and we gotta stop thinking it's only landscaping jobs. Like, I'm only just saying landscaping because that's what the conversation was, not hit the chat. But
tap in on that when you get done, Psycho.
Yeah, no doubt, Aiden. Yeah. But it's not just landscaping jobs, right? You got all types of other jobs like construction, building attendants, stuff like that. Like, these illegals all over the place. They're not just cutting grass, right? Like, it's a whole bunch of jobs they got them out here doing that black people will do. Black people are black people was doing it before they came in and started doing it for pennies. Who you think these Mexicans was replacing? They weren't replacing white people at these gigs.
You were the dishwashers before they got in the kitchen.
Yeah, we was doing these jobs, but they had to pay us real money. They had to, but not real money, but I mean, they had to pay us accordingly, right? They had to pay us accordingly, and they get to undercut these motherfuckers. They get to pay them pennies. So what they gonna do? Of course, they gonna go for the slave labor. That's what they always done, right? They gonna go find the slave labor and go use it.
No, I think that was the point out that I was gonna make even in the chat though. So one, like, it's a difference between like landscaping and then these agricultural jobs, especially that we see in Cali. Like, so from like Kern County, I think we was laughing in the chat. Like, so from Kern County up to Sac, like, that's a hotbed for agricultural jobs. Now, the crazy thing is, Psycho is making a point, like, and this is even coming directly from my family. Like, so anybody that grew up in like Kern County or like Bakersfield, all of these areas where you had all of these agricultural jobs, them was all black jobs, right? 50s, 60s, especially, like, them was all black jobs. And then once the Mexicans came into the area, they undercut them, right? All those jobs got undercut, and it priced everybody out, right? And then now, I think now though, what has happened is either they priced them out or they gave up trying, right? Because I don't know one single person, and I've been in Cali, I grew up in Cali, but even as an adult, I've been coming back and forth about the whole deal. I don't know one person, that has ever worked, one black person that has ever worked in any of those jobs, right?
I think the reality is one of the effects the Mexicans had on the job market was a decrease in what you would have to pay for labor. That's a hard motherfucking fight to have to sort of economic level. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers is always, even with people looking for landscapes, how many people is really willing to pay that black landscaper that extra $50 a month that he charges as opposed to Manuel and them that's going to do your joint every month for $29.99. You
Now I
know?
will say that that's regional though. That's why I separate. That's why I separate landscaping from agricultural, right? So so when I was in Atlanta, when I was in Georgia, everybody got black landscapers, right? Like, and you'll see in these neighborhoods, you'll see 4 or 5 different black landscapers, probably even working the same block, which is crazy, right? Or at least in the same subdivision, right? These people, one guy got 4 or 5 yards, another guy got 10 yards, another guy got 10 yards. But I think that's regional, because I think when you get to Cali, though, you will see, or the further west you go, you will see a lot more Mexicans doing getting paid for landscaping, and I think that's a wage thing. I think that's a financial thing, right? So I think the landscaping part is definitely regional. I think the construction thing, like Psycho brought up, though, I think that part is regional too, and I think they definitely got more of a hold in that space than we give credit for, right? Like, they run construction just because, and the main reason is because if you're doing construction, fam, like, it's so expensive for all the materials, and they literally they'll gouge for you for the labor.
And up here, when I was growing up, all the superintendents and everything else, all these motherfuckers were all black people. These are black people and everything else coming around. The plumbers, all this shit. Like, this is what it was when I was coming up. Now, ain't nothing but motherfucking Mexicans. You go walk through these buildings out here in the Northeast and go see who the superintendent is and all this other shit. You're gonna get you a Mexican. You go find out who the plumbers are and all this other stuff around it. Mexicans. They these motherfuckers they all ain't legal.
Yeah, no, that's facts. That's big facts.
These were black jobs.
Hey, y'all, let me finish this little segment real quick. Let me go ahead. So real quick. So emphasize. So it has been a socially stagnating phenomenon for ABAL citizens in America. This situation was eloquently described by Ezelin 2018, page 159, who wrote that no act African Americans have been employed, who wrote that no one can behave unjustly towards others without harming himself in the act. African Americans have been employed as ideological pack mules. One group after another has heaped its luggage atop their backs, even while the injustice that the blacks did mostly grossly suffer. We were just talking about that. Well, I can agree that, black folks we are grossly under siege. Come on now. That's what I'm saying. That when I get to really, all right, pardon me, y'all. So one group after another has heaped its luggage atop their backs, even while the injustice that the blacks did most grossly suffer has been elided, has been omitted, it has been taken out, it has been extracted. Their actual condition in the present is largely ignored by the right and the left, because it touches upon moral questions that we prefer not to address. Reparations, of course, is one such question, which some may oppose because it centers on Native Black Americans. It centers like every other bill. It's the issue. It's a problem. Let me stop. It's compromise, should I say, because they don't want it to center around.
Hey, I wanted to shoot at what Wale said earlier too about what he said, like, stop telling them that we don't got no power or something like that. I don't think nobody's saying run around and play like the victim and hold the hat in the hand. That's not what we're saying. But I'm gonna keep it a stack, fam. Like, if you're not teaching these young people right now that we behind the 8 ball, they're gonna keep playing the game. They're gonna keep going in the same circle, running around this rabbit hole, trying to assimilate into a society that doesn't want them, that doesn't appreciate them, and that will continue to neglect them. That's just the truth of it. I'm not saying play victim.
Since you did,
what I'm saying is educate them on both sides. Go ahead.
Okay, what I'm saying is this, like this, and the truth. always speak the truth to the children. I do all the time. Anyway, it goes like this. There's a system that's being superimposed upon us, and we're agreeing to that superimposition. And I'm saying stop agreeing to that superimposition and superimpose a system of your own, of our own, instead of just acquiescing to one that's being opposed on us. I look at it like the man to man, okay? And so man to man, you allow another man to just come at you like that. No, you're going to want to superimpose your own thing. And well, I'm less than him. Well, I got a little. No. And man to man, you ain't going to accept that. And I'm saying people to people, we don't have to accept that either. But as long as we accept what they say our position is in their paradigm, and we allow ourselves and our children to not only exist in their paradigm, but to accept their paradigm.
Hold on.
It's not about accepting. It's not about accepting.
Go ahead, Psycho. Exactly.
Yeah, it's not about accepting. You think we accepting living under this system? Like the system is what the system is. No, we not. You got to live under the laws of the land. You have to live under the laws of the land that you live on, and these laws of the land has been built off racism. And so we got to deal with these laws of the land. We cannot sit up here and tell our kids that everything's gravy, everything's all good. Don't worry about it. We on equal playing field with the white man. We have equal resources as the white man. We have equal political power in this country as the white man, lying to them. And then they come up, like I said, they come up raised up delusional, not knowing what the hell is going on, not understanding there's a fight out here, and then they really defeated. Then you got some really defeated people. Because then they run around here saying, what y'all fighting about? Everything's great over here. What do you mean? Everything's spectacular. Look at me. I got an apartment. I got a car. How can anything be better than this? This is the greatest country ever. This is the type of shit I hear.
I'm glad to tell you that what you are describing as my perspective or position is erroneous. That is not my perspective or position. As I said, don't lie to the children. Just give them a proper truth perspective. The proper truth perspective is the one that I just described. There's a paradigm being imposed and socially, and it's being accepted. It doesn't have to be accepted. It doesn't have all that stuff. But you're giving it your power when you acquiesce. You're just saying, okay, fuck it, I'll give you my power.
Okay, but you don't.
Are we acquiescing by having a job? Is that what you mean by acquiescing?
No, he's
participating in their schooling. I want to be clear. Is that acquiescing?
I would definitely go with the participating in the school system, because you'll look at what I'm saying to you about the school system, because I take them all separately, not all bunched together like some kind of idiot. I take them all separately. School system, you say that you have an adversary. You say you have an oppressor, and then you send your children to that oppressor to be educated. Then, I say you're acquiescing, and it's your fault if the child, whatever happens after that, because you are giving your child over to your oppressor to be educated. So
what's their other option? What's their other option? See, that's the issue that I got.
Okay. I would argue that
I listen to you.
I would even argue that even amongst the oppressor, many of us.
Get his question out. Go ahead.
No, like this. So what you just did was do the same thing that you didn't want nobody to do to you. You don't want nobody taking your thought process and then misdiagnosing it or misrepresenting it. What do you mean they're acquiescing? If somebody got to work 60 hours a week just to live, they got to send their kid to a public school. They don't have a choice. So to say that they're purposely sending their children to these schools to be miseducated or misrepresented, they have no choice. Right. So the conversation, that's what I'm telling you. The conversation is not about, we accept it. The conversation is we have to acknowledge it and identify it. So then, therefore, we can teach them the proper avenues to use to overcome it. So if you want to say then that we need to teach each other about financial literacy so that way we can get access to the resources, then I'm with that. If you want to say we need to teach each other about how to practice group economics so that way once we get access to the resources, we know how to deploy them, I'm with that. But to pretend as though, we're on the same footing as the people who are actually every day enslaving us in different weights and forms, then now I have a huge issue. Right? Because the issue is not to say, the white man is better. The white man is better. No, the white man has control. If we understand the concept of the access to control, then we know that now we can come and learn how to play the game differently. Now we can come in and come at it from a different perspective. One person fights over here, one person fights over there, and now we utilize all the things that we have access to. But we cannot sit here and blame hardworking people who are working 40, 60, 80 hours a week just to make it for having to then send them into the system that is assimilating their children into the system.
Okay, and that's why I've separated the work from the school, because those are two different things, yet you still brought them back together. To me, they're two different things. Secondly, I would say with the school system, I don't know how you just went past the point I made with it, but you can go past it, skip past it, however you want to do. I have no argument with you. I would simply ask a question or something about, and I gave my perspective. What you do with it is up to you, my youth. One love.
So I didn't separate the school from the work. And then I'm gonna land right here, Willie, and I'm done. I'm not separating. I dealt with both, right? But they all are a part of the same system. That's why you got to understand the conversation. You're being raised and assimilated into a system where all you think about is, oh, I graduate, I go get a good job, and I continue to participate and live in this system. So you can't separate them because the education apparatus is set there to teach you to continue to assimilate into the system.
And so you keep assimilating. What's the problem? That's not my fault. That's you doing your thing.
No, it's not me doing my thing because I don't actually do it. The problem is you're great question. Let me answer it for you. The problem is you're trying to teach us about acceptance, and I'm teaching you that we need to go and teach our children about identification, identity, right? Identify yourself within the system so that way now you can learn how to buck the system from within. So it has nothing to do.
That's what I'm saying. That's your thing. Please do it. I have nothing to do with that. One love.
I wanted to go to schools though. You keep saying these white institutions, but understand there are a lot of black teachers who have the opportunity to have an impact on a number of black kids, even in the midst of these white schools. So my argument would be, if that's all we got at the moment, we shouldn't squander it. We should still take advantage of it, but put our people in those positions to teach our babies. But if we view it as we're giving our babies over to the white man when we participate in Western schools, like we're wasting a potential, cripple, like a potential ally, a dart.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. You got it 100.
And then the argument then becomes, well, keep doing what you're doing and see what happens, as if to say, if we did everything their way, we would be in a better position. We might be living like Haiti. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? So it gets real easy to dismiss an argument as attaching it to the problem, saying because you're doing this, that's why you're still not having success.
I don't understand. I don't understand what you're saying and how that connects to what I'm talking about.
Right. Now I agree with you 100%.
Okay, bet. I was just making sure. So, and then the final thing that I'm saying, so I've been blessed to do the private education in the homeschool with my kids, right? But I had to work my ass off to get there. The rest of my friends still having to send their kids to public school. Like, what am I supposed to? I'm supposed to make them feel bad? Like, what's their other option? Like, literally, what's their option? You're a truck driver. You on the road, all week, and your wife works as a nurse. Like, what you doing? What's your option? That's why it's important to have a conversation about identity within the system. We're not teaching acceptance. Oh, the white man is better than us. That's not what we're saying. Understand that the white man controls the resources.
Yeah, do that, man. If that's how you're doing your children, please, do your thing.
Yeah, continue to tell the kids the truth, A9. Continue to tell the kids the truth, A9. Yeah, don't lie to kids. Don't lie to kids, A9. Continue to do what you've been doing. Tell them the truth. Don't lie to them. Don't make up no feel-good story. Don't do all this little silly nonsense that people think we're supposed to be doing. But we've been doing for decades since they was born, and here he is, old as hell, and they still seeing the same motherfucking shit. So I don't know why we supposed to keep doing the same thing we've been doing. I don't understand this. People talk about change this and change that. People really don't want change. People really want more of the same. People happy, people comfortable. It's a bunch of comfortable ass black people I see.
Comfortable as hell, right?
Yeah, I need black people to be a little bit more uncomfortable around here. That's what I need. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like again, it feels like I'm fighting a fight that people don't feel like that's actually a fight, and it's crazy. But then when things start to pop off, they're gonna be wondering why. How did we end up in this situation? Because y'all wasn't listening. Because y'all thought everything was cool. Y'all thought everything was gravy. Like, and this is great because people listening to feel good people.
So meanwhile, I don't know what all that diatribe was about, but meanwhile, what I'm saying is simply this: sometimes you'll hear that in a mishap or some kind of a grave situation, there's always opportunity for he who looks for it. Now, if you're gonna wallow in the grave circumstances, you can do that, or you can look for the great opportunity that comes with that grave condition. And so I look forward to the great opportunity in us utilizing our power, because we have great power. Our greatest power is to build our own paradigm and have others live within our paradigm instead of us living within theirs. And as long as we keep beating it in, like I say, into our children, that is the paradigm that they have to live in, they don't have to, is all I'm suggesting.
If you live in this country, yes, you have to live under these laws of this land and the system that's in place. Yes, as long as you live in this country. Unless you talk about leaving this country. Are you talking about leaving this country? Because if you talk about leaving this country, that's a different conversation. If you talking about staying in this country, you got to deal with the things that's put in place. And we can't just be in denial and do some more stuff and then just say, well, we're really sovereign and all this other stuff. And I'm not driving, I'm really traveling and try to bend the laws that are all in place. We can't be doing that type of silly nonsense because we see how that works. You end up getting your windows busted out and looking crazy in jail and locked the hell up trying to do that silly nonsense. So again, we have to be honest with our situation.
That has nothing to do with what I'm saying. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, but
it does. Because you literally keep saying things like
you're not listening. Okay,
I'm listening to everything you say, bro.
Yes, as if you're going to create a new system. What we're saying is, if you try to create that new system here, there's going to be consequences and repercussions, right? So if you're not ready to follow through on a plan in full, what you're talking about doing is slightly goofy. It does make sense to at least capitalize on what's here in the best way we can until we have a better footing, better position. But to make that the problem by saying, oh, if you're giving your kids to schools and you're doing this, and you're doing that, and you're giving in to the system, you're acquiescing to it. Now that's a bad argument, at least for my people.
And I think the argument gets worse.
I absolutely am not arguing.
I think it gets worse when you say things like, oh, we're teaching them to wallow in whatever. No, that's not what we're saying. And that's why I want to make it clear, brother. Nobody's saying continue to live in this state. And I agree that we do have opportunities in this system. And I agree that we should take advantage of those situations. But what I'm saying is, when you are inundated with as much trauma in the communities that we have grown up in, anybody that understands psychology understands that the first part of overcoming trauma is getting to the root of the precipitating event, right? Identifying who you are, identifying what the problem is, and getting to the root of that. Otherwise, you'll never move. You'll never come out of it. You'll sit there and be a crab in a bucket. You'll sit there and be the animal that is sitting and waddling in the hot juice as it's slowly cooking you. You have to identify it. That's the point that we're making. To pretend as though that it doesn't exist is nonsense.
My middle ground, the real shit I taught my firstborn, you know what I mean? Like, from young. Always look to your left and your right and understand wherever you at, you're better than any white man standing next to you, right? Because at some point with what you're attached to, right, we had to grind, scrape, and struggle to get there. Somebody that got him to where he is just got a favor, just got a deal, got something handed to him, right? It's always going to be easier for them, right? So I'm acknowledging the shit in front of us, but I push them by saying, every time you stand next to them, know you better than them. You know what I mean? Just to be able to get there. So keep pushing to the next row. You know,
And then to add one more piece, and I'm gonna
gotta
tap
make
out.
some progress.
But this is why if you identify and show it, now you don't feel bad about something like nepotism, right? This is gonna sound crazy for a second, right? The first thing these other races do when they get on is they go hire their partners. They don't just hire anybody; they hire the people that can do the job or that they know that they can train to do the job. But if you aren't taught that that's how it works, you sit here operating in a system where you think like, oh, okay, when I get on, I'm just gonna go get the most qualified person. The race doesn't matter. No, it absolutely does. When you kick the door open, you have to make sure that you leave the door open for your people because that's what everyone else is doing. I think me and Psycho had just talked about it, right? This is what priced us out of or removed us from operating in the agricultural
A
industry.
black person trying to ignore nepotism is insane.
Yeah.
It's insane. Nepotism is a big deal.
But if you've been assimilated into this system, you don't understand it. You think it's wrong.
It's crazy.
So a person practicing nepotism is smart, right?
You guys keep up with the Joneses. That's what they do. So
I said simply, not comparatively, just simply. A person practicing nepotism is smart, right?
Yes, depending on your agenda, I would say.
It depends on how you view smart.
Yeah, it depends. It depends. I feel like it's necessary. I don't even want to say smart. I just think it's a necessity depending upon what your agenda is.
Yeah.
So in that I agree 100%. I was just trying to check the literacy of your statement so I can see whether I agree with it. And I'm all for nepotism, a 100. I expect it and I practice it.
All right, one more question.
When I brought that up, hold on real quick. When I brought up nepotism, right? I brought it up under the aspect that that is a major part of the problem, right? The problem that you're trying to acknowledge, saying we pushing some bullshit on the kids. No, this is what has their system has been built off of. You know what I'm saying? So it is problematic for us. So if you're we can't even participate positively in nepotism if we can't get to a position where we can do the hiring. So that's my argument to your whole acquiescing. Nah,
Okay.
man, motherfuckers.
Okay, let me say let me give you an example of something that just happened in my recent knowledge about business. 25 women got together and they started a fund where they were a business fund, and they put together so many dollars. I think they were saying $1,000 a month. At the end of the year, they took that whatever they had and they went shopping for a business they can do. They decided to get into the spring water business. They figured out all the different things they had to do. It was 25 of them, mind you. And they had so many of them go to the spring, so many of them go to the doggone law offices to get the paperwork and all the legal stuff set up. And so many of them went to get all the stuff about the logistics, the bottles, how they gonna move them, who they got labels, and all that kind of stuff. And they got that done within a year. And they've been making crazy money ever since because a spring constantly pushes water. The sources around the world are free. It's just a matter of capturing the source, containing it, and then merchandising it, which means putting it out for as a product.
But where does that connect to the conversation?
But it says to the conversation is this: anytime we lock up and we huddle up and come together to do anything, we can get it done. And that's what I'm saying. We have great power. Telling us we don't have no power is erroneous. We got power. We're just not using it to our advantage. And that's why I call it assimilation, because we take our time and power and we give it somewhere else, or we spend it somewhere else, or we exchange it somewhere else. And then when we come back, we say we had a low ebb because we're not really getting paid enough for our actual power. And this is, our power is great and strong. That's what I'm saying. So we can build up to where we
get it done is proven wrong by. Because yes, we have come together as collectives and done some amazing shit, and they destroyed it. So
what did
that
you
has
say?
to be acknowledged.
What did you say?
He said you have to acknowledge that this system destroys a lot of the things that we've come together and created.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying we have to create our own. We have to also create our own system so that cannot happen. We're trying to build ourselves within a system that's just like you just said.
Without land.
System,
you can't build a system without land. Wait. In order to build that system, you need land, you need a flag, you need an anthem, you need in order to build this. You're talking about nation building right now. We talk about nation building, or we talking
I'm always
about
talking. I'm always talking about our current situation, which is always to me a situation of nation building. And with nation building, we don't need no flag. We don't need no land. We don't need none of that. Oh, that's what you do. That's why you are not doing nothing, because you think that's what nation got no flag. That's not what nation
like with all construction. Like with all construction, if you want to build something new, you first have to demolish what's there.
Every nation has a flag.
That's not true. That's not true.
That is true.
Because I'm building stuff now, and
no, he's saying what Willie said is not true about you got to destroy. I agree with that. Like, I mean, you can just buy new land and build. So I want to add to what you were saying though, Wale. So I don't want you to feel like we're saying that you can't do these things. You don't have access to it. What I'm actually saying is, if you want to see that happen more, if you want to see that on a more widespread level, then it starts at the roots what Psycho was talking about. We have to first acknowledge that these things are horrible, that the resources are not in our control. So that way now we look at the problem and now we plan it out. We figure out how we're gonna do it. Right?
I can entertain that when we use certain words, because what you just described is not, in my opinion, the truth. So when you say certain resources, then I can say, okay, but the resources, that's not so. That, like, for instance,
what resources? Let's go then. What resources do
Black people control?
Yeah, what resources do we control?
And I'm saying that we're not controlling.
What resources do we control?
Cousin, I'm telling you now, if you're listening instead of trying to be dogmatic, what I'm saying to you is simply that we have great power. We're not using it.
What resources do we control? You're not answering this question.
Hold on, Willie.
I'm saying the resources are available. We are not.
What resources we control?
Dude, don't you hear what I'm saying? You don't control shit. You said it yourself.
There we go. Thank you. So why? Thank you for proving our point. We don't control shit.
Right. You don't control shit. It's available.
You don't control shit.
Yes, I do.
You don't have no resources to control. If you did, you would have named it. If you had a resource you can control, you would have named it. You didn't name it, so you don't have it. So don't say us like you excluded from the us. You too.
Listen to what I'm.
You too.
When you finish, let me know so I can explain.
You too.
What are you talking about?
Let me know.
You're not controlling people of color.
Let me know. Let me know.
What? Well, I'm not. Wasn't you just up here calling people colored? Wasn't you just up here talking about colored businesses and you talking about slave nonsense? Hey, look, fam. I'm gonna be honest with you. I know more about accumulating, using, and redeploying these resources in our community than you'll know, right? So don't play the resource game with me. That's why I asked you, what resources do we control? I can show you right now how to go acquire a piece of land without even arguing about it, get it on the subject too, but make sure that it's got the right mineral rights. So now you do have some resources. So the conversation is not about that we don't know how to do it or that we don't understand that it's out there. It's that we don't control it. We don't control the avenues to get it. We don't control so for instance, even when I get it, now I got to go pay for an excavator. I got to pay for all of the different things that it takes to process the resources. Now that's your money.
Not owning the resources, right?
Like, stop playing, fam. Like, we really do.
Okay, we're not playing. Let me know when you're done, man, so I can
I'll
explain.
let you know when I'm done. I'll let you know when I'm
done. No drilling here. We've decided no drilling here. Now we're not going to approve your project. Yeah, that's what we
Right. So like, and then at any given point in time, your projects can be shut down. Now, obviously, there are ways around that, right? So I'm not gonna play the victim in that space, right? If you do your paperwork correctly and they still a problem, they still give you a problem. Either you chose the wrong area to do it, you didn't dot all your T's and your I's before you got started, or now we go to the different watchdog groups that are there that'll make our cause more nationally known, right? And force them to capitulate. But in the offset, in the initial conversation, you talk about resources, and this is why cycle, but we don't control the resources. We don't have any resources. Even when it comes to the money necessary to acquire the resources, we don't control it, right? I can think of one serious Black-owned bank, and they're not moving the needle to the space that we need it to be, right? So we don't control the resources.
Yeah, I got that, and I agree with you, and I said as much. You do not control the resource. The resources are available. You can control them, but you do not control them. So that's why I was having trouble answering your question.
What resources could we control?
Let me finish my statement, man, because that's how I breathe.
But you're not actually giving us examples. Like, can you give us examples, please? What resource are you talking about that Black people could control that we choose not to?
Only if you are going to allow me to finish my sentence, because that's how I.
As long as you're answering the question, not just
I was answering the question just now.
I had the exact same question, so it is an important question to answer. I had literally the exact same question. So,
what's that? What
resources?
The question was, do we what resources you control? And I told you none. Because you said
you said that we could be on these resources, but we choose not to. You, what resources are we choosing not to control?
Right. What resources are available?
The air, the sun, wind, the water, all of these trees.
We're about to sell 20s of oxygen. That's what we doing. We selling 20s of oxygen.
Like literally,
the hospitals are buying it. It's up to you whether you say.
Like so, for instance, the only place that air rights even become a thing is in areas like LA, right? And so what you're doing is you're preserving the ability to maintain a great view because that view is a part of your property value. So I hear you on that, but in order for you to do that, you now need to own the land and build a structure big enough to be able to have an amazing view. So once again, do you own the resources necessary to be creating these type of structures, right? You want to say,
I wasn't even talking about all that imaginative stuff you just came.
No, this is not imagination. This is actually. Hold on.
It didn't have nothing to do with what I was saying. It's simply all I'm saying.
Okay,
he wasn't, because air rights make sense. I understand how you saying that could make money. He wasn't talking about air rights. He was talking about oxygen. When he said air, he was saying we have the availability to harness air. Now we're gonna harness that and do what? And how do we
harness air?
Right.
Hospitals bad, Hospitals bad.
He's talking about oxygen tanks. He's talking about oxygen tanks. Oxygen tanks. So
and that's not air. Like that's
even with that, but even with that, and this goes back to my point. Do you own the land? Do you own the resources? Do you own the manufacturing company that it takes to create the oxygen tanks? Do you own all of the things necessary to create this? No, you do not.
We don't own the patents for the oxygen tank. We don't own no patents for the oxygen tank, no trade for none of that.
Man. So you said that's why you can't do anything because you can't do anything.
You can't do anything.
I'm saying we don't own the resources, is what I'm saying.
Well, I'm saying that resources.
I'm saying if you ain't talking about oxygen tank, you're talking about selling 20s of air. Like
how we bottling up air? How do I bottle up some of that February air for right now? Because it's hot as fuck today. It is hot as hell today out here in motherfucking Northeast, and I would love to get some of that February air right now. How do I bottle that February air for the summer? How do I do that?
Meanwhile, just like the women, they got this spring water thing going on. A guy just approached me with the spring water idea. We're working on that now, him and I. That's all I know that's involved. He say somebody else on his side is involved, but I don't know them yet. So
Right.
we're meeting up.
I appreciate the fact that you want to start a water business.
No, I'm saying the spring water is available.
Really
It's
fill up some
available.
12 February, and we probably could sell it. 12 of February air.
There's
You
another
don't need no
thing.
air conditioner. I got some February air on deck.
There's another. There's another
I got
thing.
whole zips. I got whole zips of February air. You don't need no air conditioner.
There's another thing that I recommend.
I'm selling 12 of February air. I'm breaking mine down, Psycho.
While y'all doing that, I'm gonna recommend something seriously to everyone that you get solar as soon as possible. I mean, as much solar as you can, get it up and know how to use that, get that it works, and get it working as soon as possible. I say, but do your thing, man.
Okay, so let me get this off, then I'm gonna shut up, bro. While I hear what you're saying, the issue that I have with it is you literally talked about imagination or something. What you're saying right now, it's like it's so far-fetched because you're not even teaching the foundation of how to do this. You're not even teaching the foundational aspects of what it takes to start a business. Even your conversation about someone approaching you about starting a water business, well, you're gonna take care of it. It shows the lack of true propensity and capacity to get these things off the ground, right? That's the issue that I have. So when I'm telling you that we're not talking about sitting around waddling in our misery, what we're actually saying is what's going to increase our ability to do these things is to first identify what the problem is, then educate ourselves on financial literacy, educate ourselves on group economics, educate ourselves on overcoming the traumas that have destroyed us in our communities, and then turning around and finding those next 25 women or those next 25 men or these next 2,000 men and women or these next 10,000 men and women who can come together and build.
Hallelujah. Preach, huh?
And build these amazing companies that then those resources can turn around and be deployed back into our communities to create other businesses, right?
But we still can't go away from the fact that at some point, even if you create this company, right, you're still gonna have to go through this system that's problematic for our
the only way out is through, correct.
That if the claim is us teaching them about that is coming from a defeatist standpoint because we don't have to deal with it. Nah, if you create that company and you incorporate, you won't have to pay taxes. You know what I mean? So you can not go through the system and have to deal with it if you got guns. You ready to shoot it out for that tax money? Because the IRS will come after you.
Let me ask you a couple of things, dude. I mean, about this business aspect you're talking about, because I think your perspectives are a bit askew. So I'm gonna just say it like this: do you recognize? I said, yeah, it's cool. It's cool. That's what I'm trying to clear up.
I'm gonna let him go.
I'm talking to everyone, you and Willie. So I'm saying to this: are you realizing that everyone is a business? Every United States citizen is automatically a business. Are you familiar with that concept? Wait a minute. Oh man, are you familiar with that concept? Damn, here we go with this bullshit, man. Hey man, you don't know what I'm doing. Ain't no more bullshit. I'm trying to tell you something. You didn't presuppose every damn thing.
All it takes is one thing to trigger these guys. Pseudo. No, hey, wait a minute, Wall Street.
Hold on, Bobby, real quick.
No, ain't no hold on, because anytime
what I'm saying is that
talking pseudo, y'all step on their neck. But because this old nigga get up here and say the same pseudo shit every day, y'all be like, nah, man, that's cuz he cool. He make pork sausages and shit for the community or whatever it is. I don't know what the fuck y'all niggas be up here playing with this nigga for, man. Because y'all don't let nobody else get no passes. Even the females. Y'all step on females.
I sure don't let him get no pass, Bobby. I sure don't let him get no pass.
I'll give you that, Sabio. You don't let him get no pass.
I said one thing all the time.
That's why you can't quiet. But this is crazy. All of this is pseudo. You talk about a business, and this nigga said, everybody is a business.
Everybody is a business, right, Bobby?
Hold on. Bobby, let's hold them right there. What the fuck did that have to do with the?
Y'all looking for the negative. You know what I'm saying? There are times when even you are wrong, Bobby. You don't know everything. So we got to learn to take the
I get my next. No, wait, Taz. I'm not talking about me being wrong. I'm talking about the next step in. The next step. Listen, Taz, I can't get past 2 words for a nigga say pseudo. We don't pass. You sat up here and showed the whole World Trade Center crumble into a fucking accordion, and nigga said pseudo. So it ain't real. Fuck that, nigga.
But everybody's given an opportunity to make their point. So, your point, Wale. So, to your point, Wale.
Hey, my
get back to the conversation. What did a person being have to do with the conversation of black empowerment?
That's what I wanted to know, Willie. I wanted to know.
What did that have to do?
It ain't got nothing to do with it. Y'all just go ask that question so he could divert it.
I want to beat it up.
Be in a Fibonacci spiral for the next hour.
Let me beat it up.
At the time when I spoke on it, Willie, we were talking about corporations and incorporating and stuff like that. So I said, in order to start this business conversation, I wanted to make sure we were on a even keel, or at least we had certain understanding that about business before I go into the ICC and all that kind of stuff, you know, and corporation stuff like that, right? So then I wanted you to see if you say, okay, every person is a business, okay, I got that part. Now, the next thing is, are they a legal business, which means they file paperwork to be a business, because you could do business without filing paperwork and be a business. Now we're talking legal business. At the point that you file legal business, you start getting into what they
I
told you, Willie, y'all finna let
this
and
so
let me down the rabbit hole.
What you were trying to do was run from the conversation because you know you're bringing up some weird shit that most of us wouldn't necessarily subscribe to, even if a portion of it. Hold on, right? So now you're spinning the conversation and taking it away from the original topic. The original topic was you claim, right, that we shouldn't teach our babies that there's a system of white supremacy because we can just buck this system and there are resources available. So we asked you what would
I didn't say that about teaching your kids. I didn't say that.
What were the resources? You said air, right? And I got stuck on that. This is when I started selling 20s of oxygen because I couldn't understand how you was gonna make money. So then the conversation about the air tank comes into play, but that's not harnessing air. That's mechanics. That's engineering. That's
resources. That's the crazy.
Right. So it still goes back to the original question, right? You claim these resources are available, and we are acquiescing to a system when we could just take advantage of something else, right? You mentioned air. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. You mentioned air and water, right? Now,
so far,
I could make an argument on either one because even if we're dealing with water, which probably actually could be sold, I can definitely see white supremacy, right, stepping in the way of a black water company for a host of reasons. You still have to go through this same system if you want to harness this resource. Do you not agree?
No, I do not agree.
So you said just sell the water out to Trump.
No, I'm not saying that either. I was trying to get you to go through the levels of business with me so I could explain to you.
What about the sunlight? You said sunlight. What the hell do we buy?
Yeah, sunlight is another one.
Hey, Psycho, let's give them the argument that we all know could actually possibly be possible. Let's say water, right? My argument is if you're saying that going to schools and having a job, you're acquiescing to a white system, how are you going to sell this water without going through this exact same system? If you plan on incorporating, having an LLC or whatever, this shit got to be approved by this exact same system. So how do you claim this system?
That's what I was getting to. You interrupted me. I was getting there. And if you want me now, I'll pick up there and continue.
Yes, sir. You got it.
To skip ahead, we can go ahead and skip ahead. Really, I have a corporation. I've had it for almost 10 years now. This is the second one. No, this is the first corp. Damn, this is the second one. But anyway, I have a corporation. I can show you the paperwork on the corporation.
Is it S corp or C corp? What is it?
I have a limited.
So you got an LLC.
Okay, you can call it.
That's technically that's not a corporation.
It's registered here. Where's it registered?
Hold on. Technically,
is it registered in the U.S. or is it registered in Jamaica?
The one I'm using now is registered in Jamaica.
In Jamaica. All right. So first off, you're not applying it to what American blacks have to deal with. So now we've established that. But maybe you can learn something.
I don't know what you said. First off, what? What was that first off thing that you said?
He said first off.
It don't apply to us.
It don't
apply to us. What the hell are you talking if it don't apply to us? What that mean?
If you got an LLC in Jamaica, we not under British laws. We're not under Jamaican laws. So I don't know how the LLC work in Jamaica, bro. That's what
I have businesses in the U.S. as well. That's why I was trying to figure out whether I had opened a corporation, an S corporation in the U.S. because I have businesses in the U.S. as well at the same time. This is what I'm saying.
No. Why do y'all niggas do this? Why do y'all niggas do this, Willie? Man, this is why confusion exists in the community, because y'all niggas ain't said source up none of this shit just because this is so-called elder. But an elder is a title you got to get from actually saying some real shit. This just an old nigga. This an ON. Just like we got YNs, we got ONs, man. He's an ON, dog. He's an ON. No, Wall Street. Let me say what I'm finna say, then I'm gonna let you cook, dog. No, Wall Street. If I'd have got up this bitch and said, yeah, I got an S corp, I got a bunch of businesses. Let me remember what they is. Y'all have said, get this bitch.
I would have done that.
Yes, you would have.
Hold on, Bobby.
I'm in my mic again.
I would have. I'm
trying to be honest. Psycho, the realest nigga up here right now because he know he was.
I agree with Bobby.
No, listen, Bobby. What I'm saying is the reason why I wouldn't even challenge that is because of the actual argument we're having. So if I give him the fact that he does U.S. business, that he is incorporated, he went through the same system. He's saying we don't have to acquiesce to, right? He had to get approved.
You could just say, "Cuz you up here lying, man." Next,
I'm gonna tell you how I know you. I'm just gonna keep it a stack. I'm gonna tell you how I know that that's cap, right?
I ain't mad.
Businesses. I do businesses in multiple states, bro. I know every LLC that I'm partnered with. I know every LLC that we've started as a foreign entity. So, for instance, some of my businesses we created in Wyoming, and then we register in Georgia as a foreign entity. I know the names, I know the EINs, I know the bank accounts, I know everything that I do, bro. Right? So, like, stop. And you, like, just stop, fam. Like, stop playing the game. And then I'm asking you talking about it. And then you talk about
we're gonna move past this real quick, right? Because
I'm gonna stay right here because I'm gonna bring it back to the resources issue, right?
Go ahead.
So the biggest issue that I got is, oh yeah, he dipped. I would have dipped too, right? So the biggest issue that I got with it is like, stop sitting here acting like we quote unquote acquiesce into the system. That has nothing to do with this. That ain't got nothing to do with any of that, bro. Right? The entire conversation is when you keep making certain allegations because we're trying to educate our people on how to actually come in here. Oh, that's crazy. He's trying to educate people on what's going on, and then you telling us that we are similar, we're acquiescing to the system, and then you telling us to go start our own system within the system without giving us any true evidence or explanation of how to do it. And then we ask you literally, okay, do you have an LLC? Do you got an S corp? You got a C? Oh, I don't know. Like, stop, man. Like, stop playing. Stop playing.
Listen to me. I got hundreds of businesses in the U.S. Hundreds. I
So you know
can't
some
think
of
of
them
them off
don't
the way.
remember
I
the
can't think of none of my business off the top of my head. But if you all know that we are a corporation in ourselves. See, if the name is capitalized on the paperwork, that right there tell you you're a corporation, right, Psycho? Your mother signed your birth certificate, and that made you a corporation.
He definitely was some bullshit, yeah.
Okay, so when I heard it, so soon as a nigga say, "Do you know you're a corporation?" I said, "More." Why he get triggered? Because that's where you going with that. We ain't got to go down to man, corporation, straw man, and all that shit to understand a nigga going to start up $150 LLC, dog.
Like, and then when I ask you the difference, like, because it's important to know the difference between that LLC, that S corp, and that C corp, because taxation becomes a major issue at that point, right? You start an
when a nigga
LLC.
look, when a nigga don't remember that information, that's because that business don't make no money. And that's
Don't exactly
50 million years ago, and it's just sitting there. I've done that.
Exactly, bro. Like an LLC is just a pass-through entity at this point. Stop playing, bro. I would tell people more than anything to go start a trust. Start a trust and then put all your business in your trust.
Man, we just got to start at a savings account. Psycho. We trying to move. We're trying to give niggas
still have to
trigonometry, and they ain't even got algebra one yet.
Algebra. He's stupid as hell.
Just bro, start a savings account and see where your money at in 6 months. Then we can get into the trust and all that. Niggas ain't even know savings account shit right. Money market account. Start a money market account before you even do a savings account. Matter of fact, do your savings account and money market account at the same
And see,
time.
Bobby, he knew somebody.
That make me sad.
Oh, Bobby, he knew somebody was gonna bail him out. Once he heard Moorish, oh no, I'm not saying that. But you know that's the argument you was making.
That's
you know that
he was making, yeah.
social right. It's because he was trying to get out of the fundamental conversation of how to, if you claim our liberation is in just harnessing these resources that the word I stuck on was available, right? Where the fuck are they available? And how do we harness them to create an economic system that we can build on? The nigga said air. So now I got a pack of 1212s, right? I'm busting these shits open and I'm bagging up February air.
I don't know, but I'll say this though, we got to do better than savings and money marketing. Like if that's where we at, bro, we
bro, it ain't that's where we at. It's literally, like I just said, trigonometry versus algebra 1. To have a nigga like, I don't want to hear a nigga talk about no LLCs and all of that shit and S corps they can't remember. What's up with the savings account, cuz, and the money you know what I'm saying? Like if we got to get all the way into the human being a shadow man and straw man and you're a corporate entity because of the capital letter. Yeah, man. Like I know it may seem sad about the savings account, but that's just my position because I work with the youth and it's like I'm real, foundational based. Like I don't want to shoot nobody too far ahead, and I guess that's my fallacy for coming around old niggas and then dealing with young niggas. And I'm like, boy, this shit's
that
sad.
was the duck out of real conversation. That was a way to I'm gonna throw a bone that I know somebody gonna jump at, and I'm gonna say, "Oh, see, this don't make no sense." Right?
Come on, don't call me no bully, y'all. Black, I ain't no bully, man. I just come on, man. Y'all can't say, man, there's some 70-year-old niggas out here, man, that'll whoop on you, man. Straight up. Niggas coming out of prison, swole. Them niggas, they formidable. So don't just think because a nigga old that he ain't, you know what I'm saying, capable. And these are conversations. This is your mental capability. So I'll never just put it past somebody age-wise that they don't got their mental facilities because nigga, the country being ran by 70-year-old motherfuckers that people telling me got their mental facilities and sit up and debate on TV all day. So if a nigga can't debate on YouTube without me having to respect his age, because I'm looking at the politicians, 30-year-old niggas go against 70-year-old niggas every day and say wild shit to them, right? Never mind. Maybe I'm the only nigga watch C-SPAN and all that shit.
Nah,
Okay.
you
You on point.
good. You on point, bro. I hope, and I get it. Like I know who you dealing with. I hope we realize that in 2025 we got to bridge that gap way faster, right? We really got to move into the space where savings accounts and money market accounts is just I can't even call that algebra, right? Like that's basic arithmetic, that's basic math at that point.
But this
You
the
know what I'm
thing though.
saying?
None of that had to do with the
With,
conversation. The
I,
conversation was
I agree.
us having our children involved. Like education was the one that kind of bothered me because his argument was, well, you giving them to the white man to be taught by the white man. How do you think you're gonna win? And so I was pushing back against that step by step, and we get to economics, and now all of a sudden these resources are just there, and we can harness air. That's why I was willing to give them water. My point was, you still gonna go through that system if you want to sell water, right? You got to go through FDA probably, and then you gotta license your company. And so, how much are you really trying to buck that system?
Let's look at an example in the real world then, Wall Street. Just to that argument about how can you win against uh what the white man taught you, right? And then, establish a system within that to, you know what I'm saying, to possibly take over. And I think, whether for right or wrong, China is a great example of that. Because they were like for for years and years, decades upon decades, China was under the rule of, you could say America and Britain. Am I wrong about that? And they didn't necessarily say, hey, we got to go find some other land. They got down with whatever the fuck them people came and did with the rulership within their land, and they found a way to work within that to take over from the inside and get their shit back to where eventually we can get y'all the fuck up out of here.
So Bobby, this is some shit I want to know, right?
But
And
ain't that the point
hold on,
everybody
hold
been
on, hold
making?
on, hold on, hold on. When you bring up that point, right? I understand the point, but my response to it was going to be, I always look at what we've done because we have a very unique situation. And so now I'm thinking, well, what makes our situation so unique? We do agree and understand that the way China is Chinese, we will always share this land. We do agree with that, right?
You
Unless
say we
we're
will
going to
always share this land?
share this land.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that.
Well, let's say always for our lifetime and our children's lifetime.
That's a fact.
Yeah, white folk ain't going nowhere in our children's lifetime.
Now that's a fact.
So certain things that may have worked for China may not work for us because we have to have a different game plan because our whole strategy has to be different.
Well,
Uh,
I'm
so
saying
then what becomes
first
our
you have
goal?
to that with the first goal is this: coming to a clear realization on what is it gonna be moving forward, right?
Right.
Because as black people, it's this huge split on America or Africa. That's a foundational conversation that just got to get nipped in the bud. Is whatever black people in America trying to establish for future generations, does that look like something being established in Africa or America? Right?
So Bobby,
That's
slow
the
walk.
first conversation, because if you
Let's slow walk.
okay,
Let's slow walk. Right? When you say it's a huge rift, I would say in terms of maybe investing in Africa, being interested in African politics, right? But niggas ain't going to Africa. Let's just be real. No, it's no big rift there. Like 90.
I think, but when you say that, again, that's to the conversation like how you said that, in our lifetime, right? And I'm saying that's it's a large push for people to, this conversation that I hear from, you know, uh thought thought circles, I guess. You know what I'm saying?
And bro, same
Are we
motherfucking
going
thing.
to go? Are we going to end up in Africa establishing like it's a lot of people that like they staunch on that like yo the future should look like us getting up out of America. Would you agree on that? And it's a large group that feel like nah, the future should look like us establishing what we establish here.
I'm saying the conversation is a non-starter because, in my opinion, the honest to God truth is, black folk in mass wouldn't start leaving America unless white folk was leaving. And when I say that, no, not following white folk, right? It would have to be something catastrophic for the masses of us to be looking to go somewhere else.
That still go to the conversation. I get the like a catastrophe, right? But I'm saying, bearing the catastrophe to where like now we forced to flee and be refugees somewhere else, because that's essentially what that is,
My
right?
nigga,
Huh?
Atlanta popping, Houston is popping. Niggas ain't trying to leave.
I get that, but when you talk about establishing something, it's a sacrifice that's gonna have to be, you know what I'm saying, given up. So it's like that old conversation that Malcolm X
I
was having about like,
think the
yeah,
Liberia.
if black, okay, like Liberia, Ghana, stuff like that, or Oklahoma, Texas. You get, well, not Texas, because they ain't, motherfucker Texas ain't giving up Texas, or Mississippi, Alabama, stuff like that. Could we, you know what I mean? But then that come with great sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? Like, is people willing to give up New York, LA, and Chicago? You know
The
what
only
I'm
way
saying?
we could take land in America would be socio-politically and economically, right? Like we would have to literally just move into that area and push everybody out. And that is an option. There are
That's
groups
what
that
I'm
do
saying.
that, right? Like, yo, motherfucking Psycho will tell you right now in motherfucking, what's it called? Lakewood, right? Them Jews are pushing people out right now as we speak.
That's a fact.
We're going to make this our town. Am I lying, Psycho?
Psycho dropped down.
Oh, he ain't here.
Nigga
Oh,
said
he ain't
Brent
here. My fault.
Fayez. What Brent
But yeah,
Fayez? I read
that's a possibility. But the possibility of us moving to another continent or country, for the masses of us, I don't see that.
Yeah, I got that. I don't see it neither, but it is a conversation. But I'm all, you know what I'm saying? I'm all about establishing whatever need to be established here.
You still there, Bobby?
Yeah, I'm still. Can you hear me? Motherfucker, did it cut out? Oh, your ass cut out, cuz.
You.
I hear you. You just can't hear me. This nigga Sabi out here. I don't know if niggas can hear me. Can y'all hear me in the chat? 1 2 1 2. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna read the chat. What they talking about? 90s to 2000 hip hop. Bilal, Floetry, Drew Hill, Jagged Edge, Boys to Men, Brent Fayez, Eric Lennox, Erykah Badu. Oh, okay. A lot of neo soul up in there. You know, neo soul was started by the the weirdos, motherfucking Yorkites. That's where you get all that that's a whole nother conversation though. Motherfuckers ain't ready to have. That motherfucker said, I think moving to Africa would mean starvation and learn to live without a good water supply. Hell nah. I ain't never heard no crazy shit like that. Yeah, Africa is not a third world continent, my brother. Just so we can be clear. When we say Africa, that's that's macro. That's the entire continent. But the places black people usually end up when they leave America, even today when they go over to Africa, yeah, they not worried about starvation or water supply. They actually live quite nicely over there. Niggas in the back, I don't know who got the controls, if it's Q Butter or what, because I don't. Yo, y'all niggas wake up. Sleep at the wheels. They done drove the car into the ocean, y'all. I don't know why they think Africa is starving. Them commercials in the 90s did a good job. All them 80s and 90s commercials of the fake starving kids, they did a good job of brainwashing motherfuckers, They done showed y'all how the bush people live, and all of a sudden y'all think, oh, those folks don't have any water or food. Hell no. Nobody kicked Wale Jackson, but you can come up here if you got something you like to contend. I don't know why y'all feel like I bullied old dude. You know what I'm saying? And it really goes to show that some of y'all out there, might be thoroughly tied to that particular form of pseudoism. All of that straw man entity, paperwork, corporation, BS. Yeah. I just was, I was just perplexed. Obviously, everybody does listen to everybody BS, right? But not without challenge and extreme ridicule. This ain't for the faint of heart, man. If you can't take extreme challenges, this is not the these might not be the spaces for you if you don't like your standpoint or your views being challenged extremely. Yeah, somebody go wake one of these niggas up. Bobby Beats. It wasn't my Beats. Unless you think that's my name. My name ain't Bobby Beats. My name Bobby Knight. Mm-hmm. No, but I do I do produce. Nah, but if some of y'all out there believe in the paperwork and all of that, good luck to you. I ain't mad at it. Let me know how it work out for you. I don't know who got the keys though, Mom. I feel like what was that African in the movie with Tom Hanks? I'm the captain of the ship now. Yeah, y'all done messed up. Y'all done let the pirate get the keys, boy. Y'all lucky I ain't got the real control where I can pull up the share screen and stuff. It'll be real ill. You said it presents an opportunity. I'm not mad at it presenting an opportunity. You know, I'm not mad at it at all. I'm laughing at the approach. I'm laughing at the approach. It seemed like Sabio be the only one that's willing to be like, you stupid motherfucker. I was just laughing at y'all approach. For even taking it serious. And then when you ask a simple question about corporations, and a motherfucker say to you, "Oh yeah, but do you know about the yourself being a corporation? You do know that you're a corporation, right? That's it. Let's start there. What we doing, man? See, y'all lucky, man, cause see, my granny would have been hit him with the wooden spoon at the Sunday table. Shut up with that stupid shit. Just carrying on. Y'all leave your Uncle Wale alone. You know when you get him started, he don't know what the fuck he talking about. He can just be up in here talking. Mm-hmm. 70 years old, still getting hit with that wooden spoon. Get your ass in there and cut that cassava up. It's all to the good. I ain't mean to bully the old man. But if I'm Debo, he should have did what the nigga did in the movie. You want something too, old man? No. Should have stood down. No, when Debo come around, niggas be quiet. And when he leave, niggas be talking again. But it's all to the good. I didn't mean to interrupt the build on the the paperwork, UCC code, human strawman entity capital letter corporation. My bad, y'all. It's probably a nugget of what y'all say. It's probably a nugget. What's the saying? Hey man, I just take the meat and spit out the bones. You say Q somewhere looking at his hairline in the mirror, Wale. rubbing that peppermint oil on that line, huh? I know. Mm-hmm. I feel you. Niggas ain't woke till they start till their body start breaking down, they start losing hair. Right? That's when everybody get woke, motherfuckers. You start using shea butter, peppermint oil. That's when you see all the bros up in the health shop trying to cure that bald spot. Yeah. All the ailments. I be seeing y'all up in there getting that horny goat weed. That black seed oil. Yeah. That's right. It's pseudo. That's when you just got to know that it ain't nothing that could save it, man. It's time to go full Michael Jordan. That's one thing black men need to bring back. You know, the ones that like when you understand that it's over with, man, just go be like Mike. There wasn't nothing wrong with being like Mike back then, man, and going full Michael Jordan, man. Let all that shit, let it all go, man. Come on, man. Jadakiss was a top 5 rapper when he was bald headed, man. Jadakiss grew his hair out, man. He damn near ruined his career. I thought a lesbian Ninja Turtle was rapping on the screen first time I seen Jadakiss up there with that wild lining. Right, DMX, you see what I'm saying? We respected the baldy, man. That's respecting. We don't respect none of that George Jefferson drop top shit. Come on, man. Y'all got Jadakiss up here looking like a full stud, man. Under pressure in the room with Diddy, with Noriega blowing out birthday cakes, not on his birthday, and Jadakiss and Fabulous got their head down. And their hairline's crazy. The whole shit need to be thrown in the garbage. Bring the bodies back. You see what happens? Yeah, no Van Gundy. Yeah, it's crucial out here. All our heroes decided that they was gonna get old and try to grow their hair back and try to be like the young niggas. And look at them. Come on, man. Even Nas, I seen Nas out here looking like NBA YoungBoy. Nigga had little twisties in his head. I'm damn, dog. Just wear the fade, man, till it's over with. Jay-Z the craziest. I know, look, New York, y'all ain't saying nothing. And it ain't even New York, hip hop as a whole. Cause Jay-Z one of the greats, man. It disappointed me when I seen them out there with the saltwater lake dreadlocks. The Basquiat thought dreadlocks. Them the dreadlocks you get when you just go to sleep and wake up. And I'm tired of people saying, oh, he a billionaire. He don't care no more. He should care. He should definitely care. Definitely, yeah, that's over with. No, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that humiliation ritual pseudo stuff no more. Y'all said we ain't dealing with the pseudo. Nah, that man just dirty. A dirty billionaire. All that money to either pay to get your dreads retwisted or have a clean shape up. We ain't support Jay-Z from Reasonable Doubt all the way up to this point for him to jump out looking like Baby Basquiat. That ain't what we did this for. But y'all don't say nothing. Y'all just be like, that's natural. He's supposed to look like that. That's how the Africans look. No, stop it. That's how the dread man looked when he fought And he came and fought for Haile Selassie. I don't know, don't. I told you, y'all let the pirate get the ship. Cause I'm definitely not finna politic y'all to death. Y'all better, hey, Domo, you better reach out to somebody, get the controls. Come on. I have driven my speedboat up to the side of the ship, and we have boarded, bro. We up here. The machetes and the choppers is out. Hey, you say that Logic Pro stem split or something else? Man, I'm a FL Studio stem splitter. You know, we been had that. Y'all late to the party over there on that Logic Pro. You already know Wall Street. It's the Somali takeover. A woke hotline will be great. The Wale go be your first call. Yes, brother. Do you know about the corporate entity known as the human body? And no, you don't. Let me explain it to you. See, you need to. What you need to do is understand that the UCC codes break down into the capital letter man. Okay. What you said? No. Hold on a second. I got my cassava boiling on the stove real quick. But like I said, the corporate entity. What do I have an LLC? Yeah, it's several. Matter of fact, I have to look through my briefcase and see what the name of them is. I have several corporations and abroad and in the U.S. Yes, I do. Right. I had a cassava business selling. I ran cassava from Jamaica to Indianapolis, Indiana. Yeah, I had a trade route through a canal that connected to the Great Lakes. You say how you go from smart educational talk to Diddy go KU. I'm so disappointed, huh? I don't know what that means, cuz you got to write that again. Oh, I didn't understand that. Meanwhile, while I was running the cassava through the trade route that connected to the Great Lakes, Indianapolis to be precise. So several LLCs, S corps, and so. But do you know about the body being a corporation? See, I brother, don't call me black. See, I don't identify as black. I am the living God personified. Yes, I am a deity. I am a deity. Okay. Mm-hmm. If you've ever read Marvel comics, that when they were talking about the living tribunal, that was a personification of the spirit that possesses the one that you want to call black, but meanwhile, while you think we are black, we're not actually. That I don't actually identify with that. That is corporate fiction that brings you under jurisdiction of the Black Codes, the 1865 Black Laws Dictionary. Yeah, you need to go read that. So this is what the end time sound like. Yes, this is your end time woke radio news. There you go, Taz. Come on, man. Damn, why y'all had to call the police on me? Sorry to the good. It was fun while it lasted, goddamn it.
Get these goddamn Somalis off the boat.
It was fun while it lasted, y'all. It got me, y'all. Hey, it was good. It was good while it lasted, people.
You made it do what it do.
Domo, what's good with it, man? Go on, take us there, man. Get us back to the smart land, man.
Oh shit.
Get the brain.
Y'all see Elon Musk beefing with Donald Trump?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they beefing right now.
Yeah.
Hey, Elon Musk said that the reason why the Trump administration hasn't released the Epstein tapes or Epstein files is because Trump is in them.
That's crazy.
Elon said that?
Elon said that, bro.
On the record. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
Yeah,
He
and
said
you
that.
also seen that Elon Musk poisoning Memphis at the moment, right?
How the fuck you doing that?
How
the fuck is he poisoning Memphis?
Yeah, I don't know about Elon poisoning Memphis. Got the black folks. See, we all supposed to be black for it. This supposed to be the number one topic. Hold on, I'm finna pull it up for you.
All right, well, nigga, put us on and shit.
I'm finna put
I don't
you on.
know.
Elon Musk built a plant down there. Something XAI. That's the name of it. And they said basically he built some shit down there. It's a data center called XAI, but I guess they saying that he went past a lot of certain inspection shit, so he don't got the same type of. They say stipulations ain't on his plant, and they releasing crazy gas and methane and shit. And the black people around there say they having trouble breathing and shit. Yeah. This from May 8th. It's just starting to like get some traction. I don't really hear a lot of people talking about it because it's a bunch of niggas. You know, Memphis is.
Bro, I did a podcast episode on this like
For
2
real?
weeks ago. Yeah.
That's what's up.
Broke the whole thing down. So like what they did was they really lied about the generators, the methane producing generators, because they tried to say that they weren't using so it was on record that the site ordered 30 something. Yeah, they ordered like 30 something methane producing generators. But they told the people that was like, yeah, they ordered them, but they only used like 2 or 3 of them. And then some people did a like a yeah, she on the phone. With some people did they did like a like thermal view and showed that like 32 out of the 33 generators were all heavily producing methane. And they supposed to be registered with the government. Like they supposed to be like when you got that type of like polluters, they supposed to be registered. And Elon and them didn't register none of them. And the mayor made excuses for them and all type of stuff. So yeah, it's hella cricket. What happened?
Poisoning the people. Niggas down there talking about they can't even breathe good no more.
So he's got a plant in Memphis?
Uh-huh.
Damn. Now the Memphis politicians talking about it at all?
They in on it.
Yeah, all the Memphis politicians is covering for Donald Trump or
Oh,
Elon
that's
Musk.
nasty.
Yeah, they done been, they hands done been, they ain't gotta live over there where them niggas at. That's how they looking at it.
Yeah, why are y'all? Why everybody get quiet? Cause
I got these white folk fucking with me.
uh, nah, but he not only
Oh
did he
shit.
say, not only did Elon Musk say that Trump was in the Epstein papers, he also said that he need to be impeached. Elon Musk is calling, so like Elon Musk is calling for Trump's impeachment, and then Trump is saying that he's gonna get rid of all of like the credits and or grants, like all the government grants that Elon Musk is getting. He was like, well, we'll save a lot of them because Elon Musk is complaining. Well, because I see Mari said what happened. So what happened was, Republicans passed that big beautiful bill or whatever in the House, right? So it ain't passed the Senate yet because it's a lot of Republican senators especially have major problems with that bill, right? Because the congressional. Hold on, I'm going to the car. If y'all hear all this wind. So like hold on, let me get to the car. Yes, I know this wind probably sounds crazy. All right. So the Congressional Budget Office said that this new big beautiful bill is probably gonna add like I think it said like 2 or 3 trillion to the debt, right? And a part of that the bill is increasing the debts, like increasing the debt ceiling, so making it to where the government can take on more debt. And so the whole purpose of the Doge, and this is why I keep telling y'all, like niggas was acting like, oh yeah, the Trump administration is trimming the fat, the Trump and them is getting rid of all of the wasteful spending and all of that. And then like this bill that they just passed is going to do that. It's going to increase wasteful spending, right? And so the riff is that Elon Musk is kind of maintaining. He like, yeah, all this government spending, we need to get that shit out of here. It's wasteful, right? He's standing on business. But Donald Trump is the one that's like, okay, he's the one that complains about spending and then passes bills that increase spending drastically.
Because he
So
doesn't want
Elon
to hit
Musk,
a debt ceiling.
well, no, they're raising the debt ceiling,
That's the point. He doesn't want to hit the debt ceiling. That's a
right? But raising the
perpetual
debt,
thing.
no, right? But then, okay, but here's the contradiction. Then don't complain about wasteful government spending. Don't
Yeah,
complain
now
about the debt.
I get you on that line. Like my
Yeah,
argument was that it was a farce to even believe that you could cut it on the level he was saying that he would.
that they was trying to, right?
Even
They was lying.
even if you cut
They was,
all the programs, there's still gonna come that debt ceiling. There's still, military spending, other things that are gonna be in the government's best interest to say, all right, fine, we're just gonna fund this shit. But I never
right, but
believed.
what's happening? But a part of it is is tax cuts for the rich, which inevitably when you cut taxes on the rich, it increases it ends up adding to the national debt, right? Because that's tax revenue that we no longer have, right? So
Hold on. Domo.
yes, sir.
Elon Musk called himself African American. He also.
Well, hold on. Before we go off
Before we
into
even get that crazy, yeah.
yeah. Because I mean, yeah, I feel you what you saying with that. It's like the games he playing, but right now we specifically talking about it's like they're Donald Trump and Elon Musk are publicly beefing publicly, like it's real static. And I just want to explain to the people how we got here. So you get this. So you got this bill that's going to increase. It's going to increase spending, increase the national debt, raise the debt ceiling, cut taxes for rich, all of that type of stuff, right? Um, and Elon Musk, from the time that they passed it, Elon Musk was saying this is a bad bill. It's a bad bill. It literally goes against everything that Doge was trying to do. Even though Doge wasn't doing what they were saying they was doing, it still kind of goes against the principle of why Doge was introduced in the first place. And to Elon's credit, he's standing on business. He's like, no, this is a bad idea. And Donald Trump, who just runs with talking points just to say the things that he thinks people want to hear, don't really care about the debt ceiling. Doesn't really care about spending that much. So when like the last couple days, Donald Trump really ain't said nothing about what Elon Musk has been saying about the bill. But it all came to a head over the last 2 days. Yeah, I don't know who Mike that is, but it all came to a head. It all came to a head over the last couple of days where they've been publicly making statements. Like Elon Musk has even went as far as to say that he the reason why Donald Trump he the reason why Donald Trump got elected, and he's ungrateful. Shit like that. That's what Elon Musk is saying to Trump. While Trump is like, yeah, me and Elon had a good relationship, but it ain't about to be good no more. So
But Domo, that's your stance. I don't think Elon
I didn't
gave
make
Donald.
hold on. I didn't make a stance, bro. I just described what's happening. I didn't take a stance.
Well, what you're talking about is about money. Um,
No, I'm talking about a public rift between Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
I think I think our country is being infiltrated right now. Elon gave
I'm
Donald.
I'm I'm scared to say I'm scared to ask by who, but for the sake of content, who are you saying is infiltrating the country?
And that's something I don't understand, but I see that the United States is light right now, and because they give presidents money. How much money did Elon Musk give Donald Trump?
Millions, hundreds of millions.
But yeah, the United States is being infiltrated, man.
By whom or by who?
That's what I don't understand. Maybe you can
Now, if you saying
understand.
it's being infiltrated, who is it being? Who do you think is being infiltrated by?
Um, and we see the Koreans buying up a lot of land. We see um we see it, and a lot of times I see the Koreans buying up a lot of land that America don't want. Um, they're working a lot of places that Americans don't want to work. Um, it's a lot that we can say.
Yeah. Okay. Um. Okay, that's an interesting perspective. Um, but I mean, what I will say is, uh, this public falling out between Trump and Elon Musk is just another example of the ineptness of the Trump administration. Um, an example of how unqualified these people are, how unserious these people are, and the willingness for for any black people running behind the Trump administration currently. I don't want to call them at their name, but I just don't see how. I just don't see, like even with all the criticism of Joe Biden, like this is like letting preschoolers teach a classroom.
But you say unqualified. He is the president, right?
Yeah, but just cause he the president, I mean, he qualified to be president.
Oh,
Like it's niggas that's police officers, but they ain't qualified to be police officers. It's niggas that's CEOs. It's people that's teachers. They not qualified to do that shit. They just somehow ended up with the job. I mean, but look. So Afroasiatic said floss flag. He still imported Elon folks. It's a skit, bro. Why is the president doing skits? Like, there's no way to explain this type of bullshit, and then make it make sense. You know what I mean? I mean, because like to be honest, Elon Musk has a legitimate critique of the big beautiful bill, right? Like you bring Elon Musk on to trim the fat, right? To cut government spending, and then you pass a bill that makes government spending worse.
wow. You make it make sense though, Mo. Yeah.
No, I mean I don't you ain't nothing you can do to make it make sense because the shit is nonsensical. It go to show you that like anytime. That's why it's like that's why it's like we'll get on here and then we'll be arguing, like we'll go back and forth about the Trump administration and what they trying to do and what their focus is and what's important to them. And like ever since the end of the election, everything that niggas argued about before the election has already come to be like bullshit.
But Domo, you always argue against Donald Trump, and then you state facts that. And what am I trying to say? It sounds like you're trying to agree with what he's doing.
That makes no sense. You saying I agree with what who's doing? What you talking about?
You're arguing against Donald Trump, but you're stating facts that goes with what he's trying to do to
How?
America.
How? What have I said that agrees with what Donald Trump is trying to do with America?
You're saying he's trimming the fat.
No, I'm saying he's not doing that. The big beautiful bill that he just passed actually increases government spending. It doesn't trim the fat. It adds fat.
Man, that's different. That's different. I can argue with your statement, with your stating, like you absolutely are agreeing what he's doing.
Bro, you just I'm gonna keep it. This is why I don't like it when y'all niggas get drunk and hit the pen.
Don't glitch.
I'm not trying to, bro. No, hold on. No, I mean I'm not
drunk.
switching, bro. Like I'm just saying, like what
I'm
make you think
drunk.
you are. You are.
Yeah,
Philly boy,
You
Philly boy.
yes, sir, Dev.
Are you up here messing with my peoples up here?
But no. We're having a conversation.
You sure?
I had
Who is
ordered
we?
when I got my social. When somebody sent it to me. I forgot. I think my when I got my social.
Domo, you gotta step
I
out,
put it
bro.
in my
Nah, I'm here. I'm
I
good.
put it in my
Oh, okay. That was you in the group chat. What happened earlier?
in an envelope with my
Oh no,
extra ID.
I was trying to get the keys because wasn't nobody because it was just
And I
Bobby
don't
was
know
just on
where
here
it's
by
at.
itself.
Oh,
So and
okay.
the niggas was trying to get
I
on.
gave it
So I
to
was trying to
Nicole, and she talking about
Oh,
it's
cause
in
okay.
my
I
I
room.
think
could cause like if y'all
Yeah, you gotta
busy,
go get the new one because I don't even know where
you
mine
know
at.
what I'm saying. I mean
What?
I may not be able to just stay on and talk, but I
no,
can
I'm
let niggas
good.
on and
I
off.
just I just got free. Just
Because
like
my room
literally
is
like 2
outside
seconds
and there's
ago.
no
I
lock on
just
my
was
door.
Okay,
able to
bet.
talk.
So I can
Yeah,
just leave
yeah.
my
So I'm
social in
good.
my room for what? There's any moment where my room can just get ransacked. Any moment. If somebody just want to jump the wall and go in my room, they can because there's no lock on my door. My white boy tried to put a lock
Taz,
on my
mute
door,
out, bro.
and the handle, he got
Is
to
he
put a whole
is he
new
talking to somebody
whole
on the
new
panel?
Nah,
fucking
I think that's his son. I
Who's
think he's
that?
talking to his son.
nah.
Respect to you, Domo. Respect to
Hold on,
that.
Philly boy, slow down, bro. That was Taz.
That was Taz, yeah. I think that was
Oh,
he was
okay.
talking to his son, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Um, but yeah. So anyway, the it's like it has okay. Hold on, Metal Judah said the bill has no wasteful spending, and two, the tax cuts cover everybody. Hey, so
Cover?
Metal, come on now, come on now. It's a reason why even House Republicans are like, no, bro,
Fuck.
no, bro.
All of a sudden, they want to become fucking rain season in Las Vegas.
Oh,
Fuck.
that's ugly. Yeah. Mm. But yeah, so I think it's like we was just arguing about like how good Elon Musk is and how beneficial he was and all this other shit. And now him and Trump don't even like each other. So whose side y'all gonna pick? Like all the niggas that was defending Elon Musk, like whose side y'all on?
Oh, you believe that shit? You buying that shit, fam? You believe him?
Believe what? That they really beefing?
You believe him?
Do
Yeah.
I believe that they really beefing? Yeah, I
Yeah.
do. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, see,
Yeah, I do.
I don't be trusting that shit, bro. I'm of the belief that no, seriously, like no real talk. I ain't even bullshit right now. No, I ain't no troll. I'm
Yeah.
of the belief though that it's just real questionable to me, but I mean, think back to all of his political relationships and shit. It just seems
Mm-hmm.
odd that every time it ends, quote unquote, in a sour relationship, but that sour relationship gives the person he was dealing with the ability to go back into public and not have the Trump stain on them no more. So I don't know that his breakups or his friendships that die. I don't know that it's not staged. I don't know that this ain't the I like even with like
I don't.
Omarosa and some of the other shit over the years. It was like, wait, man,
Yeah.
like, are they really beefing or is this just their way of getting away from him and it not be a big deal and they can retain who they were before they got in his orbit?
Yeah. I feel you actually in other cases, right? I do think that it's some people that just like let me create this distance. Let me create this distance from him, just like you said, so I can get back in the public sphere and be straight. But what I think is different about and the reason why I think this is a little bit more substantial is because this bill itself isn't as popular as one would amongst other conservatives as one would believe, right? Like if anything shows like if anything has shown like a division in the Republican Party and then the MAGA part of the party, it's this bill. And with Elon, like, and it's like it ain't like they just saying, oh, I don't agree with Donald Trump no more. Like, nah, this nigga said the reason why the Epstein files have not been leaked or have not been released is because Trump is in them. You know what I mean? Like that's that's not just distancing. You know
Oh
what I'm
no,
saying? Like
I ain't
he's
heard
caught.
that. That's crazy right
Yes,
there. I ain't
he
heard that.
tweeted that shit out, bro. He tweeted it out. He's tweeted out calls for Trump to be impeached. He's like Elon. Matter of fact, he said Donald Trump is only going to be around for another 3.5 years, while I'm about to be around for another 40. This ain't just, you know what I'm saying, you know, I want to distance myself from one of his statements. It's like, nah, this is like nigga said, I mean, Donald Trump said, matter of fact, this was during the he was meeting with the German chancellor. And during his meeting with the German chancellor, the nigga went in on Elon Musk. Like, was like, yeah, me and Elon had a good relationship before, and now we, you know what I'm saying, it don't look like we're gonna have that moving forward. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, he's already threatened to get rid of all of the to rescind all of the government grants that Trump had, that Elon Musk has, that Tesla has, and it's a real reaction in the market because it's having a negative impact on Tesla stock. This tiff between the two. Now again, that's another case for some shit to be manipulated so to drop and then go back up because Elon Musk had already made like billions off of the fluctuation of his stock price, of Tesla stock price. But I think this is an example of a real and I'll go as far as to say a policy decision. Like I think and I think either first let me say the policy decision part. He said Damo got 5 minutes before the email said he said that's funny. Oh yeah, I'm about to check it, Q. I'm gonna check it now. But the beef isn't like people who have separated themselves from Trump in the past did so from the standpoint of things that he said. Right? They've always said that they've always been like, you know, I appreciate what the president does, I agree with his policies, but I don't like how he talks to people. That was always like that. The way that you kind of cleaned up your image and still kind of adhered yourself to MAGA was to be like, I disagree. I agree with his policy. I disagree with, you know, how he talks and how he lives it. This is a actual policy beef, if you will. Like this, they diverge on policy specifically on this question of specifically on the question of, you know, the spending. Now Trump is trying to say that the only reason Elon Musk is mad is because they got rid of them EV credits, where you know you got they were trying to sell more electric cars, the Biden administration, so they was giving up bread for electric vehicles. What Elon Musk is saying, and what he's been saying from the get-go, and that other Republicans are saying, is that it's things in this bill that, like what the Congressional Budget Office said, is going to cause that's going to add trillions to the national debt. And with that being like a policy difference, and then and a policy difference turning into ad homs and insults, I think it's a bit more serious than just like, oh, I'm trying to. And I don't think Elon Musk can save his image by distancing from Trump. Elon Musk wasn't very liked before he got in government, and then his reputation as an individual himself has deteriorated since he's been involved with government. So I don't even think he can save himself by beefing with Trump. Because ain't nobody about to be like, okay, because you beefing with Trump, we cool with you now. Niggas gonna be like, yeah, fuck you and him. And we glad y'all fighting because we don't like neither one of y'all.
Yeah. That's what I say. I ain't you know, pushing it as a narrative, but I just don't trust that motherfucker, bro. I don't trust him enough to believe that anything that he does is to be taken with a grain of salt. You know what I'm saying? And so I definitely what you saying though is it's hard to push back against it because there are legitimate differences that will extend beyond just the simple getting beyond the moment. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, that is something I've noticed with his political career, though. You know what I'm saying? I still state that point, though, is with his political career, it seems people want to get away from him, and when they do, it's this big public fallout in which they get to regain like Candace Owens. You know, you get to become yourself again as if you wasn't his bot. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I thought her rebranding attempt was kind of crazy though. I mean,
Hey,
but here's the thing though. It's like it's more so consistent, right? Like so when you have, because I felt the way that you felt with when it came to what was the Nick Fuentes, when Nick Fuentes was going off and like talking about like how he just did not fuck with Trump's policies and where shit was going and all this other shit. I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking like whatever. You feel me? It's like whatever. But then like over time, like it's becoming harder and harder for even hardline Trump supporters to justify a lot of shit. Like and like niggas on social media can say whatever the fuck they want to say. But like when you sitting on Fox News and you fumbling and mumbling through trying to make this shit make sense to the people that want to support the nigga, it's like, yeah, you got, I mean, listen, if when you have lost Fox News, when you have lost Fox News, because at the end of the day, you know, these motherfuckers ain't had to come off billions for lying to this nigga.
so hear me out. Is America wrong for doing what they doing?
What are they doing?
America has to protect America.
Okay, so in what instance is America protecting America in the context of what we're talking about? What are you describing as America protecting America?
I think America has lost their mind, but
so do you think America is wrong? Is America wrong for losing its mind?
that's a personal thing. That's a America needs to establish be more established, and they're doing it. Militant mind. What you don't like about America, that's personal to you. America needs to be America.
Y'all know how we be talking about like niggas that sound like white people?
Excuse your
Like
language, sir.
this is like, to me, this is what when all y'all niggas be running with this pro-American shit, this is what I hear.
America needs to be America.
Nigga, America needs to be America. What does that mean?
And we need to control the seas. We need to control the airways. We need.
Who is we? Who is we?
Yeah, I'm a Marine.
That was my question though. From a B1 space, who is we?
You served in the military. You know what you're about, and you need to.
Nah, bro, no, this ain't
Now we
that,
can't
bro.
dismiss that. I understand where he's coming from.
No,
We
fuck
can't
that. You
dismiss it.
can't dismiss it because niggas was serving in the military being discriminated against overseas. It's white soldiers that was seeing black soldiers eat in the same restaurant as them, and these white
Yes, these
soldiers was
things
getting
Not.
happen,
mad.
right? But you have a
And
ton of black soldiers
yeah,
coming back
no,
to
fuck that.
you,
So it ain't no
telling you.
we, bro.
Hold
It
on.
ain't no
But
we.
you have a
It ain't
ton
no
of
we.
black soldiers coming
You
back to
can't make
you,
this
telling
drunk shit
you
make sense, bro.
their
You can't make this
experience
drunk shit
made it
make
worth
sense.
it for them.
You sleep. You
But
sleep good.
yeah, but that ain't what we talking about. Like it being worth
You
it for
sleep.
me.
You
That ain't the
sleep.
Now I'm just
conversation.
saying we can't dismiss
No,
it.
no, no. You sleep good
No, you can't
every
dismiss it.
night.
You can dismiss all that shit. Niggas just
You
choose to
sleep good every
entertain
night.
bullshit.
Well, yeah, you could, but I choose not to. I don't just dismiss my brothers. Like you could, I choose not to. I ain't just dismissing
Fuck is
what
you
he said.
talking about? Nigga, like
Because we
this
got
nigga,
a
like
lot of black military servicemen who do share that feeling. I wouldn't even say ideology, but just that feeling that I did what I want. Yeah, I'm
and it's a
countering
lot
this
of niggas that
system.
feel, and it's a lot of soldier niggas that feel the exact opposite. Fuck the military.
So
now we've
It's
made
a
a
bunch. It's a
quantitative
bunch of military
conversation.
niggas. It's like, yeah,
Hold
fuck
on,
that.
but
Like
now
that shit
we've
is
made a
wrong.
so
quantitative
Domo, you feel some type of way that I serve my country?
Why do y'all
Nah.
ask
Hold
such
on, though.
dumb
But
questions?
now we've made a quantitative
Why do y'all?
conversation, and
Why
I
like
think
we never? Every time niggas be like, "Hey, so
more
Damo,
black
you trying to
men.
say it be complete bullshit?" Like that shit did not come out my mouth.
No.
Pause.
Listen to what I'm saying, Domo.
I'm listening. And this nigga dropped out.
Complete silence was crazy after listening to what I'm saying, though.
Nothing, nigga. That's the universe. The universe was pointing out that you're not saying a damn thing. Like, no, bro, no. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy. I mean, it wouldn't be so bad if the hypocrisy wasn't so loud, bro. If the hypocrisy was not so loud, like even like the Nippon Steel shit. If this Nippon Steel deal would have been done under the Biden administration, every Republican would be saying that the Biden administration is selling out to Japan. It's selling out American manufacturing to Japan. Hold on, before you ask me a stupid question. Let me just make this point.
So you're a Democrat, right?
No, I'm not. No.
What have they done?
I said no, I'm not. Before you ask me some silly ass question, I said no, I'm not. And do you see how my response to what you asked was wholly irrelevant? How I responded to that question, you already had what you was gonna say after I answered, like after whatever the answer was.
I respect your opinion, but
nah, bro. But you drunk though. Like you drunk. Like this ain't.
Man, think about it. Think about it.
Like everybody knows, like the most like there's nothing when it's a bunch of sober people, the one drunk person is annoying as hell.
Okay, I apologize. All right,
that's what I'm saying. Like at least give us the respect to come, like to hit the panel and join the conversation.
I'm
when
not,
you have like
I'm,
when
I'm
you have
not
like
even,
your full.
I'm not even
When
drunk.
you have your full faculties.
I am full over here. I'm sharing that conversation with you all.
No, bro. Yeah. Is it? I find that difficult to believe, bro. I apologize if you got just something like mentally wrong with you and you slur like that. So if that's the case, then I apologize. But if it's not that, you just you have something where you talk like that, like regularly. You know what I mean? Like something. If that like, do you talk like this all the time?
That's the way I talk. That's the way I talk.
So you slur like you slur and you talk real slow like this all the time?
Yeah, I do have a slurring issue.
Okay, is it a speech impediment or?
Could be.
Well, how you know you got a? Well, then what's the slurring issue? That's just how you talk. I mean, because again, if it is, then but I feel like, Philly, if I'm being honest, I feel like you've been on the panel sounding like this before, and you was definitely drunk, bro.
I have been drunk before, but that's not
okay.
What I'm doing.
But see, now I can't believe that you talk like this regularly. Like if you've hit the panel drunk before, I have no reason not to believe that.
I do have a slurring speech to me.
Nah, we can't do it, Philly boys.
But I'm a smart individual.
And you may be, but listen, liquor don't help with that, bro. Because like the way that you've been conversing currently under your current state has not reflected the characterization you just gave.
Solid. I understand. I haven't been drinking, but I do have a slurring impeachment but beyond myself.
No, but if you do though, I sincerely apologize. If that's true, I apologize for doubting it. If it's true,
I do.
If it's true. I do apologize. I do not want to bring to I don't want to feel like you're being ridiculed because of how you speak or anything like that. So if it's anything outside of alcohol that got you talking like that, then I apologize for bringing that to center stage. But the reality is, I do doubt that. I do doubt that. I do doubt that. I think you are drunk, Philly boy. I do. And that's really based on the fact that I know you've been drunk on here before.
And then I touched down with us, man. I do have I do have that impediment. I do say that, okay, and
Okay.
that's that is around me.
Okay. I got you. I got you. All right. So, well, I guess we'll just go based off of how you contribute to the conversation. Um,
And I definitely want to contribute to our conversation. You know, it means a lot to me because I care about our black people. Okay.
I hear you. I hear you. Um, so, but I'm gonna go back to the question though. When you said we gotta let America be America. Uh, what do you mean by that? What is letting America be America?
America needs we need our forces out here. You know.
Yeah. So, so you are a fan of American imperialism?
I'm I'm not a fan of it. I want America to be what we're doing.
What is that? What are we doing? I'm saying we're doing what America does is imperialism, colonization, and genocide. That's what
It's,
America does.
it's
What do you
so
say America does?
I'm saying we control the seas, we control the airwaves, and America needs to continue to do what they're doing.
So they should continue their imperialist efforts.
That's something I may not understand.
Okay.
America needs to position themselves and be great like we are.
Got you. Yeah, I
And
got you.
it sounds bad. It sounds the wrong way, but
Is that also true for American racism?
oh no, I don't get down with that. Like I'm a black man in America. I don't respect what America has done to us. It's something we need to understand. Something we need to go and we as black people need to understand where what has happened to us. All right.
I got you. Uh, hey, hey, Taz, hold it down with yeah. Hey, I'll be right back. I'm about to go. I gotta check my email and shit real quick.
And I like a lot what Taz did. Taz is very knowledgeable, man, and I respect Taz. We got to understand what has happened to us in America, man, as black people.
All right, talk to me, bro. What happened to us?
Slavery, um, Martin Luther King brought us to where we don't need to be.
The
It's a
promised
lot.
land? Dr. King brought us to the promised land. You don't think we should be there?
I don't think we needed to integrate.
Oh, I don't know about that, bruh. You know, Dr. King bringing us to the promised land was his vision. And, you know, we're here today able to talk to each other based on that vision. I mean, if Dr.
So
King,
what is your promised land, though, Taz?
I mean, you know, promising you to get the opportunity to go fight for America in the military.
I'm able to work. I'm able to. That's not promising to me.
Yeah, that was the promise, though. The promise that was extended to you as a Black American, a promise that you then actually operated on and went on to become a veteran, giving your life on, putting your life on the line for this country. That's something to be proud of, my brother.
I think we should have stayed in. I think we should have stayed in where we needed to be.
I'm sorry, where would that have been?
And I never wanted to meet white women. I never needed to be around them.
But that came along with the role of being a serviceman. And see,
Yeah.
here's the thing with me, right? So my great no, he was my grand uncle. My grand uncle was like assistant attorney general, right? Edward Cross, right? Like he said two things to me that resonate when I hear this conversation. One was he was honest about the fact that, yo, I went to fight and potentially die for a country that wouldn't even let my daughters use their bathrooms when I got back home. You know what I mean? That was real. But on the other side of that, though, he had a life and he created a life for his daughters that became doctors, right? Well, one doctor, right? I call her my aunt, my cousin Lisa, right? Became a doctor from his sacrifice. So he didn't deny, he saw the benefit in what he did. But he was real about it. Like, yo, I signed up to potentially go die for a country that when I came back, they wouldn't even let my daughters use their bathrooms. So the conversation becomes complex. It's no one
It's
answer.
it's not complex. I'm sorry to cut you off, but it's not
In terms of the
complex.
military,
And then, man, we did that. We served. People have served. Maybe your parents and everything, but we didn't need to be around them people. We should have kept in our lane. That's what I'm saying.
so you saying we should have never joined the military?
Man, that's a good question.
I'm not gonna hold, but I feel like I understand where you're going, but I don't need to put you on record.
Man,
I
we
get it.
don't need to be around them
I
people.
get it. I get it. I get it. But you do recognize though that there are a lot of our black military brothers that are just like, yo, I did what I had to do to get where I had to get, and it benefited me and my family.
That's because you believe in this American society, right?
Well, when you say that, what do you mean? Because it may not be about believing in the
Yeah,
society, hold on, and what America stands for. It may just be believing in the
that's
fact
what
that
they created.
if I do this, my daughter will be in a position where she could potentially become a doctor.
I think I get you, but that's what they created. That's not for us. We need to follow like their whole education system, their whole just the way Black Americans don't do this, right?
But
Am
we
I
do
wrong? Am I
though.
correct?
We do though. We are the soldiers that won some of their
Uh,
greatest battles. We
if we
do.
agreeing to their society, this is not what we need to be doing. And
Now, Now, there's an argument behind that I can definitely understand and respect, but at the same time, right, I can't criticize those men that made a choice in what they thought was the best interest for not only them, their family, but their people. There was a time where this was being promoted, like this is the way for us to gain more respect in this society. This is something we should do.
Honestly, I respect your opinion, but man, this is not what we need to be around, man. Like,
I'm gonna be real with you. I definitely appreciate and respect your opinion because you don't hear that from a lot of black servicemen. Most of them, when I come in context with this conversation, they'll defend their service and the benefits that it brought to them. So
and
I definitely.
I'm definitely not that well educated like that, and I'm definitely don't know how to speak my responses, but
So let me
this is
ask you the question. So when you went into the military, what were you looking for? And at that point, what were you disenchanted by to have
nah,
the opinion you have now? You get what I'm saying?
I was young at the time. I didn't know what I was doing, but I made it that type of way,
Okay.
and I respect the military. I respect America. I respect a lot of things, but I think we as black people have been disrespected, and I'm tired of that.
But you brought up them white women multiple times. Like niggas didn't have to go rock out with them French women. You know what I mean? That was a choice.
I have no idea what happened, but I just definitely think America disrespects black
Black
people.
veteran or black people.
Black people, America disrespects us.
But you would agree it doesn't disrespect. Well, I'm not gonna say it doesn't, but it has a reverence for black servicemen.
And excuse me, I have a speech impediment, but I get it. I
Nah, you
don't.
good, bro. Nah, this is a good bill. I ain't even trolling or being on no goofy shit. Like I respect your opinion. And I don't really hear this from a lot of black servicemen. When this conversation comes up, most of the military dudes that I'll hear from will defend their space in terms of their position in joining the military and not feeling like it was anti.
Can you say that again? And I missed.
So when this conversation comes up with a lot of other servicemen besides yourself, normally I hear a defense of why they went into the military, how it benefited them, those type of things. Your opinion seems to be a bit different. And I was just letting you know I respect you for, being honest and standing on what you stand on. And I'm not trolling. I want to understand your perspective more.
I I think we joined the military, but to do something better for our lives that we didn't understand going forward. Um,
Now, you would agree that in past generations, this was something that was fairly respected and it wasn't just about the personal economic benefit. It was to come home and be the corporal now and be respected in your community because they felt like you were representing something.
well, think about it. Like
I'm not
when
saying that played a part in your time, but
think about it. When I Nobody respected me. They respected the guy that went to jail. They didn't
See, now we talking
respect
a very clear time difference. Yeah, I get
and
you.
respect me coming home from the military. They didn't respect me being a college basketball player. They respected jail niggas.
You're saying the black community didn't, but
Right.
America respected you, nigga. You got that free sandwich on Veterans Day, and you get what I'm saying? Like, you get a different, like, view if you're applying for jobs and things like that. You do respect the benefit.
It could be different. It could. Don't know right. Don't nobody respect a black veteran.
Not anymore. I
Think
mean,
about that.
uh, I wouldn't make the statement that no one respects them, but I would say yes, it doesn't have the reverence that it had in the past. I would agree with that. But I would, in saying that, be making the point that there was a time that this
And
was
I
a
can
role
move.
that was
I
respected.
can move. I can move. I could make you think. Don't nobody respect the black father no more.
Eh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I think the black community genuinely respects black fathers. I think you have to go through hell and high water to kind of earn that respect, and it can easily be lost. But there is a respect that we have for respected black fathers.
In the '60s and '70s, black men were respected, and
Not all black men. Like back then, the pimp wasn't respected, right? But the black man that was in the military did certain things. Yes, he was respected. That hasn't changed. There are certain black men in the American landscape that are respected.
and um, listen, and a black man is not respected. And
Not nowhere.
mm,
Nah, bro, I can't co-sign that because a nigga with money is respected everywhere he go. Like
and
that's
so
just what life has taught me.
LeBron James is a billionaire. I don't even think he's respected.
By who?
Well, no, he's not respected by those that would say shut up and dribble. But to the masses, when he goes throughout the world, yeah, he's highly respected. He's
Obama
idolized.
Obama was the president. He's not. He wasn't respected.
I would make the same argument for him. He's idolized in certain spaces. Yes, there
Respect
are
about who?
there are people who don't respect him, right? Even in the black community, right? Yes, there are going to be the people that call Michelle a man and a monkey to the day she dies. But then there are people that have a very high reverence for him. That nigga made the motherfucking picture above your mama's couch. You know what I mean? It's him, Jesus, and Dr. King up there right now.
Yeah, listen. I lived in. I grew up in Washington D.C. And my mayor was respected. He used crack and everything. Mayor Barry. Look him up if you know.
Respect about who?
By his constituents, because Marion Barry wasn't the worst black politician for the people who he represented. Marion Barry did do some good, but his overall image was extremely negative for the overall. Like, he benefited the people that lived in DC, but what he represented in the black conversation
And Mayor
was
Barry and
terrible.
Marion Barry got me my first job, and he was very respected to our community. And
But
he
that's
was
what I'm saying, though. You talking Tyson's Corner, you talking 7th Street, New York Street, you talking DC. Yes, he's respected there, But when he's added to the overall black conversation, he's a fucking embarrassment.
The way you look at it to America, he's not an embarrassment. That's what America wants you to believe. Marion Barry is
Who is
a black.
America?
Marion Barry is a American.
The average
Who
American
in the fuck
citizen.
is America?
The average American citizen is America.
And
In the context of this
he
conversation.
should be. That's where I'm going with this. He's not respected. You look at him like he was an embarrassment. He's not. He's a very successful man.
My argument would be that two things can be true at the same time. Yes, he did do things for what's the houses? I can't think of the project off the top of my head, but yes, he did things for his constituency. But when he's added to the overall conversation of black politics, right? He's viewed as an embarrassment.
Man, that's the way you look at it. That's what America does.
Are you not embarrassed by a nigga getting caught smoking crack?
And no, I'm not. It happened to him. He's a very successful man. He led a city. And why would I be embarrassed about that? I don't look at what his drugs of whatever he done, but he's a
So
very
so I would
successful.
respond like this. I would say in successful leadership, right, there's a responsibility, right? You got to keep your nose clean. You got
And
to.
that's what America tells you. And whatever you
He
do
gonna
in
he
your
gonna
life,
kill you with that America argument.
I would argue that that's just leadership in general. Like
that's what
leadership.
America tells you.
Now
And
that's kind of what
that's a very
history tells me.
and that's what a very history will tell you. That's a very successful black man. And
I think very successful is slightly a stretch. He did some very good things for the community. Yes. Yeah,
that's
I
what
mean,
America
like
wants you to
it's
believe in.
Montana houses, right? Montana's out there in DC.
Montana Avenue. I've been there,
Right.
and my
I just
family,
wanted to make sure I was remembering right. So he
and my
did
family
do
from around that area.
right. So he did do some good things for those people. I do agree. But in the overall
And
black
that's a
conversation,
black man that's successful. Period.
Successful in doing what?
He led a city. He made he made me
Led
successful.
him into led a city doing what?
He led me to be
Busting down the
successful.
crime chart.
so but for Dev, for me, he didn't initiate the crack era. He just happened to be running shit during that era. Now, viewing it from that standpoint, I can look at
That
some of
was
the
the
things he
mayor of
did.
a city.
I can look at some of the things he did as beneficial, as having a spirit of be first.
Why y'all not able to name those things that y'all talking about that he was
That's why I
good,
brought up
he led?
Montana. It
Okay,
was like
he gave me my first job.
yeah, so if you're talking about the citizens of that community, you have a citizen right now that's saying, yo, he gave me my first job. Whether he was smoking crack or not, he gave me my first job.
That's your opinion. Like, look at these white men. Look what Trump And look what Trump is doing. Look what these white leaders like, and I think you're failing to hear what I'm saying. Like, it's not.
I'm listening.
You're thinking, and they need to lead you, right?
Nah, that's not what I'm thinking.
It sounds like it.
What I'm really
Ain't,
thinking
ain't,
is,
ain't no, ain't no, ain't no white boy ever beat me at anything or nothing. What the fuck they
nah,
can?
we know that. But what I'm thinking is, in terms of black leadership, right? We do have to recognize we are going to be held just like we tell our children. They're gonna have to live up to a higher standard, right? They're gonna have to be the best of the best.
I know what we need to do as black people, as we need, and especially a black man
Now,
need
but I'm
me.
talking about Marion Barry though, right? I'm saying the same way our kids have to be the best of the best, our politicians
And
need
why
to
do
be
we
the
have to
same
be the best though?
because we are confined, for lack of a better word, to the current structure. And
Yeah,
in this,
why can't we go to college? Why can't we just be regular people?
because you live in America, bro.
And and that's my understanding. Like, we don't have to be the best at and it really messes my mind up, man. Like,
So then my question becomes, if you're so anti qualifying yourself in the system, right? Why would you join the military?
but I had I wanted to be something better than what I came from.
And so you chose to do
Cause you
that.
got,
And so you chose to do that through the military, through the
cause
economic
you got
benefits it would give you, through the respect
Yeah.
that it would give you as being a serviceman.
after you got kicked out of college, right?
This nigga Dev,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, and
Yo,
and
Dev, you wild.
hey, look me up. I was the best in my era. Understand me? And I averaged 21. I averaged 20 something points a game.
You said
When the,
21, 20 something
This was
yeah,
after the military or before?
before.
obviously I went there before that, and I'm like that.
So you went to
Mm,
college and then enlisted in the Marines.
yes,
Does,
sir.
does, does
Yeah, if
that
that was
sound?
the case, respectfully, the ball
Hold on, hold
career
on, hold on,
wasn't
hold on, hold
going
on,
that
hold on, hold
well.
on. Will, you never been in the military. So people that go to college first, then join the military, they're enrolled into the officers academy. They don't enlist. There's no need to enlist. More
Yeah.
rank, more money, more
Hey,
everything for
devastating.
college. All right.
Devastating.
So that's
It
the route.
devastating.
Dev, what I
I,
did do was play ball. And I can tell you this, if I was
Uh,
cooking niggas like that, right?
right.
I'm not signing up for no motherfucking military.
Hell no. Not in
You
the
understand what
90s.
I'm saying,
In the
Dev?
I
in the
cook.
peak of the Jordan era.
I
During the
I
Jordan era, yeah.
And listen,
I
Yeah.
cooked in my era.
You got
Mm,
cooked.
Look me up.
We did. It said that you got cooked.
yeah, ain't none of you niggas fucking with me. Like I was on the cover of the New York Times. High school nerds get the last laugh. How the Bronx Science boys shocked the New York City PSAL league. That was me, my nigga.
Yeah, well, that's
they AO Dev, they let a handful of niggas in that socialized school. And we got on that court and lost our motherfucking mind.
well. I thank you for that, man. Like, that's wow, man. Everything is possible, right?
So I guess my question, because I'm still listening to the fact that you joined, but you're somewhat disenchanted now. Was it a family thing? Like, did you have family that was military that was saying, "Yo, this would be a good way to create a good life," or was it
Um,
just a you thing making that decision?
one thing about black families back when I came up, either you went to college or you went to the military. Am I wrong? Am I correct?
You wrong. Them wasn't the only two choices you had.
Hell no.
Okay.
A lot of niggas just sold crack. It's a fact.
Yeah,
Mm,
It was a
way
lot of
more.
different choices out there. Is the only point I'm making. I'm not saying one choice was
and
better
look
than the
where
next.
look where they stand right now. They in somebody establishment and like nah,
No,
we
they're
not
not.
doing.
Not all of them.
A lot of them are doing good,
Yeah.
doing well.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. They got back out of being incarcerated.
Let me ask you this. Did
I
you
never
feel
been
like you felt
incarcerated.
now? Did you feel like you felt now while you was serving or after when you looked at it all in retrospect?
Say that again.
So you're kind of disenchanted. You're saying, why would black men even put themselves in the military to be exposed to certain things? I was curious, did you feel like that while you were serving or after you were done and looked at it in
The
retrospect?
military, and I'm a Marine. Like, first of all, right? It did a, it did the military did great things for me. All right, if that's what you're asking, like
No, I'm asking of what you said earlier because your argument earlier wasn't that the military did great things for you. It was that
I
black
love the military.
men, hold on, but you did make the argument that black men shouldn't have involved themselves in that space, right? And that's the feeling that I'm asking about. Did you feel that way when you were serving or when you looked back?
Oh, when I look back,
Okay.
I don't
That was
think
the question.
I don't think I belong around there. But we back when I was 18 years old, yeah, I needed to do something about my life, and I respect that. I made it happen, and I'm very successful for that.
So why don't you view it as positive? Like when you
I
say black men shouldn't be there, why not? If the effect for you was a great life.
mm, and looking at what America did to us black people, I don't think we needed to serve. Am I wrong? Am I correct?
I don't understand it. I don't understand the point.
I'm not, and
Because
I'm not.
no, here's my point. I have a hard time thinking when you join the military, you didn't know about slavery, you didn't know about Jim Crow. You may have known a little bit about COINTELPRO, right? So you
I'm
knew,
I'm very educated about that.
right? That's my
But
point. So you knew these things going in, but you still
oh,
went
and
in.
I my son would never join the goddamn military. We don't belong around there. Would you put your son in the military?
But I wouldn't put myself there. I didn't put myself there. That's the conversation I'm trying to
You
have.
never knew when you were young.
No, I knew I wasn't going to do that. That's why I didn't do it. That much I knew. I'm not doing that. Now, I was raised by some very radical as parents.
I
You know what I
had
mean?
no I had no idea what I was doing back then, and
Okay. No, that was
I'm
real. I respect that. Like, it ain't even no judgment. We all learn with time. So I respect you being able to be honest and say that.
I have no dealings with like Indians, Africans. I'm black. And like I don't care about them people.
So I swear to God, my nigga, like, I'm not trolling. I'm genuinely interested, right? Like, the main question I have is, at what point did you go from this will be a smart life decision to I shouldn't have been there? And what was the driving force that made you change that opinion? That makes sense?
Um, my whole being is I needed some type of lifestyle, money wise. I needed a career. I needed to do me. Um, if I can, it,
To your criticism of it, though, was it worth doing what you say we shouldn't do? Was it worth going and being around those white women? Was it worth deploying? Was it worth fighting a fight that you
I I don't. Man, white
was it
women are not about.
heart weren't interested in? Was it worth it?
And it was very well worth it. I'm successful, and I enjoy my life. I'm thankful for what I did.
So how could you tell a young black boy he shouldn't do that? Is just where I'm stuck. I'm just trying
I
to
would,
figure that part
I
out.
would. it- Man, my black boys don't have to do what I did. I did it for me, and they go forward and make it easier for them. Right?
Right.
I'm here to make it
Yo,
easier.
fuck all of that, son. Just tell them niggas you had to go because you had to go to make your life better. Man.
Get your
I,
bitch
That's
ass in
it,
this
man.
argument too, because you're gonna break it down. You
Fuck out of
understand the
here, son.
questions I'm
Just tell him.
asking.
Yeah, yeah, he can't answer the questions because at the
I'm
time
making.
he probably didn't
I
really
answered.
realize what he was doing. But man, fuck
Hey,
all of that, son. Nah, excuse my language. I know it's still early. My bad. My bad. It's still early.
But
Marley,
But
Marley,
yeah.
you don't regret going.
No, 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 I don't regret. I mean, so some people, there's, hold on, hold on. There's some people who do though, right? I mean, I got a lot of, I mean, I finagle the system, so I'm good. Like, there's people who didn't really finagle the system and didn't really go, that's what I went in there for.
Right.
Like, you
So
know what I'm
Marley, what
saying?
I was getting
So
from
there's,
Bro was he felt
mm-hmm.
like that's a place we shouldn't have been. But at the
But hold
same
on,
time, he's saying it benefited
but
his life.
yeah, but hold on, but he could probably feel those ways too for after he came out. Now there's some veterans, right, that came out and they didn't get nothing as far as like, certain things
Didn't
like what
work
I
the
got. Like,
system.
you know what I'm saying? And yeah, they didn't work the system, right? So
Okay.
now they feel like, you know what I'm saying, the
Okay.
military is this and now it's just that some niggas wasn't educated on certain things or they didn't take the initiative to get certain things. So they feel like, you know
And
what I'm
and
saying?
don't
Like
like the
niggas,
surface nigga
like,
that feel like that about
no,
America
and
and
no
shit.
way.
right.
I'm
Right, so
with
they
you,
feel,
Marley.
hold on, yeah, so they feel like, you know what I'm saying, but I went in there with a purpose, you know what I'm saying? So when people start saying certain things, I'm just like, oh, you didn't do no research or you didn't take the initiative to,
I'm proud of myself.
but some people feel
But
like
you,
that, you
but
know
you,
what I'm
but you
saying?
pro-black now, though, right? But you pro-black as fuck now, though, right?
Here come this nigga.
Yeah,
You
here
pro-black to the
come this
motherfucker
nigga,
now, though, right?
here,
Super pan
here this
African to
nigga
the
come,
motherfucker.
here this nigga
Maybe
come.
you. Well, no, I'm just saying, maybe you working us too, right?
But
Maybe
what,
because some
what,
of
but
you
what,
niggas seem
but
to
what,
be, some
but
of you niggas
hold
seem
on,
to
but what
work
do, hold
whatever
on.
system you can.
Hold on, but what do I have to gain from what do I have? There's nothing really to gain. Like, what do I have to gain? You have to be able to gain something,
From the black
right?
community,
So,
you saying the black community don't have
yeah,
nothing to offer? You saying?
no, I'm saying what perks is there for me to say, well, like I need you specifically,
No, not me. No, you don't need me, but you need
or
black people,
anyone,
right?
or
I mean,
anyone,
right. I mean,
or
well, okay.
anyone.
So, for example, like when I hear the arguments about imperialism, white America, all that different shit, a lot of times it's like we're excluding the people who make that system run. So when you say, yeah, haha, I work the system, yeah, nigga, you did exactly what people say is wrong with America. Like, what do you mean? Like that is exactly the problem. Everybody wants to work the system as
I
opposed to going against it.
I get you, Chaz,
Damn,
and like,
Marley, I
man,
want to save
But how
you.
you,
That's a valid question.
but how are you gonna go against the system if you don't have the resources to go against the system? How you gonna do that? How is that what's the plan after that?
My bad, I ain't hear you, bro. My wife started talking to me as soon as you start talking. Say it again.
No, I said, how are you going? I forgot what I fuck I said. I said, oh well,
You said, how are you going to get those resources without kind of participating in the system?
yeah. How you gonna gain these? How you gonna gain these resources? I asked them how you gonna go up against the system if you don't have the resources. How you gonna do that?
Yeah, I don't. Well, okay, so I don't think you necessarily need air quote resources to go against the system. A lot of times, if you going against the system, it's through laws, legislation, running for office, that type of shit. If you call yourself combating the system, I don't think you can buy a change into the system. Though, if anything, you can put your voice in it. I don't think you can buy change into it.
Okay, so that's one of yes.
And
Okay, so
Marley, the
that's
critical argument with black servicemen is like
yeah.
just not participating,
I
right?
mean to be quite honest, right? Like nobody here, right? A lot of people here right now is not really trying to go to leave this country, right? Like most people is not leaving here. Like that's the fact. Like most people is not leaving here. Most people is not leaving America.
I'd agree with that.
So most people is not
okay,
leaving from. So most people is going to stay here, right? Yeah, mostly. So you gotta have a plan and something. It's like when you playing chess on the chessboard. Like you gotta give
So
up a
you can
piece to get a.
justify fighting for it. Now I get it.
Yeah,
that's
you gotta
fact,
give. Yeah,
Marley.
you gotta give up a piece on the
And
chessboard. To
let's keep it.
it's hold on. Let me finish. It's not like you playing checkers, right? Like some people play checkers, and then you have some people who play chess. Right. So you gotta sacrifice something to gain something. You just can't. I never seen
Uh,
that like before. Like where people just go into things and they had a disadvantage. Like you have to sacrifice something to gain something. You know, unless you plan on hold on, unless you plan on staying in the same position for the rest of your life.
man,
You gotta sacrifice.
Yeah, for individuals, I agree. Like I say, I mean, I
Yeah.
think the military can be highly beneficial to individuals, but then those
Right.
individuals coming into a conversation about the
let's clean it.
community, you know what I'm saying?
But
That's a different topic.
yeah,
Now,
but then
Taz, though, on a generational level, right? I do think previous generations thought that they were doing black people a good thing by being that soldier, being that representation of what black men could offer this country. Now, when we talking about, Marley's era of being in the military, I think it just benefited black men individually, and I don't have a problem with that either.
yeah,
But
a lot of things. Hold on, a lot of things that people is doing in this country without this participating in the system. You paying taxes, you
Hey,
participating in the system. Hold on, you participating in the system. You run for office, like if you pay taxes, nigga. Taxes is
But
all
is
from the
it? But
military.
wait,
yeah,
but
but
are we
Marley,
talking
if
about
niggas didn't
simple
have to pay taxes,
participation?
we wouldn't. We didn't
Well, wait,
sign
Huh?
because
up to pay taxes.
because okay, so we're not talking just simple participation when we talking military though.
Yeah,
I
you
think
signed
Right.
that's
up.
a false.
I know, but
and
but
I
you just now
ain't.
mentioned, hold on, but you just now mentioned too as well, going against the system. So if people really wanted to go against the system, niggas wouldn't pay no taxes. Niggas would be like, fuck it. I'm not paying no fucking
I ain't
taxes.
worried about
Like,
that.
you
I
know
ain't
what I'm
worried
Well,
about
saying?
well,
that.
well, no, well, okay,
Nigga,
so but this is the problem
we
though.
try to be good out here, man.
Hold on, Philly. Hold on
We.
real quick, Philly. Hold on. He
I'm
was,
talking right now,
look,
my nigga. Hey,
go
listen.
ahead.
Let him finish, bro. Let him
I'm
finish,
talking
bro.
right now.
Go ahead.
And nigga, yeah, you want a nice car, you want a nice woman, you want a mortgage, you want your house, and that's why we joined the military.
But see, when you make that argument, you making niggas sound like sellouts, right? Because
Right. So,
it becomes a very personal thing, no matter what I'm doing out in the world, right? That's why I brought up the generational argument because I do think there was a portion of B1 Black Pride in those officers that served in different generations. It wasn't strictly about the monetary gain.
Yeah, but everybody, everybody's participating in the system. If niggas
And
was
and
be like, yo, we
it,
against the system, niggas would be like, fuck, we ain't paying no taxes. We ain't doing this. Because the taxes do fund the military, to be
Come
honest.
on, Marley. You know
You know
what's
what I'm
the
saying?
difference. You know what's the
I know.
difference between what you have to pay and what you
No,
sign
no.
up to do.
No, listen, I understand that, but the statement was going up against the system, right? So that is a form of going up against this. I'm not paying no taxes. But
Yeah,
but I'm
that's
not gonna
so.
be like, yo, I'm not gonna tell niggas like, yo, don't pay no taxes and X, Y, and Z, and we not in a position. No, I'm not gonna say that, right? So there's certain things that we could do, right? And there's some things sometimes you just
Marley,
have to
if
make
you
a
tell a nigga
sacrifice,
not to pay taxes, he's going to jail. If I
right? And
tell
I
you
listen,
not to
listen.
sign up for the military, you can do a million other
I'm
things.
not listen. I understand, but we
Global
talking about
imperialism is
listen.
not held in place by taxes, bro. Stop it.
I know, but yeah, but I'm talking about participating in the system. Like we're all in the system. And no one's leaving from America. Everybody's staying right here. That's my point. No one's leaving from here. No, ain't nobody leaving from America.
That's not
Nobody.
true. When they
Yeah, but
put you niggas
So,
on
everybody's
them ships and them planes, they ship your ass up out of America to go fight wherever the fuck they want you to. What do you
no,
mean?
no, listen, I'm talking about people as far
I'm
as like
saying
leaving America.
everybody's
I'm talking about, hold on.
participation
I'm
in
talking
the
about,
system ain't the same.
right. And I agree with that. But what I'm saying is that we all participating in the system at some form of point. Niggas could be like,
Mm,
niggas could say, hold on, niggas could say like, right, yo, I don't want to live in America no more. I'm going to another country. I'm gonna move over there. Niggas could do that. Niggas could say that, but niggas is not gonna. But hold on, because niggas is not. Hold on. Niggas is not gonna say that because niggas want to stay here in America.
right, exactly. But what I'm not
Right.
gonna do is pledge. I'm not gonna pledge an oath to die for this bitch.
That's the
That's
fundamental difference,
where
Marley.
we keep. I mean, because again, I get y'all point, and yeah, it's to your
Uh-huh.
individual benefit. But then when you come back around and we start talking about the imperialism and why America is such a dominant military force, we're not acknowledging, yeah, because them niggas go over there and fight in the military. They're part of it. They're part of that structure. They're part of it.
So
And it's
paying
like we like,
taxes, so paying taxes in order not to go to jail is very different from signing up voluntarily to go push an agenda that
Yo,
has never been in our
to
best
keep it.
interest.
Yeah, and as oh, go ahead.
Marley, you African, and
I'm not
you're not,
African.
that
My
nigga said he
family's Caribbean.
African though. That was crazy.
Nigga
you're
said,
not
Man,
black.
nigga,
Marley's Brooklyn black.
That was
You're
Marley
crazy.
nigga,
is a
black
New
American.
Yorker. That's my
nigga said
brother.
I'm African. Nah, nigga, I'm not
Marley is
African,
a
nigga.
black New Yorker. That's my brother. We ain't even need to go
Nah,
there.
but yeah, but back to what I was saying though. Yeah, nobody's leaving from America. Niggas is everybody gonna stay right
Yeah,
here.
hey,
Every- yeah, everybody's staying right here.
you don't get what we did in America.
No,
Hey,
no,
I
listen. I'm
agree
not
with you
saying
though.
I'm not disagreeing to what y'all saying, right? What I'm saying is that if that was the case, everybody would be like, yo, we all out. We leaving. That's
For
it.
what?
It's
No, no,
myself.
no, 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 no. We
Yeah,
would all
yeah,
be
it'll be
like,
there.
I'm not fighting for this white man's
Myself?
military. See what I'm saying? Like that, there's an issue here that you're leaving out. Like we can easily stay in this country but not fight for the military. We could do that easily. Like
So,
I
so
don't
Taz.
like the individual
I'm not
benefit
listen.
that comes for. No, no, hold on, just right quick. The individual benefit that comes with going along to the military is something I would say, okay, yeah, black people should benefit themselves with that.
Taz,
But we can't play the Pan African game too with that. We
uh,
can't say we Pan Africans going into the military though. Like those are two totally opposite things.
So Taz, I got a
I,
question.
I'm
I
here.
Can you hear me?
disagree. I disagree. There was
Is that
Black Panthers
myself?
that was in the military. Bobby
Yeah, that's
Seale was
me,
in the
man.
military.
Okay.
Yeah,
And they
Bobby. Yeah,
brought that
Bobby. Yeah,
military
Bobby,
knowledge
and they
back
brought
to
that
the
military
communities. So yeah.
right, exactly. So what are you talking about? Bobby Seale was there
Yeah,
was
yeah.
mad Black Panthers that was in the
That's
Man,
military.
not
you talking to the wrong person. The Panthers failed and burned down miserably, nigga. You want to know why?
Oh shit.
Probably because they was fucking
Oh shit.
the same internal structure of that federal government that they was fighting for turned
Fall
around and
back,
was spying
Chad.
on them,
Don't
nigga.
drag
The
Bobby
fuck you
Seale,
talking
please.
about, nigga?
Yeah, but they
These
also have
niggas,
people
these
that
college
hold on.
educated niggas, and let the
Hey yo,
FBI play them like
Chad,
they was
don't
dumb.
drag Bobby Seale for me.
hang on. You didn't
Don't
have to
don't
do
drag
that
Bobby Seale.
you didn't have to do that in your,
That nigga bad.
hang on.
Nah, I
You
get the
didn't have
argument though.
hang
Yeah,
on.
so
You didn't have
yeah,
to do
so
that. You didn't have to do that in your life. You didn't have to wear that suit.
No,
Hey, so
I
Military.
are
didn't.
we? Are
You're
we?
right.
Are we
The
encouraging?
argument is you didn't either though.
yeah, I mean,
You didn't
Are we
yeah, I
have to.
mean,
encouraging black men and women not to join the military? Like for personal, you know what I'm saying, upliftment, where they come from, type shit. You know what I mean? Are we
I,
encouraging them not to do it?
this is
Nah,
more
we
of a
not.
conversation about that.
hold on.
This is a conversation
So hold
about
on. Let
that.
me ask
This is what
y'all.
we talking
Hold
about.
on. So let me ask y'all a question real quick, right? What is the goal, right, in America, right, for like Black people in America, right? Like how, what is like how, like what is the plan, right, for us to get up out of this situation? Like what is the plan?
Assimilation,
But hold on, because
integration, and assimilation. Let's follow the Marley route, nigga. Assimilation. Let's get in there, get in the
Hey yo,
military, and try to
Chad,
figure our way
chill.
through this shit, nigga. What we talking about? You shouldn't be asking that
okay,
question. You should have the
so
pass, the blueprint, nigga.
My
no,
argument would be is there is no plan because we don't have
right,
one
right.
agreed upon route.
Right,
Like
right, yeah, right. One agreed upon, right? Because it could be several different solutions, right? It could be several different solutions. So, what is the plan, right, for Black people to get up out of this situation?
Man, you spend
Because,
your
because,
money.
because,
You
Go to the
spending your.
because,
military.
You spending
for me
your.
it was economic.
You
And
work.
I'll get some of the same
You work
criticism
hard as
you'll get,
shit.
Marley,
You
for
work hard
joining
as
a white
shit.
corporation. You get what I'm saying? So I understand the argument, and I'm not being super critical. I'm just asking y'all to qualify y'all position. Like for me, right? I can qualify my position for thinking that joining this white man's corporate would be beneficial for my people. I've helped Black people get hired. I've gotten niggas salaries that have changed their lives and fed their families, right?
right,
It's not a do all. It's not a
right,
fix everything, but I can come to terms with my participation in our struggle, even being involved in that white dynamic.
right,
You sound like a
right.
Obama. You sound like a Obama lover.
You like the way I did that shit, huh? Nah, that ain't me.
Mm.
That's your man in the background. He gonna pop out in 2 seconds. That ain't me. Cause I don't think politics is necessarily our solution. That's why I
Yeah,
focused on getting
so,
this money. I think money is our solution, nigga. That's why I focused on that. If I thought politics was our solution, I would have focused on getting that law degree and going into politics and being elected to be somebody's alderman. Nah,
Politics.
for me, we
Uh,
yeah,
buy
so
our
poli-
hold
way
on.
out this bullshit.
Politics is the
Oh,
solution.
uh, I mean, I don't know what the solution is, but there could be more than one solution, but I just don't see like people just like leaving from this country just like that. I mean, and these people look like they're gonna just be in power for a long time. Because if you have nobody, or you have like a little bit of Black people that's even in the like, let's say we made up more than 13% of the population,
Then who
right?
is
And
your
and
leader? Who is
and
your leader?
hold on, let me finish. Let's say we made up more than 13% of the population.
Who is our leader?
15 just to use even numbers. God, I'm listening.
Yeah, because he keep
I'm
cutting me off.
I'm listening.
I was letting him go because he kept cutting me off, so I ain't gonna talk at the same
And
time.
Molly, I'm listening to you right now, man. Who is your leader?
Uh, I was saying something. I was saying something that you cut me off.
We'll come back to the
So
leader, but go ahead, Marley.
yeah, yeah. So let's say, for example, right? It would make sense if a lot of people do join the military, because then you will have access to certain things, right? You have access to weapons. You will have access to this. You put yourself at a disadvantage when you exclude yourself out of those things and then say you're part of this. And then say, hold on.
A
Let me finish,
political
bro.
advantage.
Oh, damn, son. Go ahead,
Servicemen
yeah, go
get a
ahead.
political
Go ahead,
advantage as well. I'm with you.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Cause y'all keep cutting me
Nah,
off
you
when
ain't
I'm
finna go
talking.
ahead. Yeah, y'all go ahead. Hell.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
now go ahead. I'm listening,
Go ahead.
Molly. I'm saying
No.
even in terms of a political advantage, I get what you're saying. We
Right.
could be Black
So
John
right.
McCain.
Just like how
I get it.
you have this, just like how you have in Egypt, right? They have a military government. Like the military runs the government over there. Right. That could be a solution, but it would take work. It's not going to happen like on some da. But if you exclude yourself from these things and then say you America and you staying here in America and you putting yourself at you're going to be at a disadvantage.
I'm gonna
You're going
keep
to be
it
at a
G. Like
disadvantage.
I got more beef with Black cops than I do with Black servicemen, because them
That's
niggas
a
ain't the ones putting the hammers down on us in the actual community. Like what y'all niggas go over
right.
there and do with them insurgents, like that's between you, God, and the American government. You know what I mean?
Right. So
But
yeah, so I just feel like, man, I just feel like we put ourselves at a lot of disadvantage with like old talking points, yeah, that don't really apply right now. But
You mean like white supremacy?
no, no,
Oh,
no.
that ain't an old talking point. Like
I
y'all
mean that's
niggas
one of them.
playing, bro. I'm not fucking
Like
playing.
you
I
gotta
mean
I'm not
that's one
fight,
of
fucking
them.
nigga.
playing.
Heads up, Molly. You gotta
Maybe
answer.
yeah, but that's not what I was talking about though.
But
Right,
I mean,
but
it's a
so
valid
again,
question though.
so what are we fighting against? Because I'm telling you, fighting against it, going against it, pushing against it is futile if people can fight for it, and then we don't acknowledge they're fighting for it.
You're right, bro.
I mean, it is the wealth and minerals and land masses that we secure around the world that
Yeah,
kind of fund them keeping us subjected.
yeah.
There's an argument that could be made for that.
Individually, like I said, I see the benefit individually, but if we talking community, I think that's a different conversation on the impact of that conversation. Because once we start talking community, we only talking white supremacy. But once we talking people's individual benefits, yes, people can individually benefit. But once you bring all of those people together, aren't they still victims of white supremacy? So how are we having that conversation? It's double speak.
But I don't know though. Colin Powell, I'm from Harlem. Colin Powell's from Harlem. He had a scholarship fund and different things. So it can be poured back into the community if it has a very streamlined objective. I get what you're saying though, Taz,
Yeah,
but I'm
go
one
ahead.
that kind of feels like there's a middle ground.
Because I'm saying at this point, fam, the way we talk and the way we move, white supremacy sounds like an antiquated talking point. I'm just being real with you. If we're talking about you can go to the military, be successful, figure out ways to manipulate it for yourself and that be a benefit, nigga, I ain't
Then we're
against
not
that.
really trying to
Like,
revolt.
like, like,
Yeah, I get
let's
you.
just stop saying that you can't do that. Let's stop putting the barriers in place before a person can even get on that path. And a lot of that is in conversation and discussion where we're talking about white supremacy, the white man, and all of these things that we aren't really qualifying situationally. They're just things that people saying because again, they apply to the community. But if we say individuals, no, individuals benefit all the time going to the military. It's the
And that's why
community that don't benefit. Go
and
ahead,
that's
fam.
and
Now
that's
I
why I was
would push
confused
back against that though, Taz.
I didn't know where you was going with it at first, but when you put the community aspect to it, then yeah, I see what you're saying. I didn't know you was talking about the community.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't know
saying
if
if
I
you
would say I don't know
go
if I
ahead,
would
Will.
say that dudes that go into the military don't benefit the community to a degree when they come home. Like many of them come home and they're just good fathers in their communities. And like many of our veterans are respected as, the big homie OG around the block. He got the nice house and he let the black kids come over there and play in his yard. And there's a benefit to that as well. That can encompass something outside of just his personal
Right,
benefit. You know what I'm saying?
just like how I'm a therapist, right? And I work for a company that's black owned, right? That's in the Bronx, right? and I could be a therapist out there, like, you know what I'm saying? Well, I am for like black people. I would have probably never had my degree or nothing like that. And I wouldn't probably be able to help these people.
No, I can understand that. That's what I'm saying.
Right,
I
that's
guess
right.
there's a.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I was trying to say. I didn't get into specific details, right? But that's what I was trying to
I mean,
say. You can have several black people or a group and black people get into the military, do certain things, come out, use their benefits to help black people with the benefits that they have. So why would we exclude ourselves from those things? That's what I was telling
And
somebody the
Marley,
other day.
it's
Why would huh?
go ahead, Marlon.
And
Go
then
ahead, Marlon. My
yeah,
bad.
and then say we not leaving from America, we staying here and keep ourselves at a disadvantage. And like all these, that's like we cutting off our nose to spite our face.
but you
And
don't
even with
think we're taught to. No, but go ahead, fam. I'll
I
wait.
was gonna say, even within the service, you know, you do have those
Mm-hmm.
groups, those black Marley. You might know what I'm talking about. You have those
Mm-hmm.
black groups of chiefs and officers and stuff. You know what I'm saying? They have these
Right.
that you know they go now I wouldn't say go against the system, but they are
Mm-hmm.
there to help us as black, you know, men and women within the service. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's
Yeah.
to rank up or you know
Right.
pass the PFT or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? They are there to help.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't say like
Right.
once they get out, if they do decide to get out, you know what I'm saying? Once they get out, I can't say that they not going into the community and also, you know what I'm saying, providing the
Right. You
same type.
can't say it. Yeah. Yeah. You can't say that they're not. But there's some that do and there's some that don't. Right. But I know that was one of my motives to do. That's one of the reasons. So you got to sacrifice something sometimes in order for you to gain something else. Like you have to.
Yeah.
Like you got to sacrifice some things sometimes.
So wait.
Unless
So what
you.
are you saying that sacrifice is though? What is that sacrifice you're referring to?
I feel like
Oh,
it's what you was talking about, Taz. I think Q Butter said the same thing. We playing into the white man's you know game. You know what I'm saying? We acquiesce into the cause, their cause. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the sacrifice that the white supremacy sacrifice. I think
right.
that's what we
Right. That's
sacrifice when we join. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
that's
You
up. But
sacrifice.
at the same time, like me personally, like coming from where I come from, like we don't have, I don't, like it wasn't a whole lot of resources. I didn't have no scholarship to no college or nothing like that. So I just
Right,
decided
right. Then some
just
of
to
us
join
grew up.
community.
Some of us, yeah, a lot of us grew up poor and shit like that. You gotta pay, do this. You gotta do this, and you got nah. Niggas is that. If I was rich, niggas wouldn't. I wouldn't have joined the military if I was rich. You know
So
what I'm
I
saying? I have to
think I
figure
think the
that. I
bigger
have to figure. I had.
conversation.
Yeah, I had. Hold on. I have to figure that shit out. Like you know what I'm saying? Like how I'm gonna do this, or how I'm gonna get this, or
Yeah.
what I'm gonna do to get this. Like you know what I'm saying? Like you gotta figure some shit out. You can't just sit there.
Yeah, when you
You can't
come
just
from
be
them
on
small
some.
ass, especially when you come from the small ass towns that ain't got shit, bro. Like you know,
Right, there's niggas, yeah, there's niggas in America that I met in the military that come from not even from New York City, that come from small ass towns. They
yeah,
can't even
like
get no
myself,
fucking
like
job.
yeah,
Yeah, you gonna just sit on your ass and just you know what I'm saying? And so some niggas even got some niggas not even in New York or Chicago
But look, I think
or
the larger context of this conversation is how we as black people see ourselves in America. Are we attached to this motherfucker or are we not? Like for me, I got